everyone, we're here at the Player Lounge and we're about to test the reflexes on some of our talents. We have Big Time, Baby Bay, and Victoria here, and they're gonna have 15 seconds to get the highest score. You guys know how this works. Baby Bay, you wanna go first?
Of course. Let's go. I'm ready.
Ready?
I'm ready. I'm ready.
You're doing great. Just close your eyes a little bit more. Are you moving over?
I'm getting tired. Oh, no. No.
Okay, Baby Bay, you got a whooping 31. Big Time, you're next. You're next. Okay, you ready? 3, 2, 1.
That's so aggressive. Just,
Bro, you gotta be gentle with
you
it, bro.
just gotta tap it.
Can you stop talking to me, please?
Take my advice.
It's about swiftness, agility. It's not about strength.
Got this, bro.
Please stop talking.
34. Okay, you're already ahead of Baby Bay. Big girl, you know, you gotta give it to them. You gotta teach them how it's done, girl. Ready?
When does it start? Okay, yeah. Oh, you hit a button and it starts? Okay. I'm ready.
3, 2, 1, go.
Going.
Going.
It's not a good start.
Oh, you gotta bleep that out. You gotta bleep that out. You gotta bleep that out.
You're owning. Ooh.
Way more consistent than you guys.
Okay.
It's the pace.
She got 34 as well. Okay, I am not making this up. The number is absolutely here. So it's between the two of you guys. Baby Bay, you get to choose a winner. Who's winning?
This is like.
I gotta give this to Victoria.
Oh, thank you. I'll take the win. This is the Pacific rivalry. Big Time. Today you are small time, and it is good to be the victor here. 34, the winner. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Are you entertained?
This wasn't just about who's the best. It was about who had to win.
This amount of money it's life-changing, not just for them, but everyone that is close to them.
It's crazy. They're so good at a game, they can make millions of dollars. Who are these people?
One win, one chance for everything they carried with them.
This is the Esports World Cup Club Championship, the ultimate cross-game competition that will crown the best esports club in the world. Let's break down how it works. Clubs will be able to compete at the Esports World Cup and as many titles as they can qualify for. The clubs will then earn points based on their placement in each title. To qualify for the Club Championship, a club will need a top 8 placement in at least 2 competitions. But to win the championship, a club must place first in at least 1 competition. At the end of the Esports World Cup, the 24 clubs with the highest number of points will earn a share of the $27 million, with the winner taking home a staggering $7 million, and of course, the title of the best esports club in the world. Who will rise above and write their place in history? Watch it all here at the Esports World Cup.
No competition is as ruthless as the Esports World Cup. Its trophy system is no exception. The Club Championship Trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. The Game Trophy, when a competitor closes their eyes, it's all they see, and it's not complete until it's sealed with a champion's key. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. This year, returning champions hold a key unlike any other. Only one can place their key into the Game Trophy and become an EWC champion. The frame of the champion's key is embedded into the totem, a stone marker of legacy displaying every champion of the year. The keys of the eliminated will be crushed. The champions select 3 broken keys as a personal token, a reminder of who they have humbled. Beneath the totem, a resin block holds the remaining keys, a graveyard of fallen contenders. Will your dreams be broken or your name carved in gold and stone? At EWC, nothing is granted, everything is earned.
Weapons out, recovered, finding a second. Munchkin with a 4K right into the waiting arms of Woot. Desperately trying to find it.
The journey to crown the first ever game winner in Valorant is here. It has been 5 long days, 16 teams vied for the crown, but now only one will take it. It is an all EMEA affair in our grand finals, and we're so excited to have you. Welcome. It is the Esports World Cup presenting Valorant. Degon here alongside Baby Bay and Kukuka to get you all set up for today's matches. We have the grand finals and, of course, the Pacific third place match as well between Gen G and Paper Rex. It has been a heck of a tournament so far, y'all. How's it feeling for our grand finals day?
Weird, because we have the third and fourth first, and that is something that we do not get to see in Valor, I would say, at all, practically. So it's cool to see that we're going to get as much action as we can, and obviously super happy, again, that it's EMEA versus EMEA.
Yeah, super happy I have an NA player on Fnatic, you know? He's representing the entire region at this point, because, yeah, everyone went to the airport already.
Big Time isn't here.
Yeah, where's our man Big Time? But I'm excited because, especially in that grand final, the path that the two teams had to make it there, it's so different, right? You had Heretics who had to basically run the gauntlet, barely making it, but Fnatic looked so dominant the entire way through.
Yeah, and one of those two teams will have the opportunity to etch their name in history as we take a look at the totem for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
And I'm back at the totem where the club champion keys are. And if you look up there, there's one more that's joined the board on Fatal Fury. Last night, we crowned another king. Go Ichi from DFM is now the champion for this year's Fatal Fury. And we're going to find out what's going to be happening with Valorant. So a quick recap on what happened yesterday. We had 4 of the top teams at EWC. Teams I don't think we're very surprised to see in the top 4. Now, we had a Pacific versus EMEA rivalry here. And EMEA ended up coming out on top. First, to start the day, we had Fnatic versus Paper Rex. We had a rematch from Toronto's Masters, and this time, Fnatic ended up winning out. Boaster doing some really criminal positions on Ascent with that operator. And on the last map there, on Split, looked like Fnatic had everything in order. In the following match after that, we had Heretics versus Gen G. And if you guys remember that Lotus, it was so back and forth, literally round after round, going one way or the other. We went into that overtime, and then Heretics ended up closing out, also getting their revenge. So that means today we are going to get all 4 teams once more. We're going to get a grand finals between the 2 EMEA teams and, of course, the 2 Pacific teams vying for that 3rd place position. And that's the update from the totem.
Thank you for that update. And earlier, we had our champion of the FGC's first tournament here at the Esports World Cup, Fatal Fury, going to Detonation Focus Me there. And you can see the moments anytime the FGC has those moments.
Oh my God.
It is so huge. It is so huge because, again, we like seeing the key crushing, but to be able to do that and have this moment and pick out the 3 different keys he's going to keep forever in his game trophy. It is awesome. Go on, getting the victory there. And he's going all the way up to the top. We're going to have this moment later today, too. I don't know about y'all, but I'm getting goosebumps right now.
I mean, I was dying when he started crying. Obviously, in Fatal Fury, he's playing by himself, right?
Yeah,
so it's not like it's a team sport. He is the ultimate winner. He gets to have the trophy and whatnot, and just be the one putting the key. It's all about him. So I understand that moment.
Yeah, me and you just got really teary-eyed back here seeing his expression when he won. You could see how much it really meant to him. And I like the fact that you get to pick 3 of the keys. It's the ultimate BM. Like, if you ever had a rivalry, you're like, yo, this is
You kind of
mine
have to choose
forever.
members in the final, right? Like, that was the last opponent that I beat before getting my
If you got to pick 3 keys out of any org, what would you pick during the looting phase of your
What game am I playing?
Let's
though?
say Valorant. I assume you're going to
So
pick
I'm Valorant,
Yeah.
and I've beaten all the teams in this tournament.
Yeah, all the teams of this tournament, what are you picking?
I'm picking EDG.
Ooh.
EDG, yeah, I think it's very cool. I wouldn't. Do I pick anyone from my own region?
Yeah, sure. Sure.
Who do you hate the most?
I don't
Or
really.
who do you like the least? Sorry.
I really hate anyone that's here. I'll tell you that.
Who do you like the least out of all the EMEA teams?
Out of all the EMEA teams, I can't. I guess KC because they're French.
And then one more.
It's kind of one more.
Yeah.
I think I'd take like Paper X because I don't think I would ever be able to beat Paper X. So if I get that, I would get Paper
Yeah,
X.
baby, you go ahead and think about yours as we head on over to the Apex stage where they as well are crowning a champion later today.
Hi, everyone. I'm back at Apex Legend, and it is Grand Finals day for them as well. I'm standing in front of their key wall, which is a lot more extensive than ours at Valorant. 20 teams still competing for their lives for the lion's share of the $2 million prize pool. Now, what's very different is you can see their keys are not yet crushed, and that's because they have a slightly different system. I don't know what it's officially called. It looks like a vortex or an iris when you look from top down. All of the loser keys drop down at the same time, and it goes into this vortex and disappears into the nethers. It is so epic, and I can't even show you right now, but if you want to see it, you're gonna have to come see yourself here at Apex Legends.
One of the cool parts about multi-team finals, like what's happening over at Apex, you get to crush all the keys at once until they're eliminated. It is just, I guess, an overwhelming amount of fun there. All right, Baby Bay, what 3 teams would you end up selecting if you were here at this tournament?
I kind of want to go your route of like teams that like I wish I could
Who
beat.
do you like? Who do you hate from your region? No, who do you like the least?
I mean, I would have to take the NRG thing for sure. I would have to take the NRG thing, given the history of me and NRG.
Okay, yeah.
Like, you know, on the Shock when I was in Overwatch League, I was basically subsidiary of NRG.
Okay.
So, you know, taking, you know, a little bit
I mean, I
back
chose
to what's
KC.
mine.
So Zaj was against the MEA the other day, so I think it's like fair.
Yeah.
Okay, Energy. Who else?
I would have to go for Fnatic. I love Boaster, and I know how prestigious it would be to beat a team like Fnatic. I would love to get that on there, and then also I think it would have to be PRXW Gaming. Like when I watch this team play, it just reminds me of the glory days, right? And the fact that they're winning doing it makes me want to be like, yo, I want to give you some of that heat too, you know?
Yeah, I think, for me, I think it's got to be EDG, reigning champs, Fnatic, main characters, and Sen City. To have your trophy locked in the resin above Sen City forever, that's pretty awesome. And over at the totem, you're able to see underneath the totem each year, all the other keys are locked in resin. So the other keys don't just disappear. They will be there and locked in. The attempt to achieve greatness, but only one team will be able to do so. Now, we got to see a couple of players make huge moments to try and achieve that championship in Kadia top plays, because we had a lot of them, especially by Chronicle in Fnatic early on, and then later on you could pick anyone alongside the Gen G Team Heretics matchup.
I think that you can say the same also for the Paper X side. Do not forget how one-sided that Sunset was. It really looks like they're so comfortable with it. But then split that final map between these two teams. Having Kayak and Alpha going in this double duelist. I love how they swapping around the operator and how they finally got their victor and their revenge for that final in Masters Toronto.
Yeah, and then you had the other series that was a ridiculous game with Gen G and Heretics. And Gen G Munchkin, he was looking like a different animal. I mean, making plays like this, running through a one-way, and this spray down was one of the most clean things we have seen in this tournament so far. But then Boo was at the other end, reciprocating with his own spray downs. I mean, how did he even kill Jing on that?
Doesn't matter. He always has this expression, you know, to him it's like, oh yeah, I just did that. Doesn't matter, you know, next.
Yeah, those plays led to this playoff bracket here for the first ever Valorant at the Esports World Cup tournament. It is Fnatic and Team Heretics, the all EMEA finals in the grand finals. But before that, we have the unique, kind of first time ever, third place match here, Paper Rex and Gen G. I mean, both those matches are just mouthwatering.
and they're going to be at the top of their level because, of course, they are regional matches. So these are two opponents that are going to be knowing each other very, very well.
Yeah, they're going to have familiarity, and I think that this is where things get interesting, right? Because when you're playing a team and you know all their secret tricks, everything that's going on, it really does come down to those micro adjustments. Who's going to step up in those big game moments and make that game-winning play?
Yeah, and think about also the way that PaperX has been unable to beat Gen G for a very long time. It literally, they have been saying how for them it is one of the hardest opponents to beat. So for the side of Heretics, they also want some revenge for what happened in that EMEA final. They already got to crush the key. Love to see that is all of the team doing it together at the end of the day.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of individual reactions, but right there, everyone just having to go and flinch and have the audience fully locked in. Participation was a huge moment for Team Heretics as we take a look at the STC Club Championship standings. Right on the mark there on top, it is Detonation Focus Me and BMW M Team Redline for those championships in Fatal Fury. And then earlier in the week for Rensport, it is, you go down from there. Virtus Pro will have many teams across multiple different games, as well as Fnatic. Heretics will have a couple. Vitality, Na'Vi, Gen G as well. Some of the other big names in the club championship.
Yeah, by the end of today, either Fnatic or Heretics are going to take that top spot as well, alongside Detonation Focus Me and BMW M Team, right? So I think that that's going to be an insane match, especially for the standings.
I think it's even cooler because did Fnatic make the final for Apex as well?
Yes, they made the finals for Apex as well.
So they could end the day technically with 2,000 points above everybody else.
Yeah, and by making the finals there and the finals here, they've already amassed more points than they had from last year's total. So the goal to improve what Fnatic built upon last year already achieved, and we're not even done with week one yet. So great job by Fnatic. Might be joined by someone from Fnatic in just a little bit, so you don't want to miss that one. Meanwhile, let's take a look at some of the Crunchyroll top reactions from yesterday's games. I wish there was a camera in the green room as well, because Kakuka was sweating. Achilles had finished his cast from the earlier match, and he was sweating. Big Time was calling out strats, being like, oh, they've lost it. Oh, they won it. Oh, that's my guy.
Just go
so
B.
good.
You have the read. Just go B. I felt so alone. It was everybody else supporting Gen G, and I was like, no, guys, Heretics is going to win this. I do not care. And round by round in that overtime. But I think we always like to see the reactions on the stage. PaperX is such a happy team. We saw them a little bit more quiet yesterday, especially the longer and the deeper that the match goes going because of the results.
Yeah, and that was kind of sad to me too, seeing a PRX that was kind of just defeated and beaten down, right? But that just goes to show a testament of how strong Fnatic were yesterday.
Yeah, when we were done with everything, we stopped by the player lounge and the Heretics player were there.
Let's go! Let's go!
And that's why I wanted to stop. We bumped into Benji and I was like, hey, how are you? Congratulations, yada, yada. Seen him 100 times after they won and also after they lost. And he told me, listen, I was giving in because I wasn't shooting anything, so I needed to keep the energy up, you know, for the rest of my teammates. And I was like, yeah, just pretend. Just pretend that you're hitting, that you're so in the game, just in the game as the rest of it. It definitely worked.
Yeah, it worked. And then, of course, it's iconic. Valorant, poster winning, and dance moves.
Absolutely, and he's got the schmoes for sure. I mean, I was wondering when he was going to bust some out, though. You know, I was like, where's this been? He was kind of reserved in the beginning, and I think once he got that mojo a little back, he played pretty well yesterday. He was like, all right, it's time. It's time to give him.
Do you think he's going to do it when he has his keyframe? I mean, he's going to put it in the totem when he's going.
Oh, when he's going up?
Yeah, I see it.
All right.
I think it should happen.
Maybe a visual of what's to come. Now it's time for Doctor's Notes, thanks to our friends, Dr. Sulman Al Habib Medical Group. And so we're going to go to Dr. Bay here on what he thinks is the correct prescription for the finals. So when you think about the finals, what do you want to prescribe for us to make sure that we have a great series?
Yeah, I think I'm going to prescribe a bottle of Chronicle just going absolutely viral. And then maybe I'll prescribe some painkillers for the other end of Heretics. You know what I mean? It's something like that. But yeah, I think Chronicle's about to have one of the best grand finals he's ever had. I think he's going to take.
So before we go, before Dr. Bay finishes, I think Dr. Bay, Kakuka is here to go ahead and counter that. You like that?
I love you guys. Yeah, you're my bro. What was I gonna say? Now I completely. So what do you think? Like in my head, I want to think, what should I give Heretics for this chronic pain that you are describing here on the side of a Fnatic? I think that they had a couple of scares with Boo and Meanie Boo. I think that Boo should be the one start today for the side of Heretics. I think that everybody has a lot of potential, but what Boo did yesterday has to be a constant today for their recovery, so they can move on from that bump that was losing that final again.
All right.
Just don't lose another final, please.
Heavy dose of Boo and maybe a bottle of Chronicle. Those were our doctor's notes. Now remember, they are brilliant casters, but they're not doctors. If you need doctor's needs, head on over to Dr. Suleiman.
How do you know I'm not a doctor?
You know what? While I try and figure that out, we actually have Big Time standing by right now in the lobby.
Hello, it's Big Time here, joined at the Player Lounge by Munchkin from Gen G. So, Munchkin, yesterday we heard Texture say how much a win today would really mean to you guys to be able to defeat Paper Rex. What does a win today do for the team to be able to continue your streak over the Masters Toronto champions?
먼치킨 선수 어제 텍셔 선수 인터뷰에서 이제 텍셔 선수가 그래도 오늘 페이퍼렉스 상대로 이기면은 그래도 의미 있는 승리가 될 것 같다는 말씀을 해주셨는데, 이제 먼치킨 선수도 비슷하게 생각하시는지, 오늘 페이퍼렉스 상대로 특히 이제 마스터스 토론토로 우승한 팀 상대로 승리를 가져간다면 어떤 의미가 있을 것 같으신가요?
일단 페이퍼엑스가 일단 토론토에서 가장 가까운 마스터즈인 토론토에서 우승하기도 했고, 그 다음에 지금 퍼시픽에서 가장 강한 팀이라고 생각하기 때문에 저희가 이제 퍼시픽에 돌아가게 되면은 플레이오프나 이런 데서 만날 가능성이 높은데, 오늘 경기에서 이긴다면 좋은 저희 분위기가 될 것 같기도 하고, 페이퍼엑스한테도 저희에 대한 좋은 인식을 심어줄 수 있을 것 같습니다.
Since Paper Rex are the champions of the most recent Masters event, I believe they are the strongest team in Pacific right now. So beating them would mean a lot. Also, when we return home, it's very likely that we'll be playing them at some point in the playoffs. So beating them here would not only give a great boost of confidence for us and be a really good addition to our vibes, but also it'll instill a bit of fear in Paper Rex whenever we meet again.
Perfect. That's a great answer. And finally, being part of Gen G here at EWC, we know Gen G are competing in multiple different games, so this third place game will also secure more championship points. How does it feel to be sort of competing for something bigger than yourselves, bigger than just the VALORANT team?
그리고 이제 젠지가 이번 EWC에서 여러 종목에서 참여하고 있잖아요. 그래서 이제 이번 3위, 3, 4위전에서 승리하면 그만큼 이제 구단의 그 클럽 챔피언십 포인트도 더 많이 이제 확보할 수 있는 그런 기회가 있는데, 이런 식으로 좀 발로란트 팀뿐만 아니라 좀 구단 전체가 목표로 하는 부분에 기여하고 있는 부분에 대해서 좀 어떻게 생각하시는지 여쭤보고 싶습니다.
일단 EWC 자체는 발로란트 우승도 있었지만 저희 구단 자체로 봤을 때는 전체적인 우승도 바라고 있었거든요. 근데 저희가 아쉽게도 일단은 결승전에 진출하지 못했기 때문에 3등이라도 꼭 해서 팀에 저희가 꼭 도움이 되었으면 좋겠습니다.
So I know Gen G were looking to be champions of EWC as a whole, not just in VALORANT. Now winning the Valorant tournament would have been a great first step, but unfortunately we didn't make the finals. But we'll do our best to secure third place so that the org can earn as many points as possible.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Well, good luck for today, and back to you in the studio.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Man, look at that. Big Time getting the interview reps on in, looking good there. And I like the fact that Gen G is saying they're going to be familiar with their opponent later on in the Pacific League, kind of like what's going to happen later on with Team Heretics and Fnatic. And speaking of Fnatic, joining us is Fnatic CEO Sam Matthews. Welcome. How does it feel to be in the finals for the first ever Valorant tournament here at EWC?
Well, thanks for having me. Obviously, it's incredible. You know, we're hoping that they got Valorant in CWC last year. You know, it's obviously our best game at the moment. And the guys have showed up. They've been super consistent. I'm very excited to take the championship.
I want to ask you a question a little bit more bigger picture. And sustainability is something that, esports has always been struggling with. But I wanted to get your thoughts on how important EWC is for the entire ecosystem of esports in general.
Yeah, I mean, like, listen, you know, you think about like traditional sports, you have tennis, basketball, whatever, single brands, each game. I think the unique thing about esports is we have brands like Fnatic, which exist across multiple games. But until now, we've not actually had a competition which allows us to show our muscle, you know, really show that we can be good across multiple games. And so for me, it's like, actually, you know, this is the kind of where it's all been culminating towards. And obviously, us doing well here can mean that we actually help build a sustainable business, as you say.
Yeah, you also have the Apex final today, right? You must be very happy.
Absolutely.
You know, first 2 games, I assume, and then you make the 2 finals. You're probably going to get a lot of points at the end of the day. Which one are you more excited to watch? The
Oh, you can't make me choose my favorite child. Between Apex and Valorant, honestly, like. I'm not gonna choose because they're both my goats.
Listen,
you know, but
we were seeing you in the audience.
Yeah,
yesterday, supporting Valorant. So I think we're gonna see you. I mean, you might have time for both, right?
I have time for both, yeah, because a 2 p.m. final and local time, and then obviously Apex later. I think that it's amazing. Actually, the boys have been watching each other. So like the Apex guys are watching Valorant, which you just don't see in any other tournament, right? So I'm excited for both. I would love to walk away with 2,000 points. You know, that would be a great start.
And just speaking for the rest of EWC, what other titles are Fnatic competing in and you're looking forward to?
So we have 2 other titles so far that have qualified. We have Call of Duty Warzone and TFT.
You have TFT?
Yeah, we have TFT.
That is so cool. I'm definitely going to watch that. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt you.
Okay, now we know what her favorite is. Yeah. No, so yeah, TFT, but we also have Rainbow Six, which just didn't qualify, and then we have EAFC with a last chance to qualify.
Yeah, again, just having all the multiple different titles has been so exciting to see a brand like Fnatic be up there at the top. Thank you for the event schedule that is coming on up here. I wanted to know, you've already doubled the point total from last year's EWC. What is kind of like a goal for this year's after the learnings from last year?
Yeah, I mean, not quite double. We got 660 last year, at 750 now. I think we would hope to double or triple by the end of today. We actually have 4 fewer teams this year, so it's quality over quantity. We got to try and win every single one we go and just create some sort of like, you know, new award that Fnatic's the only team ever to have won. Yeah, that's the hope, but we'll see how it goes.
All right. Well, everyone, please thank Fnatic CEO Sam Matthews. Thank you for the time here, Sam. It has been awesome to have you. Best of luck in the grand finals in just a little bit.
Thanks very much.
All right. With that, let's take a look at some of the lineups here for our 3rd place match as we shift over to Pacific. It is the Gen G versus Paper Rex matchup. Texture, Ash, Munchkin, Foxy9, and Karan have to pick themselves off the ground after the best match of the tournament, the closest match of the tournament, going that triple overtime and heartbreak for Gen G, but they've got points on the line and money on the line and part of those Esports World Cup STC Club Championship rankings as well.
Very well said, Dion. That's a tongue twister and a half.
Oh,
right there. Yeah.
I could never.
That's a great skill. But somebody that is on your screen right now is Foxy9, and I feel like he was kind of absent a little bit in that previous series against Heretics. And it's somebody that we were talking about being in contention for MVP of the entire tournament. I think if he wants to be able to beat PRX again, he needs to be able to step up and really come to fruition here in this 3rd place match.
Yeah, I think that for the entirety of Gen G, they were coming in as one of the favorites. It's good to know that they're willing to give their all. Going back to this, right after this, they have to go back to the region and keep battling. We wanted more Valorant, we give you more Valorant. It's going to be exhausting for the teams, and there might be some burnout, but they have to be able to come over or back.
Yeah, and when we take a look at the journey that this team has made, used to seeing them at internationals, but that's how competitive it was earlier. Not able to qualify for Bangkok. Fell a little bit short here in stage 1 over at Pacific. And then that 5th, 6th place finish, you know, not what they want, but maybe an indication of where they're at.
Well, it's definitely getting better throughout the year. Do not forget that for the longest time, we were saying Apex going to get a trophy eventually. It's got to happen. And for the entirety of the regions, Gen G was the first one to get a trophy. We thought it was maybe going to be PaperX or DRX just because of legacy. But as we're saying, the year is going in crescendo. They didn't make it to the first international event, but it was only on that 3rd position. They did get to Toronto 5th to 6th. third to fourth, champions, it has to be first or second.
And it looks like they are on the way on in thanks to our friends over at Jamil Motorsport. Thanks to our friends over at Jamil. Now, when we think about them, and I guess players of the tournament, Foxy9 has to come to mind here, but who else jumps out at you for this Gen G roster?
After yesterday, seeing the form that Munchkin was in, I think he's going to be very, very angry and come into this game heated. So I think he's definitely a player you need to look out for. Obviously, you got Texture, who's always good.
I think it's very impressive that yesterday, after their match against Heretics, yeah, it was a very tough loss, but he went to that overtime, everything being very, very close. Texture had incredible performances throughout the entire tournament, throughout the entire year. I think that he's an insanely renowned name to be saying that he felt like he didn't have the day.
Yeah, well, on the opposite side is Paper Rex, the reigning champs from Masters Toronto. They want to make sure they finish the tournament in the podium places, as didn't quite go their way, but we know how good W Gaming can be here.
Yeah, I mean, very, very tough loss. I feel like that last map against Fnatic just wasn't close enough for my liking. And that's a map that, you know, Paper Rex are really good on, Split. I feel like that's like the double duelist really shines there, but they just got diffed in the server yesterday. Now, keep in mind, they're not really playing here for those overall points in the EWC system. So this is more of just like, hey, we need to finally beat Gen G because it's been quite some time.
I think that for me, this match is going to be a lot of the names that we've been seeing shining already. Something Devi, but someone that has been a little bit quiet, at least in my opinion, has been Jing. For such a long time, Jing was like the one of the biggest stars here in Paper Rex, alongside Forsaken. Forsaken is still giving us that kind of performance, but I think that Jing can and has to be the difference maker, not only because that could mean a win. He needs that confidence to go back into the region and face up all of the other opponents that they have.
And when we had the opportunity to interview Chronicle by Fnatic after their victory, he said, hey, we decided to play a little bit more like slow Valorant, and we know that Paper Rex is a vibes team. I want to be able to see them play against a very structured team with the vibes and be able to break through it as the other teams continue to make strategies to slow them down. But we're not slowing down here in our pre-show. We have something standing by right now. Let's take a listen.
Hey, I'm standing by with Paper X Something and Coach Alex. Guys, I got to ask about yesterday. You had a great first map. Second map, I would argue Fnatic did it, you know, they played it really well. But the third match, Split, I don't know. You guys looked really off. Something looked wrong. So can you tell me what happened on Split?
I mean, we didn't really practice it much, I guess, and Fnatic also, but they have like some insane anti-strats for us, and it's become like that, you know?
I don't know what happened.
The coach doesn't know what happened. We saw how you felt inside that booth, though. Okay, I want to ask, though, now that you guys are competing for third place against Gen G, would you say your fire, your motivation is still as strong as when you're competing for first?
Yeah, of course. It's extra 60K for us, and it's extra experience to play versus Pacific team.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, can't wait to beat Gen G.
And we have a lot of Paper X fans who've flown in from all over the world to here in Riyadh. Do you have a message for them? The guys who flew in, guys and the gals.
Thank you so much for supporting us, and see you on the stage.
And how about you, Alex?
I can hear the crowd from the coach room, so it's really, really cool. I hope to hear it today as well.
I think the crowd can hear you too when you're raging.
I don't think
we can hear it. Anyway, back to you guys at the desk. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, y'all. Always great to hear the attitude and the candor between the team over at Paper X.
Yeah, I think that you cannot hear him, but it's like you can in your mind, because we've seen Alex's reactions for the entirety of the game, and I love that we still have coach cams.
Yo, homie's just straight up like, yeah, I don't know what happened. Like, what do you mean? Like, you know he was scolding them after that match for sure. And you also know that PRX are down 4 losses to Gen G in a row. So this is important for pride, you know, going into that next stage.
15 seconds. Who you got?
I'm going Gen G on this one. I love PRX. I love W Gaming. I think Gen G just play very, very slow and methodical.
I just want to go up against you, so I'm going to say Paper X. Yeah, because I think that Forsaken's going to div, Jing is going to get his confidence back, and they're going to go back to Pacific and do whatever they want with the rest of the region.
All right, y'all, we're getting a marquee matchup here of Pacific in our third place match for the Esports World Cup. Let's get into it. Third place match starts right now.
to go ahead and put the final nail in the coffin as Sunset goes the way of Paper X 13-10. It's a beautiful setup for the side of Gen G.
They both came so close, just one map away from a grand final. But now these two teams step back onto this stage for one last battle with pride on the line and a podium finish.
Absolutely, two teams that lit up the stage with bold plays, fearless comms, and unforgettable moments. Welcome back, everyone, to the final day of VALORANT at the Esports World Cup.
This, of course, isn't on the line. That will be later. But what is on the line is $130,000. You heard me right. That is what a win here is worth. So both of these teams are looking to leave Riyadh with their earnings and heads held high.
Absolutely. Two Pacific Titans. One final clash. This is the third place match. So let's welcome our first team. It is a team that even with adversity, they know how to finish a tournament on a win. It's Paper Rex!
They earned the world's respect. Now they want one more win to go with it. It's Gen G! Pacific versus Pacific. The battle for bronze is on.
And here we go, everyone, making their way out onto the stage. One big huddle between the two teams, Pacific United, as they get ready to once again go up against each other, vying for a spot, a finish in third place.
Gotta love it here. The two Pacific representatives that made it this far, looking to get one more win. But if you look back at the history between these two teams, it has been Gen G who has often had Paper Rex's number. In fact, Gen G, the only team to beat Paper Rex at Masters Toronto. And even going back, the last time that Paper Rex defeated Gen G was in the Stage 1 finals last year on Gen G's path to winning Masters Shanghai, which could be interesting. Map picks here shouldn't surprise people too much. You could see yesterday that Paper Rex struggled on Ascent, so Gen G feeling like that's going to be their more comfortable option. Sunset, of course, is Paper Rex's playground, and then Lotus would be the decider. I was kind of curious if that one might go split instead, but Paper X opting to just ban split out after kind of a weaker showing against Fnatic yesterday.
The Sunset is going to be the battleground here to start things off, and it feels like Gen G, if they're going to be able to find a win here, could just very much lock up that second place position, barring a big run back from Paper X, who did look very out of sorts on Ascent. No changes to be seen. Still going to be seeing Foxy9 bringing out that deadlock. He was amazing on it the last time out. My big matchup that I'm going to be looking at individually, I suppose, here is going to be Texture versus Jing. How's that impact going to be coming through? How does PaperX try to play around this operator that Texture is going to be bringing out?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think this is kind of the most important matchup of the day for me in a lot of ways because both of them kind of struggled yesterday. You know, with Texture not finding that form that we had seen, that, you know, top 5 player in this event so far performance that he'd been putting up until yesterday. I expect him to kind of pick it up a little bit. Jing as well, in the same kind of book. We need those duelists to step up for both of these squads if they're going to have a chance of winning here today, you would think. So that's kind of where my eyes drift. Like you mentioned, the Foxy9 Devi matchup. I think both of those players utilizing their very different walls in very different ways is going to be really impactful, but who knows, maybe Gen G can sneak away Sunset from PaperX, a map that they have been just dominant on. And it could prove to be a challenge. Like you mentioned, that composition that Gen G runs is really annoying to deal with, especially in post plants here on this attacker side. So something that, you know, PaperX is going to want to get ahead of as best as they can. And Gen G, are they going to be ready for some of these surprises? You would expect so, with how many times they've been able to best PaperX in recent history.
Well, looks like everything ready to go, so we'll go ahead and hop into this one here. 2 more series at EWC Valorant 2025. Let's see which one of these squads can take that first step towards bumping up the prize pool for themselves. A couple sheriffs in hand here for Gen G, first on the attack.
Oh, Munchkin can use the orb here. Try to hide their presence. Forsaken gonna grab one of his own. Texture out in the open, can't win the battle. Devi with the classic, gonna be good for it.
And even with the damage dealt because of the Sage, let's go ahead and be able to heal up. Forsaken sliding away, avoids any follow-up damage. Munchkin on the lurk through alley. Does manage to get the jump, so Forsaken going to be taken down. Decent damage, however, suffered here by Gen G, but Munchkin continuing to deliver, finds himself a second. Noting and quickly dispatching Patman. Gen G now, spike planted.
Tough retake coming up here. Wall's been dealt with, though, so now you got the sonic sensors on site to contend with. Back up from Ash. Didn't like what he was seeing, trying to open them up a little bit to a flank angle. God, Munchkin.
Gets himself a third. Might just be able to find even more. Skarn will be able to find the kill. Devi going to be taken down. Bounce around the corner. Something will fall. Gen G find the opening pistol.
Yeah, pistol rounds continue to plague PaperX. It has been the real bane of their existence throughout this event. Despite, and even going back to Masters Toronto, despite them having a lot of success otherwise, it's something that they would certainly like to correct, but, you know, with Munchkin still being sharp, picking up right where he left off yesterday, I'll never forget that spray transfer he had on B-side on Lotus. It's one of the most disgusting plays you'll ever see. Karan here, good for it on site with the classic, jumping right click to finish the job. A couple Guardians, a Bulldog, and 2 pistols. This PaperX, though, gonna try to control the alt orbs.
Relay bolt gonna be sent. Jing trying to escape. Damage suffered, but Devi, nice shot there from the Sheriff. Does manage to put down Texture. Guardian gonna be on the floor. Now recovered by Foxy9. Paranoia sent from Karan, just trying to dissuade any further aggression from PaperX. But for now, just be happy that they get the player advantage.
I mean, again, Devi is gonna outduel Texture. It's gonna be 2 first bloods for Devi, going up against the star duelist of Gen G. Not able to convert. Even with all that util there to make Jing uncomfortable, still able to escape. You can see the follow-up plan here for PaperX is to group up, make a push through mid, try to hit the backside while a little bit of attention going to be created here by something. The Sova util has a Sheriff of his own.
Full flank coming through. Ash. Just too many targets. Forsaken able to find it. That's going to be an upgrade on the Classic. PaperX getting a thrifty here would be monstrous. Karan, however, able to go ahead and draw some blood against PaperX.
Healing.
Takes out something, heal over on a Forsaken, pushes him back up the full. Player advantage still there, now equalized as Foxy9 mows down 2. Forsaken will find 1, finds himself a 3rd. And suddenly it's just Karan, and already this is such good damage dealt. No smoke available. Both players here Back behind the box, no tap of the spike. Karan ready for the swing, some more damage dealt with them. Tag up, finds the first, repositions, narrowly loses his life, but Karan with 3 will bail out Gen G.
What an eco round there for Paper Rex, though. Really felt like they were maybe going to come through, but Karan standing tall. Another player you'd love to see step up for Gen G here today. Vi just so good with those sheriffs. Forsaken then showing off some sheriff skills of his own. Karan able to work that backside. Nice plant spot there on the outside of Gen. Can't defuse it from the back of it. Have to win that battle against Karan out in the open. Cannot get it done. Vi going to go with an outlaw here. Couple players on Gen G going to be one shot to that, but Foxy9 Texture will not be. They bought the full armors. Tight angle and a win for Devi.
Been so damn clean with the snipers, so now Omen on the floor. Pretty catastrophic casualty to suffer this early on into the round as Devi fishing for a little bit more, but they are able to avoid the shots. For now, though, B-main control very firmly in the hands of Gen G as Munch can take some shots over towards something, but connection will not be found.
They're just gonna try to work their way to the other side of the map. Forsaken has taken a ton of space. No util here. Check this position, but the smoke, a little bit odd. Not set up for the one-way. They're wary of it.
Wary, but are they going to be prepared enough? Drag across finds the first, Forsaken gets the second. Spike now going to be dropped. So Munchkin and Ash have their work cut out for them, still very far apart from each other. Forsaken making plenty of noise. Just go ahead and rotate back. Ping reveal, and Forsaken still finding value. Paper Rex looking to get themselves a flawless anti-bonus.
That's just brilliant stuff by Forsaken. The way he utilizes smokes on Omen, so creative, and anticipating that they were going to clear the smoke first. Ash gets one.
Flawless not to be found, but tag down low now to 31. Reposition. What is that shot, Ash? Suddenly has 3. Is going to be walled in. Is desperately trying to break this one down so he can survive. Forsaken going to be looking for the 4K here, it would seem, but my goodness, Ash, fantastic damage in reply. Won't be able to win the round, but does stop the economy from Paper Rex from ballooning.
Yeah, absolutely disgusting shots. Devi, by the way, 3 first kills in 3 rounds. Having an absolute belter to start this one. He has been sharp so far. ACS going to be through the roof for him. It's Forsaken, brilliant maneuver around the smokes. Has proven to be one of the best in the world at that. Oh my God, that's third. Disgusting.
Very crisp, but still, the Rex get themselves on the board. Outlaw, very much able to find value. Every single player on Gen G at risk, and with the way the Devi's been shooting, definitely gonna have to be concerned. Push forward, Forsaken does get traded out as Card finding one. Jing just being it quiet, trying to move that net. Snaps back, is able to find Foxy9, but Karan, that Vandal, able to just go ahead, find the kill here on the Jing. So 3v3, the Omen down low, A site for the moment, completely wide open.
And now you got to be cautious crossing mid. Texture's there, and he's going to get the first. Devi good for the second.
And that's going to be the res. Has it, so instantly puts them in with a player advantage. Spike not yet even planted. Already in a forward position here. Our Paper Rex thrown over the top, going to be able to spot both players. As Ash does get ping revealed here. Pulls back away, Spike. Swapped over. Karan considering going for the push. Clears the recon. Out into the open there for a brief little moment. Slides back over onto the side. Shock dart at his feet. Puts him at 15. TP reposition. The heal will be ticking. Devi getting back up towards full health. Ash going to need to deliver once again. The double wrap comes in. Tries to go in for the face. And that's just going to be him taking down Karan now in such a rough spot. Patman will just be able to get the wall bang shot off the Jiggle Beak.
Yeah, this is really nice work from Paper Rex. Being really aggressive off the rip in all of these rounds at taking one of the ult orbs or another. And they're doing damage along the way. Able to get even trades most of the time. One of the few battles that you're able to win, but with Devi just absolutely clobbering Gen G right now. He's able to get that res early and put it to good use. Gives them that extra man advantage. They do a ton of damage as well with that Sova util. Got to tip my cap to something in that round. A great recon to reveal Karan's close tuck position, followed up with the shock dart, do a ton of damage. It's exactly what you want out of a Sova player. Ash here.
Ahead.
He bouncing one in deep onto the B site. Doesn't get any reveal. Patman able to scoop behind his smokes. Paper X though, bouncing around, closing the door. No fast hit onto B, so a reposition there. More of a default setup. Divide though, moving over with Jing. Right now, Gen.G trying to work the map a bit, trying to take some mid control. Foxy gonna set up a sonic sensor, check the box just in case. Saw that work too many times the other day. Just start being really aware of that spot. Gravnet does catch, but the reveal forces Foxy9 back. Can't punish Patman for it.
Rotating across the way, Munchkin lingering forward here at Tiles. That would be maybe a triple face into mid. Showstopper is available, so any inkling of presence here, that could certainly be coming through. Give Paper X a very solid start in this round as they look to gain the lead. Push forward, Forsaken gonna be taking low, not taking down, but Ash actually does manage to find it, and then Munchkin continuing to swing out. They fully break this hold at top mid. Texture gonna be taken down, Patman trying to hold Market! The fadeaway shot catches on to Karan. 1v2, and at this HP, so unlikely, but Patman, can he be that guy? Can he be the hero? The beacon is there in the sky, 10 seconds remaining. Spike in transition, not in position to try to cancel this push. Get the catch.
Spike planted.
They're gonna know because of the deadlock util where he's coming from.
It's a slow creep. If you can continue to just try to walk past this one. Here's the sonic sensor behind him.
Toxins going up.
Changes position, pushes forward, gets over towards the spike, the wall. However, has to push out of it. And Munchkin will be able to collect the 3K. Gen.G back in the lead.
Yeah, nice little trap play set up here by Gen.G. Just waiting out Paper X, knowing they're gonna get antsy to try to re-clear mid-space. They've got a crossfire set up, him and Ash. Oh my God, Ash. He is looking really sharp today. Patman coming alive. The beautiful 3K there at the Phantom. Munchkin, the 3K of his own, gonna answer right back. And again, getting into that post plant, can get that deadlock util up. He makes it a lot easier to figure out where the enemy's gonna be coming from. Even though Patman tries to dodge that sonic sensor, still able to hang on. Our Gen.G taking a 1-round lead. You do have the Hunter's Fury available, Annihilation, Pit, bunch of big ults like you mentioned, still that showstopper for Jing. It's a lot to work with here for Gen.G to try to get an execute going, and that helps when you win out with Texture, gets Patman through the box.
That's a good early kill to be found here, Texture. Bit of a softer start of it. Seems like Gen.G overall getting to find a solid sense of where Paper X are going to be positioning themselves. 5 ultimates to work with here. See if they come into play already. Heavy rotations. The stack is here from Paper X. Showstopper into the corner, and that's going to be Texture damn near taken down. Something will have the follow-up shot. A good kill to equalize.
Let's see what Paper X wants to do. They're going to be pretty aware of this rotation. Already pings coming down, anticipating Forsaken to be right around the corner. Can't win against Munchkin.
And he cannot. Munchkin
30 seconds left.
off to the races already. He's having an incredible performance yesterday. Looks like he wants to try to carry that one forward here for the team, this time into a win. Recon bounces forward into the pit, so actually not even really needing a clear. Something lined it up, still able to find Ash just on a timing, but at the end of the day, it's just gonna be a nice shot, nothing really more. A bit of damage dealt, but Gen.G now up 4-2.
Yeah, and now you're getting those early round advantages that you need as Gen.G. Getting Texture to win some of those opening duels, very, very crucial. A game like this, and Patman trying to play the tight angle, gets punished. Showstopper dodged, but something there to clean it up. 2 with the Sheriff, not bad at all, but Foxy9 behind Gen, good to go. Get Gen.G up by 2 rounds. Let's see, no timeout called just yet. Still a weaker buy. Economy's a little bit shaky for Paper X. Gonna buy down in a couple of these rounds. Everybody paying attention to mid. Oh my God.
But Vector able to find the one. Finds a second as Jing similarly going to be eliminated. Karan dead, again, making for a potential more difficult approach to one of these sites, but as we can see, a widely evacuated here from Paper Rex. Forsaken will swing back around. Patman's going to be lingering a little bit longer forward here in mid.
Just looking for them to try to maybe lean towards B because of the toxic screen. Munchkin's util going to be pretty important potentially. You were talking about no Karan, so a little bit more difficult. Being very aware, RGenG. Every one of those boxes that somebody could be hiding behind is being checked. You never know when one of those Paper X players is going to show up with a judge when you least expect it. Should be able to make their way through here. Again, being very cautious about this corner. Seen Forsaken in the early part of this match, doing a really good job there, making it nasty. Annihilation at the ready.
See where he sends it if he can get a grab. Looks like he's going to kite around, and Forsaken does end up getting roped up. Pull it forward towards his demise. Hunter's Fury, a hit on a Foxy 9, but the kill not found. And that is something now all alone at Cashless. This Munchkin is going to be swinging in. The headshot found. Looks for the follow-up, but Texture will be able to collect 3. GenG now up to 5. Paper Rex might have to pull the trigger on that timeout.
Yeah, absolutely. But now you're starting to win some of these opening duels for GenG, opening up the map a lot more for you. And again, a lot of what they've been doing well so far is just being very aware of some of these off-angle positions, some of these hidden positions that Paper X is going to want to try to use. Even though nobody's been there, sometimes when they spray the boxes, it's better safe than sorry. Can't believe that Annihilation. Jason was looking at his feet trying to dodge it, but could not.
No escape.
Hunter's Fury trying to open up some space on the site. And Texture, good on the backside. I think Foxy 9 is even impressed that that Annihilation landed.
I mean, he got it through while he was just dancing around that Hunter's Fury. Took 2 separate pulses, but because they were separated, didn't get fully eliminated. So yeah, the timeout call will be coming through here from Paper Rex. And our own Ian Chambers teeing it up. A massive gap in the prize pool. A big jump forward if you're able to secure that 3rd place finish. Paper X certainly going to be wanting to take home as much as they possibly can.
Oh yeah, Something mentioned it in the pre-match interview. He's definitely got his eyes on that prize money. So far, GenG really has a decent read here on what Paper X wants to do. They're on a full eco this time, all sheriffs. Patman does have his ult, but you wouldn't really normally anticipate that this would be around it. Feel comfortable using it, take control of some space, so spot there from the Sova util. Does eventually get cleared, but a little bit of info garnered for Paper Rex. Wary now of a push towards the mid pillar. Foxy 9 having to be the guy to try to contain Paper Rex at B main. No util used just yet for him. Toxic screen gonna go up for Patman. Just fishing, seeing if anybody's gonna try to peek on him. Gonna set up the high-low. For now, GenG being extra cautious. I think taking some lessons out of what worked for Fnatic yesterday against Paper Rex, and that's just making them sweat, making them wait.
Drone can go up and over the top. Something on the peak there. Top mid able to find one. Traded back and traded up, however. Just Munchkin, the casualty. Divine. Sheriff in hand. Needing some clean shots, but the pivot call is going to be coming through here from GenG. Quickly sprinting over towards this A site. Only Forsaken there here for the moment. Onus now on him to try to deliver. They want any hope of pulling off this Thrifty. 20 seconds remaining and try to play around time. Here's the footsteps, but it's just going to be overwhelmed. It's too many targets around the corner.
Yeah, and with Texture just dancing in there, breaks the crosshairs momentarily. It's to try to readjust, to go for the players coming in behind. Cannot quite do it. Something did scoop up a rifle. See if he can get some magic to go. Vibing so sharp with the Sheriff early. Surely this time GenG seemingly has this round in lockdown.
Bit of an awkward recon there. stuck into the flower pot, I believe, so doesn't actually get the ping reveal. Either way, Divide trying to just soften up the targets here where possible. Something going to be watching for exit, see if he can put a bit of a dent here, but already Gen.G in such a great financial position. Finds two, and okay, finds them all. As Ash and Texture cannot get out from the spike, so nobody's surviving. That certainly does a lot more damage than they could have anticipated.
Yeah, that's for sure. Take whatever little wins you can get at this point as Paper Rex. You're down by 4 rounds now. Usually the defender side of this map pretty strong for Paper Rex, but you really haven't been able to get it going, so now it's the operative eye to try to be the difference maker. You said earlier, he's been sharp. Can he keep it up? Can he maintain that form? Not gonna have to duel anybody with an op on the other side.
Which is, you just send the pit off the rip here if you're Patman. The answer is going to be no, which does allow for Gen.G to continue to scale forward and avoid that operator for the time being. Given Munchkin pressing the poison orb now. Seems like they want to just go ahead and try to execute on this side. Paranoia coming through, Texture. Sat here is Forsaken, lingering within the smoke. Got a bit of a caterpillar attempt. Is Karan able to find one? A quick little peek out. Texture loses his head. Forsaken, however, tagged down the 10 HP. The barrier mesh goes up, cutting off that market access.
Spike planted.
Drone going to be cleared. Forsaken needing to be the hero, the push forward, but just cannot survive, doesn't have the read. No one in front of him. Ash on the cross angle. Has the shots.
Nightmare's over.
Jing able to collect one. Wall falls, smoke falls rather, is Ash similarly putting them down one by one. Divide with the operator, able to find a bit of value, but Jing now noted. Net coming through. Divide having to remove that Foxy, just staying still. As there's the sun, there's the cleanup, and there goes the op.
I mean, Gen.G's just having a whale of a time right now. Just nullifying everything that Paper Rex tries to do. And I love this start here for them. Use this fast lane to get Texture in, and then you use the TP for Omen to get them both into this corner. And then it's a bait and switch. Texture runs out. Karan follows up while Patman's trying to keep track of where Texture's going and gets the kill. Just breaks open the site, and yeah, that's about the reaction I expected at this point.
Yeah.
Toxins, poison orb emitting.
It's not at all going the way that they wanted. I mean, you talked about it over at Masters Toronto. Paper X hates playing against Gen.G.
Yes.
They absolutely despise every single time that they have to match up against this squad. And that has not changed. Munchkin finding one, looking for a little bit more, considering the reswing. Given that it's Savai on the other side and he has been hitting, I wouldn't advise it. Instead, he'll call for reinforcements.
Yeah, that's very wise. I mean, I think one of the things that's impressed me about Munchkin in this event is how he doesn't greed for kills unless he absolutely has to. He's done a really good job of just getting the one and not giving himself up to a trade. So that's a really valuable skill to have. He's done a tremendous job with that. Even though they are playing for the 3rd, 4th position, he looked really good, especially on Lotus yesterday. Showstopper here for Jing in the corner, dead Patman.
Just can't escape. No way to try to evacuate, so the Showstopper isn't going to be able to come into play to try to turn the tides of this round. Munchkin, again, just lingering. Looks like something suspicious about it, but will reroute, will recheck over towards tiles, as well as A main.
You just have no hope.
There's no idea as well. One more shot from the Divine would put down Texture. All made for him to back away, but I mean, what are you really meant to do? You could just stay piled into market, I suppose. Very much will expire. So it gives them a little bit of an opening as Texture will lose his life, but the trade is going to be there, and it's just cash aplenty. It has been this entire map long. Great shot from Divide. Per usual, gets himself a second, and then the trade is going to be there. Gen.G continuing the trend upward here on Sunset, now 8-2. Free him!
Free him. It's so good. A lot of the Paper Rex fans probably starting to sweat. This is just Gen.G in a nutshell. Start getting the read on you. Munchkin's got you figured out. He anticipates when you're going to make counter moves against him. He read that push out from B main. very nicely off the start. Yes, it's a weak buy for Paper Rex, but kind of felt like they needed to get one of those. They were going to start making this half more competitive. There goes Jing.
Bounding forward, looking for target, chooses correctly, and Munchkin this time does get taken down. That is a big piece of the puzzle found here for Paper Rex. They look to try to run this back to an 8-4 half.
It's a deep smoke from Forsaken. He is wanting to take aggressive space over at A main. Meanwhile, Gen G just worried about a follow-up off that showstopper, but ooh, Divide just missing.
Zahir off. Able to skirt back to safety. Forsaken setting up the one-way. Trying to run this clock down a bit. 54 seconds now. It's Foxy9 with the operator. Does also have the Annihilation. Goes for the peek. Forsaken with a nice shot. Takes his head off. Ultimate no longer a concern.
This way.
Texture trying to linger forward. Another shot flying. Forsaken finding the hit. Ash going to be taken down. And there you go. I'm getting deja vu. It's Paper Rex getting battered and then suddenly pulling out a flawless.
Classic Paper Rex. This is really nice stuff from them, though, in terms of just the macro game. You're going to get Jing with that showstopper out early. Not much that Gen G was in position to do about it. Just had to try to hide, and he's still able to find a target. And then some nice crossfire set up outside of A main. Forsaken there with a nice shot on a Foxy9, a very good sniper in his own right. Able to take him down with the Vandal. So Divide going to be able to hang on. See if Paper Rex can make this an 8-4 half.
Their best hope is Jing.
What?
What? Huh? What in the hell just happened?
Please explain.
If we don't have a replay of that, I'm walking out of the booth.
Yeah, I'm just leaving. I'm done for the day. I don't think I've ever seen a Boombot double kill.
At this level, certainly not.
Yeah. I mean, in ranked, sure.
Yeah, in like Iron.
Yeah, exactly.
Spike down A.
It's okay. It's damn near another flawless.
What?
And I am so confused.
Please have that replay after the break. Please.
Okay. Hey, it's halftime. 8-4 is the score. We've lost the plot. We're gonna go to a break. And when we come back, we'll get into the second half and see if Paper Rex can try to rescue this map.
Enemy remaining. Toys in the board. 30 seconds left. Get out of my way. One enemy remaining. Sensor
Okay, we've had a little bit of time to collect ourselves, and we are going to be getting a look back at just what the hell transpired in the previous round, because that was absolutely crazy.
Absolutely.
But, as you can see, some scenes of stress for Paper Rex, some scenes of joy for the side of Gen G. 8-4 at the half. As we'll take a look back, the Boombot set free.
Oh, the Hunter's Fury. I think the Hunter's Fury softened him up. I think I saw the assist come through for something there. I'm pretty sure.
I don't know, because the Hunter's Fury wasn't even angled in the. Was that?
Oh wait, no, that wasn't their Hunter's Fury.
No, that was Ash's.
So maybe I don't know.
Snake bite from Patman, was that?
Maybe that was what it was.
I didn't get to see it fast enough. I'm going to rewind it on my phone when I have a moment to try to check back, because that was just insanity. I mean, maybe they pushed through the wall, were decayed down. Like,
yeah, that could be.
I didn't get a great look at the setup because it just happened so fast. Regardless, Jing looking to be pressured out, but he's fully blinded up. And Texture is very snappy with a headshot, and that's going to be a big punish off the rip.
Yeah, and this wall, super annoying. So Patman going to try to clear it as fast as they can. It takes a lot of bullets to get through there. I mean, you have to use so many. Doesn't even have a full clip behind this now, does Patman. So it has to be pretty judicious with that Ghost. Sonic Sensor still there for Foxy as well. Toxic screen to maybe cover.
Spots it, clears it, net. That's going to be a big catch, but Patman still able to go ahead and stave off Disaster. Swings out, rather. And we'll be able to find Ash. That gives the player advantage now over to the side of Paper Rex. Karan finding more than he can chew. Swiftly dispatched. Texture for now joining in here with Munchkin. Spots out the wall. We really only have a couple options for recourse.
Shoot him in the face.
Pretty much going to have to be the strategy here. Attempted a poke and prod, the push out of the smoke. Patman immediately gone. Texture sliding forward, nothing spotted. Forsaken, holding his own. Has the right click. Munchkin finding the one, but can't find anything more. Paper Rex get the pistol they needed. Bring the gap now just down to 3 rounds.
Yeah, what a nice win there for Paper Rex, needing that pistol desperately here. And they're gonna get it, even though Texture finds the opener. Patman, again, I said he needs to be judicious with those ghost shots. And boy, oh boy, did he make the most of them.
One enemy.
Down to just 1 bullet behind his last clip. After those 2 kills, really efficient stuff there. Like that toxic screen to set up that hit. Even though Foxy9 hits a phenomenal grab net, not much that he could do off the back of it.
I rewound. They did have their own Hunter's Fury. We just couldn't see it from Jing's POV. That gets the initial hit. Boombot then collects from there. So, okay, solving the mystery. Jing, though, is tearing them apart. Texture, Ash, both gone here off the rip. Tuck into the corner from Karan. The boost coming through. Does manage to find 1. Stops him from being a flawless, but need 2 more kills for there to be any real damage. And then now comes down to Foxy9, who's going to be on the flank.
Just a classic in hand for Foxy. Probably just going to wait this one out. Maybe look for an exit. See if he can die to the spike, but Forsaken with a Bulldog. That'd be the initial challenge potentially if he keeps holding that angle. See what he can get done. No doubt that Foxy could do some damage here.
Oh. Just the hair off. Seems like Forsaken maybe not seeing him. He's getting a sense of it, and Foxy pushing forward. Maybe able to find a timing here, but no. Rotates back. Gonna have to start making some noise, and Defy is there to say thank you very much for the extra ult charge. Has 3 now as Paper Rex close out the anti-eco very cleanly, retaining their weapons, and now look for a bonus conversion on top.
Yeah, nice entry here for Jing. Gotta get him online for Paper Rex. That raise rolling. Nice stuff there. Karan tried to answer with a paranoia, but it doesn't hit Jing. Devi able to clean up the tucked in position of Karan. And all's well that ends well. Paper Rex gonna carry over a couple of those rifles, buy up a few more. So a pretty ferocious bonus coming in here on their attacker side to try to get them within 1 round of Gen G, who looked like maybe they were gonna run away with Sunset. Paper X has other plans.
Up and over the top, Forsaken catching them off guard. Karan barely able to trade that one back, but that is such significant damage dealt. Extra and Munchkin now gone. The remaining players fanned out across the map.
He's just so creative, is Forsaken. I mean, you see this so many times with him, where he's just tricking opponents. By spotted. Not much Karan could do.
Foxy able to go ahead and note the flank. Patman going to be taken down.
Spike planted.
Now a 3v3. Paint shells find a tiny little lick of damage, and Karan finds himself a second kill. Foxy now pushing in from Market. Jing left alone, finds the first, tries to remove the net, and Ash will counter swing in. Still good damage here from Paper Rex, but they cannot close the gap any further.
Yep. Nice hold there. God, what a start as well. You have that 5-3 advantage, but Foxy able to nullify the extra angle early. A trap attempted to be set up, and Forsaken just having none of it. Foxy there, big win. Karan as well, holding the angle on back sight. So nicely done. Ended up going down, but Jing just screwed there. Still good. Munchkin still fired up, trying to rally the troops here. Not enough money though for Divide. They invested in that bonus. That's gonna put him down to a Sheriff, but he's gonna usually be at the back line anyway, so if somebody dies in front of him, can just scoop the gun up.
Well, that and the Sheriff shots have been disgusting today.
That too.
So, not gonna be feeling overly concerned, but that's a great peek from Ash.
Wowzers.
Just immediate reward there. Karan down to 85, but nothing more to be found, so Spike gets passed over. A recycle of this one-way. The wall in his face, though, does make it very difficult, if not impossible, for Karan to really try to play off this one. Extra pushing the drone there onto Patman, swings in, finds the first, looks for the transition, cannot get it. Bloody battle as Forsaken fights back for two, and now suddenly he's going to be teleporting forward. Gets himself in towards the defender's spawn. A smoke out, Foxy 9, knife out, dead. 3K for Forsaken. As Munchkin still trying to work his way across. A weapon scooped up, something around the corner. Still pushing the wide swing attempt. Munchkin using it against him. Goes for the staple Guardian. Still here. Boosted position. Forsaken not watching for this one, but does get the pivot. A 4K from their IGL. Paper Rex continue to fight back.
Man, this is a frustrating round for Gen G. I like the setup they have. They're able to get Munchkin tucked in to B main with the Judge, and they're able to lean their heavy side over towards A, and they still can't win out the battles. Ash with a great shot as well to start.
A 4v5 conversion after losing the raise. But Forsaken just absolutely outdoes them. Foxy 9, no read whatsoever on the positioning. A decent go of it, but just another huge round here for Forsaken to keep Paper Rex's head above the water.
Yeah, that was a tough one to read on that TP, although that's kind of been the corner that Forsaken favors with that ultimate. Foxy 9 just not quite aware enough of where Forsaken was going to end up. I mean, maybe he thought he had gone over to Boba or into Spawn, but he wasn't really checking Spawn either, so I think Foxy 9 was just committed to try to sneak his way into the site, maybe see if he could gamble, and it didn't pay off. Forsaken has those rounds, those difference makers. So Gen G wants to slow the momentum that Paper X is starting to build. And I thought this might be a trickier attacker side for Paper X because of the util that Foxy 9 would be bring. It's really annoying to get through some of it, but so far they've been doing a good job of dodging it or just not really having to worry about it too much. It's been a lot of A pressure. Ash did a good job to get one, but in the previous round, and maybe called upon again, we'll have to see, but Paper X has a showstopper, and they like to go mid with this, and then swing into A.
That or could be a market shove, but as you called it, top mid approach. There's a headshot collected, swing onto the corner. Ash able to find one with the Sheriff. Does leave the hero rifle now down on the floor. Foxy 9 slowly creeping into position, looking like they will be able to recover this, and potentially Jings as well. So that's going to be a decent little boon here for them. Try to get over the line in this now 3v4.
Paper X didn't really have a lot of information, so they had to pull back. they realized that they were going to be a little weak to some flanks, so they had to re-clear some space, readjust, and they're making a good move again, making a good read, while Gen G is convinced this was going to go A. It's going to be a pivot over towards B. So last-minute change of plans here for Paper Rex is working out nicely, giving themselves a really good shot to come through.
30 seconds
Phantom
left.
for Munchkin, Guardian for Foxy9. Still a Sheriff for Karan.
Rotating back over now. I think the orb was actually left. I think that if somebody had just taken it from B main, they could have had two more ultimates online rather. Something got his off the plant. Could have had a res alongside this. Might have missed the grab of it, but for now, Wall just going to be pinged out. Oh, Foxy pointing those outlaw shots there on the swing. It's Munchkin trying to creep down. Finding the first, looks for the transfer, cannot make it happen. Batman able to go ahead, stave them off. Counter sprays back through, and now it is just Karan. He will get taken down. Decent effort here from Gen G in the thrifty attempt, but cannot make it happen. And Paper Rex are now one round away from tying it up.
Yeah, I mean, again, I feel like in the beginning part of the round, Gen G has a pretty good read on what Paper Rex wants to do. You know, I saw 2 players in market, 2 at top mid, so they were expecting that mid pressure, but they still couldn't stop it. And that's kind of a problem against Paper Rex for just about everybody. You can know what they're going to do, but they're just going to execute better than you sometimes. And it is going to be the Defy operator. Once again, tons of ults across the board. Everybody's swimming in them right now. Oh, Forsaken. Oh, he just barely got out.
Ping reveal, TP over to the side, but that sets up the Hunter's Fury as Texture just eats some friendly fire as the regen shield behind it. And that is a big crunch play here from Gen G. They look to maintain this lead. Boombot this time, no double kill to be found.
Enemy remaining.
Something will try to stop it from being a flawless, but cannot. Karan will go ahead and shut it down. Very swift round here as Gen G get up to 10.
Yeah, they turn up the tempo, and they're able to read the positioning here. A great combo with Texture dashing forward. The Hunter's Fury, absolutely ridiculous off the ping reveal.
Yeah.
Yep. The recon dart.
It's very nicely set up. Forsaken hits up right on top of it. So huge crunch to come in, and that very much weakens the buy here from Paper Rex. Still that showstopper, still a res.
Standing ahead. Take flight.
Still opportunities to try to make a go of this, but Gen G for now reading this position well. Can they clear the drone fast enough? The answer is going to be yes, as Munchkin trying to just play dodgeball here. Texture saying tucked into the corner. Munchkin going to be taken down by the showstopper. Karan going to be able to find one. Texture looking for the triple transfer, and he will be able to find it. Mows them down. And that nullifies this double ult investment here from Paper Rex. Gen G, barring something going crazy on the clutch. Going to stretch the lead up to 3.
The Gen G fans love what they're seeing. See, something has anything in store for us.
Counter swing angles set up here from both Texture and Ash. This should basically be impossible. Needs to make it a one and done, but it's going to be Texture. Mr. 4K goes ahead and seals the deal on the round. 2 more. And that's going to be Gen G taking Paper Rex's sunset away from them.
Just brilliant patience here. Hiding in that corner for so long, even with the showstopper coming through. Able to just keep himself obscured and do tons of damage when Paper Rex least expects it. I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to see another timeout here. Paper Rex needs to find some kind of counter. There you go, just waiting it out. Hiding behind the toxic screen.
Spike down.
Strikes at the perfect moment. Yeah, Devi. That's got to be frustrating. Kill here for Forsaken. That was the 4K from a bit ago.
Yeah. It was a good play, but looks like the timeout is coming through here. So final timeout call on this map used by Paper Rex. Try to rally this one back. Still an opportunity to lock up the victory here. And a lot of the ones that they've had at the tournament you know, they didn't come easy. A lot of overtime play.
Yeah.
You can see the economy still going to be in a rough spot. And as previously mentioned, 2 ultimates were invested in that round. There's still 3 available here to Gen G.
It's just painful that you lose some of the ultimates that get you kills. That's what really hurts.
Standing ahead.
Off the rip there. Patman gets ahead of it.
And Jing finds Texture in mid. The Phantom will be watched, but Patman finds Foxy9. Seems like whatever Alex had said might just be working. Khan does make this a little bit more costly, but now Ash is going to be taking down Patman on the lurk forward. And Karan is snappy to get the readjust. 2v3 opportunity. So they're going to try to make a go of this one. This Paranoia gets sent across. Recon to hold him at bay. And Munchkin reads this beautifully. Looks up above. Before he even swings the corner, it's not even a flick. It's just a clear read. Is now the pit to come through. Paint shell to try to delay. Damage avoided, but now the spike engulfed something flanking in around the back. Karan trying to scale forward, but Munchkin finding the flank. Jing getting one, getting out the defuse. Just being held, he's sticking it, pulls off it here at the last moment. The retap, Jing pushing, killing, securing. 9-round wins now. Paper Rex damn close to losing that one out, but the timeout ends up working.
That is tremendous awareness of space there by Jing. Using his util to buy time at the beginning of this Viper's pit. Just great read from Munchkin, but then the way that he moves to the edge and just kind of keeps
player standing,
making Munchkin have to guess, and he committed when Munchkin had to stick. When Munchkin, even if it was half already, he had to hold it down. Phenomenal stuff from Jing. Texture does have the op, does have his ult.
He's holding back an alley. There's 2 players on the approach. Forward over to Tiles. Just going to be a break of the door here from Forsaken.
Just trying to create some attention.
Karan, first one they have to try to contend with. Finds the kill. Paranoia not clipping on the Patman, but that final shot, the fadeaway will. And Texture looks for the follow-up. Rez brings Jack into the Rez brings Jing back into the fold, not Jack. As Overdrive is now going to be popped, and Texture alongside Ash will be able to go ahead and quickly squelch this attack here on the A site. Map point now in hand for Gen G.
Yeah, man, they're just really holding on. I guess JJ stands for Jack Jack.
Start calling him Jack. We got David and Jack.
Yeah, David Jack. I like it. We'll have to come up with some better names, but Ash there.
David Jack and Jason.
Yeah, David Jack Jason. Ilya, and oh man, yeah. Yeah. It's infuriating.
It's weird that, like, we've known Alex for a very long time.
Yes.
And normally, you don't like to see your friends suffer.
Right.
But there's something about it. You know?
I know. It kind of just, I mean, it's just content.
I can feel for him, but at the same time, it is entertaining.
Yeah.
The drone getting the spot here is Forsaken. Pushing forward, and that is a full cluster and a full flank. Gen G have every bit of information they could possibly need. This crunch getting ready to come through. And I don't think they're reading this one at all. The pushback now striking. Munchkin gone. How much do they see? Unclear, but Divine out. Similarly taken down. Everyone stuck within the pit. They bound forward. Karan able to find one. Forsaken. The Stinger bringing out. Finds himself a second. Showstopper sent. Ash dead. And Munchkin gets cleaned up. Gen G make every right move. Get into every right position. But they just get massacred within the pit.
It's hard to think of a team that'd be better in a chaotic situation like that than Paper Rex. And Forsaken's just running around. Just the edges of the pit.
Remaining.
Jing gets a showstopper, immediately deletes Ash, and Forsaken scoops up a Vandal and cleans things up.
Unreal.
He's just checking the mouse. Is there dust in there?
All right, making sure the battery life on it's going to be good. Don't want to have to plug that one back in. Final timeout call here now from Gen G. Everything being expended as, okay, it's going to be,
well, maybe they're
with it a little bit more.
I thought he might have been kind of showing off a little bit there, you know, but no, it actually looks like he's having a little bit of an issue with the mouse.
Well, hopefully, if that's the case, hopefully it's going to be something quick. The Gen G fans quieted a bit here. Almost certainly feeling like that was going to be the finisher. This has been so many times, a little bit less so at this tournament, but still so many times where they get to the finish line but just cannot cross it. At least not without extreme effort. PaperX are looking to make that happen again.
Op v op. Devi versus Texture. Opening shot from Texture, not gonna, well, it clips onto Jing, but it doesn't get the kill.
But the heal is there, so he'll be right as rain. Regen armor as well, similarly refilled.
Not too many ults that are close of other than, you know, Karon has his.
Deploying drone.
Still a bit away from another Hunter's Fury for something. Obviously the showstopper just got used in that previous round. 2 more in a row. That's what PaperX needs here to send it to OT. They're just deathballing around the map. I think wary about those quick flanks that almost cost them that previous round. Let's see if they can read this position.
Oh, that's going to be another shot. Forsaken now tagged up. Decent damage exchanged onto Texture. That heal still going to be a ways away. And Munchkin does get flushed out of this lurk position. Great readjust from something.
Chunk down.
As he'll get the heal. Taking Forsaken down to 5. Op clears the recon. Karon
30 seconds left.
planted forward here at Ali with the judge in hand. It looks like widely they're going to avoid him. No attention being paid to that position at all. Ash going to be spotted out. Paint shells landing right in front of his face. Re-swings out, cannot get the readjustment. At the same time, Foxy9 able to find something off screen.
Oh, Karon took a peek out. Now they know he's there. Trying to use the smoke to lure them in.
Down to those last 9 seconds, the plant comes through. This could be dire straits for Gen G. The money not going to be in a good spot. Patman able to find the first. Karon rushing forward, taps the spike now alone. The judge striking. Patman here around the corner. The jump out, the kill. 5 HP on Forsaken, swaps to the classic.
Cover going out.
Spots him, tries to hold it, and just fires through the smoke. Karon with a 4K will bring this map to its end. Sunset stolen by Gen G.
The bane of PaperX's existence has been Gen G, and they continue to make them suffer. They're going to take their map pick away, one of the strongest maps PaperX has. And it's going to be Ascent coming up next, a map that has befuddled PaperX for some time.
And it's a very different setup. Obviously, Gen G play a different game on Ascent compared to Fnatic. But it was a 13-3 scoreline that they suffered yesterday. We'll see if they can have an improved performance and still get this to 3 when we come back after the break.
And you could even hear the incredulation off the voices of Paper Thin and Achilleos, despite the fact these two opponents know each other so well. It is Gen G and Paper Rex giving us a new chapter in their rivalry. 1-0 for Gen G on Sunset, 13-10 in that last one. Digon here alongside Baby Bay and Kakuka. What a good one that has kicked us off here in the third place match.
Yeah, I mean, the double boombot kill, again, yeah, never seen that, not even in my rank games.
Nope.
Obscene stuff that was.
You know about Iron a lot.
Yeah, Iron 3.
Yeah, absolutely. Love to see that Gen G knows their opponent, knows them very well. Not many teams can do that to one of the biggest comforts that Paper Rex has currently in this game, which is Sunset. It's also very surprised to see that Gen G picked out Ascent, but we'll get to that in a minute. I think that we had very stellar performances from players that we expected and players that we did not expect. Good to see that individual prowess is definitely going to be there, but I don't think it's a good sign when we see that many multi-frags, that many one player has to be the hero for you to close a round.
Yeah, I think the scary thing for me is Karan is now activated. This guy was kind of AFK a little bit for the last couple of days. Apparently in the back we were being told that he was kind of under the weather a little bit, and now he's coming. Yeah, right. And now he's coming into form in the third place match. It's gonna be worrisome for the side of PRX when this guy's activated.
Yeah, again, always love talking about stars on this team. We've been saying Texture's name, we've been saying Munchkin's name, we've been saying Foxy9's name, but then Karan being able to step on up, and then Ash had himself that double Hunter's Fury kill as well. So Gen G firing on all cylinders. That's what you got to do up against the reigning Masters Toronto champs. 13-10 there. And when they got the spike down, it was successful here for Gen G. Early on in that game, they kept going to A and then rotating on over to B, and they found a lot of success in that.
We see also the clutches at the bottom, both of them going the Gen G side that we saw throughout the game. The opening kills, I think that was going to be a little bit different because we saw a lot of situations coming and turning around. And I think that goes back to what we were saying about them knowing their opponent. Gen G know how to be aggressive and when to stop Paper Rex's aggression.
Yeah, and that stat line exactly shows how momentum-based this game is. It was a back-and-forth affair, but it did come down to those clutches that you were talking about. It's exactly what I wanted to highlight. When it's such a close scoreline like that those match big moment plays that I was talking about earlier in the pre-show, that's what sets you apart. That's what wins you the actual map.
Yeah, let's take a look at some of them off the back of Foxy9, who has been the standout player for Gen G throughout the Esports World Cup. Does it yet again here in map number 1.
I am an absolute loser for a Deadlock, and I think that he is the perfect representation of what the agent can do in this map. Do not get me wrong, I do not think that every team can do what Gen G are able to do with the Deadlock, and specifically in this map, but his utility has so much effect. He knows exactly how to use Deadlock as an initiator and have that much presence. We see those post plants, all of those stunts, all of the crouches as well. Like, he uses Deadlock to perfection in this map.
Yeah, and then even his anchoring on the defensive side, I mean, he just knows exactly when to use that grav net and just basically delay for his the rest of his teammates' Texture to come on over, maybe get a flank in. He is such a mechanically standout player when it comes to retaking.
And then the round that we wanted to shout out here was round 18 on the Sova. This was such a big moment here. Look at that.
Yeah,
value.
And this kind of chipped away at the economy of PRX, but it's a momentum-based game. I feel like when you get this Hunter's Fury kill online like that and it makes it so easy for your star duelist to follow up on it, it puts yourself in a really good spot to kind of further that lead against PRX.
To me, it's more the moment where this happens. We see a full buy on the side of Paper Rex. We see a lot of ultimates already online for them. They not only invest the Hunter's Fury, we also see the Deadlock ultimate being like, if there is someone coming here, which would be a very Paper Rex play to make, like they have the Tumadivas showstopper.
Yeah.
Funny enough, they say that in the American. That wasn't the Spanish one. The showstopper. They know that Paper Rex and especially when the score is so tight on an 8-9, that is the moment where Paper Rex would be doing those kind of rounds. That is coming to knowing your opponents.
All right, let's shift our focus to map number 2 here in Ascent. Remember, for the stakes here are those championship points and the prize pool. It is a little bit more important to Gen G as they have multiple different teams across game titles here at the Esports World Cup. So we go to Ascent here. What do you want to see, Kakuka, as we move to map number 2?
Maybe a new composition coming from the side of Paper Rex. Again, I'm very surprised that Gen G decided to go for this Ascent. They have won against Paper Rex, but they have not won against many other teams. They've been struggling a lot. The same way the Paper Rex has been struggling. The thing that I'm saying about the compositions, the last 6 times that they've played this map, they've played 5 different compositions. They're not finding their footing. They're not comfortable. We saw what happened yesterday against Fnatic. Not having a Sentinel Ascent is definitely not paying off.
You're absolutely correct about Gen G picking this map. They run the default comp. It is very, very awkward, and it's very obvious what you're going to do. But they do have footage from yesterday, like you were saying.
Yeah, all right. Well, with that, again, the stakes here, the 3rd place match, the STC Club Championship points, and again, the rivalry between these 2 squads that know each other so well, not only at internationals, but Pacific as well. A little bit of a preview of what's happening in stage 2. It is Gen G, it is Paper Rex. Will the train be able to get back on the tracks, or will Gen G be able to vanquish their foes? Let's find out. Map number 2 starts right now.
Thank you very much, Desk. Yep, here we go. Map number 2, Paper Rex, going to be looking for a bit of redemption, a bit of a rebound here as they make their way back over onto the stage, taking their seats. Ascent needing to get through this. The map pick of Gen G to take us over to Lotus, which would almost certainly be an all-time banger of a map if they want to have a chance at those points, at that increased prize pool. Otherwise, Gen G will be able to collect it all in 3rd place.
Yeah, what a storyline that would be. You know, this is a map that, like the desk was talking about, it's been a little bit of a struggle for both squads, but I'd say more so for Paper Rex and Gen G. You know, this is more them picking this map to pick on Paper Rex's weaknesses than it is necessarily playing to their strengths. So you never know here. You know, Paper Rex, if they just kind of throw caution to the wind, play loose, play aggressive, they might be able to take this away. You know, Gen G looked a little shaky on this map, so definitely something that they can exploit. It's just a matter of, are they going to be able to find that form? Because on Sunset, they just, you know, they had some moments for sure, but Gen G, again, really has good reads. I mean, even on some of those rounds that Paper Rex was losing, I was like, man, Gen G has great macro here. They have a good idea of what Paper Rex wants to do.
No, they really do. And I mean, Desk was talking about it, how well these teams know each other at this point. You think about, you know, if you think about rivals, like who would you say is the biggest rival for Paper Rex off the top of your head? You probably say from the years past. For Gen G, you probably say RRQ. These 2 teams have played against each other as many times as Gen G has played against RRQ. They played 9 times in VCT, and if you count non-VCT events such as this one, it's been 11 times.
Right.
It's insane how much these teams have played against each other, and the lion's share of that has been from the last 2 years of play, and we're not even done with 2025 yet. We still have stage 2. We still have another international on the VCT circuit to potentially add even more matchups between these squads. It's been a huge jump where they just consistently clash because both teams have continued to trend around the top of the standings.
Absolutely. I mean, I think you would feel like these are the 2 best teams out of Pacific right now for the last couple of years. You know, between them, they've each got a Masters title. You know, T1 has one in there as well, but they weren't able to qualify for Toronto. These 2 teams were. So right now, I think this is the biggest rivalry we have in our region, one of the biggest rivalries we have on the planet right now. And Gen G just swept the feet out from Paper Rex, and they're falling to the ground. Are they going to be able to get their arms out, catch themselves, and rebound here and send us to Lotus? It's the big question for me. It's going to be a lot of sheriffs here for both teams. 3 for Gen G, 2 for Paper Rex. They're just looking to maybe duke it out with the pistols. And I mean, both teams probably feeling pretty confident about it. They were hitting some good ones.
They're going to be ready for him to be slid this far forward. The answer is not quite. Jing does manage to get the readjust. Something here in mid. Tag down to 34. Sheriff still an opportunity to try to do some damage, but Ash just going to be a little bit quicker on the draw. Finds the pick there. Dash at the ready from Texture. Cuts across. Switch going to be hit. Devi just hugging along this Viper wall here. Quick rotations coming through. Shots flying from Texture, finds the headshot on a Forsaken Divide. Gone. As that is going to be the cleanup. It's another pistol going the way of Gen G, 2-1 in the series.
Yeah, I mean, just some plays trying to be made here on both sides, but Munchkin at least able to get one from his off-angle position that he creates in A main. And then something tries to make a hero play in mid. And he was already so low, would have to just hit a quick headshot around the corner, and they're just ready for it. Karan and Ash both combining there to finish the kill. Ash through the smoke gets Jing. And it's a good start again for Gen G, winning the opening pistol just like they did on Sunset. It's just going to be a couple little buy-ups for Paper Rex. Divide with the Sheriff, Forsaken with a Ghost, and Forsaken is already almost dead.
Yeah, Forsaken with 7 health. Chest shot, leg shot. Immediately getting tagged down.
Coming back.
To a much safer position. Looks like he's going to slide forward onto that B site. Heavy stack. I mean, A is just completely abandoned at the moment. Munchkin was playing more lurk-heavy character and probably already be within that A site and calling for the rotation to come through. No, though, we'll play this out patiently. Gambling into the stack here. This does give an opportunity for Paper Rex to potentially turn the tides a bit. Try to pull off a Thrifty.
It's a good little play from Paper Rex. See if they can convert on this. They've got an opportunity, that's for sure.
Getting it quiet here for the moment. Recon goes in deep. Shots flying. Something able to find one. The jump, Jing is bouncing forward there with a right clicks in hand, is able to find Ash.
30 seconds left.
The weapon's going to be scooped up, carried forward here. As Munchkin now joins in, and it's just Divide still making his way across in towards Market where the door is going to be shut.
You get one more here as Divide, you'd feel great. Drop one of those Guardians or Bulldogs away from Gen G going into the next round.
So there's going to be a 2-tap here on a Foxy 9 or a headshot. And high-low setup at the switch. And will put Foxy to 9, but cannot get that kill. So the weapon's going to be carried over as overall fairly clean anti-eco here from the side of Gen G, now up 2-0.
Yeah, I think Gen G, you know, Munchkin second-guessing himself here, maybe anticipating that off of the contact, you know, that Gen G would rotate away from the stack is what he thinks Paper Rex is going to do. They don't do that, and there's a toxic screen there that backs him off. Created by Divide, just that little wall makes him second-guess that maybe A is actually open. He has to back off. And that just keeps Gen G plowing forward into that stack. So a little bit of damage done, but Gen G able to recover nicely. They're going to come in with a pretty strong bonus.
Plenty of weaponry to try to utilize here. John just slowly drifting into wine, but
oh my God.
Seems like they're none the wiser. No clue about it, but he can't find the punish because of the flash.
The timing on that is just ridiculous.
Comical for sure. Flash over the top is just gorgeous, and both players forsaken to buy. It's in the open, gunned down. Spike still a ways away. This could allow for the quick pivots to come through. It's going to be so difficult to try to get a retake going here for the side of Paper Rex. Gen G very well could seal the deal here on the bonus conversion.
I mean, this might be a safe consideration already for Paper Rex.
It's that, or this is a very wide reclear that they're going for. It seems like the safe call is the most likely outcome. As Patman won't be allowed to do that, nor will Jing. Something going to try his odds, and will be able to come away with that kill. Dodges damage, but Gen G now circling, going to be on the hunt. Ping's coming down precisely towards where something is advancing forward.
Just great reads. Something going to have to come up huge here to keep this gun.
Sat here in Gelato texture. The first one to try to go on the fight, Foxy 9.
Night.
The next one, as O-Tail went forward. Wasn't ready for somebody to be coming through the spawn. Nothing retained here. Minor damage dealt. Paper X. It's a rocky start already on Ascent.
Just, I mean, that's a real gamble setting up that high-low out in the open like that. And the flash is perfect for Munchkin. You know, just maybe anticipating that you get a player to peek around that corner first, and you can maybe get that kill and then kind of scoot away to safety. Yeah, cross that one off the book. It didn't work. Not that I'm entirely sure that was Alex's idea.
Yeah.
I think that one might have been a on-the-fly player decision.
On finding Karan, noise made here in mid. Sheriff's in a Bucky. Something. Trying to find the shot. Avoids the spray here so far as Munchkin forces out the tailwind. Something does get a very nice headshot before getting taken down, so gets his. It's the rest of the team to try to do the same, and Vi will be able to deliver on that promise. Bucky value, though, dwindling as Ash goes down the 2 there at Alley. Sheriff can be picked up here by Jing. Plant now going to be coming through. Doesn't pass this one over to Karan, despite already having the ult online. With Ash at 40 HP. Jing, if he can just get that first elimination and then scale forward. There's a world where he could still clutch this. Paranoia, however, going to be going wide. Neither player hit by that. Forward TP, trying to close the gap. Cannot find Ash. Gets himself the 4K, 4 rounds for Gen G.
Yeah, some damage done with the pistols. Some good individual moments for Paper Rex, but with their firepower so weak, they just couldn't get the job done. And Gen G, Ash already had a Hunter's Fury. He's having a pretty solid day overall. Really nice map for him on Sunset.
Oh, sure.
Stellar moments.
It's 8-1 and 0.
Yeah, he's having a pretty good one, eh?
Now, swallow your fear.
I think it's going to be a fast hit. Texture rushing forward, but Jing able to go ahead, shut him down. Hunter's Fury now coming through. Ash trying to see if he can get any tags, but all of Paper Rex have scattered. They avoid the damage, they get the kill. That's them now in a good position. Gen G have to abandon this side of the map. Rotation immediately coming through. Forsaken just going to go sprinting over towards mid. Checks to see that Pizza's going to be clear.
Yeah, this is solid rotation here from Gen G. Paper Rex had committed a lot. And that operator is going to be on the other side of the map, so that's a tool you'd like to have to stall the attacks. Not necessarily as good in retake, but something darn good with it, so might make me eat my words with that one. Just waiting this out. Gen G unsure. Didn't have no information about what's going on this side of the map, so gonna have to use the drone. Gonna have to give away the script a little bit. Now it looks like Patman is gonna shift a little bit over.
Gonna call for a rotate again. Maybe just go for a 2-2 split, but it looks like they're gonna try to cut back over to Cat.
Well, without a Sentinel, you know this mid is gonna be weak.
Okay. Looks like they want to not go into the potential crossfire setup from Ali as well as Sight, so he'll push in from Market. TP, however, is there. Jing now arriving at boats. Time ticking. It's Foxy9 able to find one, the spike. Being brought forward, Jing still sat here. Plant coming through, Ash finding one. Jing getting the other. Patman now in responses. That'll be the cleanup, and that'll be Paper Rex getting themselves on the board.
I thought for a second here this might work out pretty well for Gen G, but some good plays there. Able to get some kills and stall them, and with the time ticking down, had to force the plant. That worked into Patman's favor. He was able to wait that out nicely. Not checked in boats by Foxy9. Foxy paid the price. From there, he's able to just tear Gen G apart. Nice opening kill as he shifts down there. Really nicely done. Man, Paper Rex finally gets around. Didn't even have to use the operator. It's gonna go into mid.
Goes forward, gets himself in front of the wall. Recon quickly cleared out. Looks like he's playing alongside him, trying to play him in. Flash is gonna be dodged. The peek, the flick, not gonna be connecting. They drop down, they hide in behind stairs. Flash over the top. Patman able to find the headshot and the spray down. Munchkin gonna be bleeding out on the floor. Foxy9, however, in response, able to find Forsaken. As the res gets ready to come through, and Foxy is right there to barrel stuff, keeping them protected and keeping them in with a monstrous advantage. The rest of the players now slipping the net, getting past Jing's line of sight. They move over through Market, and Karan still here on the late linger, cleans things up.
Nice round here for Foxy. Didn't clear boats previously, but this time he's good to bail out his team in mid. They react quickly here. The dash from something puts him in an awful spot, and Gen.G wants to capitalize on that quickly. You see the flash came out from Patman to try to bail him out, but Gen.G just a step ahead of the curve there. A great reaction call from Munchkin and company. Now you got to take a timeout here. This defender side is crumbling again for Paper Rex, just like it did on Sunset.
I mean, it's far too costly. We'll see what they try to piece together going into this next one, but losing out on the operator, having these rounds be so close in the win for Paper Rex. This means that the economy is not going to be in a very great position. Let's see if they're going to have any kind of real set strat to try to pull off here. Can you get the read?
It's just so tough on this map to play defense without a Sentinel. No Killjoy, no Cypher, no Deadlock. Just trying to get something going. You do have the blades.
You also have Divide, Glass Cannon, Sheriff. Doesn't want to buy lower than 1100. Looks like there's going to be some reassessment. Okay. So still some firepower if the shots can come through. We know that something can be deadly with these blades. Quick push over, getting ready to come through. Knives up and over the top. Jing able to find that first blood. Cloud burst down. Is Caterpillar 4. Texture finding 1. The shorty comes out. Something going to be traded. Brings it now into a 2v2 with Patman tagged down to 16. Here at backstairs. 3 swings on the floor. That's not really going to be a viable option as well as they just spam him down. They guarantee it. Karan with a 4K. Gen.G to 6.
Yeah, even though Gen.G kind of walks into the trap that Paper Rex has set up, they're still able to fight their way through it. The blades not really able to find the value that you'd like. Smokes here from Texture, really, really nice to help block his team from the angle that something was trying to take.
One enemy remaining.
And Karan, absolutely disgusting with the Vandal. Really nice reactions, really nice recovery for Gen.G. It looked like that round might have been able to swing into Paper X's way, but instead it's Gen.G up to 6, up by 5.
Piles crunch attempt here. Keeping forward, and the Haunt reveal is massive, and something quickly collects 2. Catman coming through, something with a 3K, and Forsaken with the cleanup. I was wondering if they'd go for it. The conditioning was there. Gen.G deciding to try to attack that B site once again, and Paper X perfectly read it.
Yeah, love the combination there with the Fade Util as well. The Haunt to really set things up. Change some angles. It's just a quick dash out, and there's that Haunt finding value. Just spraying through, even finds Foxy 9 there. Unbelievable. The dash up works a treat. The crunch from the Omen TP as well from Jing on the other side. It's a nice little variation on a classic.
Jing gonna be trying to do the same thing now. Here at the B site. It's a tiny bit of damage onto Ash, but cannot collect the elimination. So stays alive for now. Pit at the same time now in play here.
Yeah, tough situation now for Foxy that he's facing.
Shutting them down.
Not really able to get good info inside of that pit or do much about it. Gen.G just holding the line, looking for another aggressive play from Paper Rex. Do tuck Jing into Wine. They're looking to try to kind of just box out the entire map other than mid. Try to force the Gen.G players through there. But if they break through, do have Forsaken now backing up something. Gen.G can get the read on this. Might be able to get in and get something tagged up.
You should run.
Lockdown coming through, Nightfall in exchange. Patman scaling forward, trying to clear this out, but Foxy 9 holding his own. Finds the kill, finds a follow-up. Something can only get Munchkin. Trying to crunch, trying to scale forward against an audioless Killjoy, but Foxy 9. It's just been too damn good. Devi will find 1 to bring it now into a 2v3. No, not even a full HP bar here between the 2 remaining players. Goes on the long flank and Foxy reading it decently well, cannot win this fight.
This is... Time's just running out. I don't think you can get this going as Paper Rex.
Ash gets antsy, which he does. Goes for the check, but Karan has been a bit of a beast. Looks to try to rush them down. 4K found for Divide, but the time is just not going to be there. Gen G still with cash in the bank. Get themselves the clutch and get themselves now up to 7.
Yeah, I've been really crediting Gen G's macro, but I really like Paper Rex's macro on this round. They've got good answers for a lot of what Gen G wants to do here. They have an answer for this lockdown. They just can't quite get there. And Patman's got Foxy9 blocked in, knows he's there, should have the advantage in that situation, but Foxy9 just outplays him. Gets 2 to boot. That's just how good Foxy9 has been this event. Truly one of the standout players. That right there is why. Able to fight his way out of bad situations. Sees snakebite combo attempted here by Paper Rex, but nobody home for it to catch. Something, again, to be tasked with trying to take mid-control. Well, they should know he's pretty far back, given the spam, and given that the knife didn't connect. They don't really seem keen on challenging this. I think still some of those aggressive crunches that Paper Rex did, where they were able to get a round in their hands again, has got Gen G trying a very different strategy here. Playing a little bit more slow, a little bit more methodical. Oh, this time they challenge Foxy and win. Forsaken there, got the read off his util, opted to go for the swing.
Fragment at the ready here from Patman. Trying to hold them back on this approach here into the A side. Forsaken swinging around, rejoins. Fragment will end up going over towards main. Texture trying to entry forward out of tree. Ends up getting taken down.
30 seconds left.
Critical kill found here to try to stretch his lead. Transfer attempt, and Munchkin gets it done, but cannot get the cross. The spike now going to be dropped. Here at Something Speed, and Patman helps hold the door. A third round win here from Paper Rex as they look to try to rescue this half.
Yeah, they're just able to match Gen G here in their movements. Munchkin looked like he might be able to pull off another miracle for Gen G, but didn't quite come through. Paper Rex this time making better reads, kind of adapting now to this slower pace of play that Gen G wants to try to counter them with. Oh. Ridiculous stuff. I mean, Forsaken there just can't get the spray controlled in time. Had a good, nice play set up. You know, he's attempting to follow up off of Munchkin's kind of wild early spray, but just not able to get there in time. This looks like it's actually going to be a pause for Gen G now, as they want to consider how they get a few more rounds squeezed out of Paper Rex.
And I actually find this a little bit surprising, because Gen G has been one of those teams that's a little bit more reserved when it comes down to utilizing these timeouts. They're already in a decent enough position here on the attack, but looks like they want to try to get everything that they possibly can. Figure, well, let's just not have to save 2 for the second half. Let's just go ahead, burn 1 now. And obviously, gives that opportunity over to Alex. Get into the ears of the players, try to come up with a strategy. Last time, it ended up working out very, very well. The thrift didn't come through, but then they go for the tiles crunch, and it worked a treat.
Yeah, I mean, I think here with the Blade Storm available, you want to try to figure out a way to see if you can sneak this eco through, and then kind of have an idea for the final round. Big push out over at short for Paper Rex. Last time that Prowler was cleared, it was a challenge of the angle. It's actually Devi who's just kind of jiggle peeking it over there. Meanwhile, Gen G looking like they're gonna sell some kind of fake with the Blade Storm. Okay, no. They're actually just gonna make a rotate. No real contact though. Knife about to come back online. Gen G also has Munchkin's ult. Turret cleared.
A little bit of additional spam. Quick push coming in from behind. The rush coming forward. Texture able to collect 1. Forsaken going to be knocked out of the park. Draft is still available as well if you want to try to go for the window peek, but it's going to be the null command to start things off. Devi sat back over towards the site. Picture ready to go up and over the top. Devi, however, mowing down 2, but one of those is going to be Munchkin, who is Rezable. Now brought back into the fold, but the spam out from Mark gets something. Collects Foxy 9. It's the one
30 seconds left.
rifle in hand here for the moment.
Spike planted.
Patman, something, Jing, all clustered together. The drone trying to chase. Karan playing off that flash gorgeously.
One enemy
And finds a timing on the Patman. Karan looking like the monster we know him to be. Jing trying to play off a pixel, but nothing can be spotted. And he just has to drift away. A monstrous round win here for Gen G as they secure 8 at least at the half. The timeout call working to deliver.
It's on a knife's edge. Devi almost spoils this round for Gen G. Something as well. That spray after the res back onto Munchkin. Get it connected on one more player. Could be a very different story, but man, Karan has had some huge rounds. Impactful multi-kills. And that right there, the timing to swing up the stairs. I mean, the flash first. Just right as the paranoia is expiring. Vi has a great sense of it. Flash, go.
They didn't have a full connection on the something, was widely able to avoid it, but still just a little bit too accurate there is Karan. That is a Gen G thrifty, the likes of which haven't been seen for quite some time, but we were plenty used to them just last year. Glass Cannon Operator now invested into the final round of the half, as it's going to be a triple face out, and Jing helps to shut it down. Patman the only casualty here on the side of Paper Rex, as they similarly look to pull off a little bit of a lower buy.
Yeah, this is the first time it's worked.
Hello.
Goodbye.
Still immediately found. Munchkin now. 1v4 to try to clutch this one. Since the pop flash, Jing caught by that. 0 point will fly. Real time to try to shut the door, and now going to be tethered as well. Loses his audio for a brief little moment. The drop down needed to snipe that one out of the sky. Forsaken from behind, will be able to find it. And at the half, it's going to be 8-4.
Yeah, another strong start here on Gen G's attacker side. Paper Rex has a lot of work to do here on Ascent.
Certainly do. Needing to deliver, needing to find that other pistol round win to jumpstart the half. We'll see if they can get it done. As that map 3 is still looming in the distance. Paper Rex trying to reach it. We'll see if they can after the half. Here at the half, 8-4 on Ascent, their map pick. Paper Rex, the ones at risk of being denied a third place finish here at EWC.
Yeah, and what a hot start for Gen G, and Karan in particular, 14-7 on that attacker side as the Omen. That's bananas. What a half he had. And, you know, we used to think back to this map and Karan being an absolute menace on A site. I've had many people tell me about how much they hate playing against him on this map because of how good he is at his positioning. Now, he's struggled a little bit this year, but we'll see if that's going to give Paper Rex some grief still. They're maybe going to be able to find some answers. Very, very important pistol round. And ooh, Ash takes a bunch of damage.
But Forsaken got to take a headshot. Texture just counter swinging from Cat. A site opened up though. Something trying to push forward, has that shorty. That's going to be a poison cloud here in his face. Doesn't want to try to scale through that one. Wary about some additional presence. So Opposite just hold the door here for now. Has fallen down to 66. The push coming in, but thinks that he's going to confirm the kill there onto the first pump, but cannot make it happen. Munchkin mows down 3 as he often does with a ghost in hand, and Paper Rex cannot find the pistol that they so desperately needed.
That's brutal. That's brutal for Paper Rex. You can see they know it. Munchkin is just fearsome in these pistol rounds today. It's been just devastating. A nice shot to open things up for Texture. Something trying to catch him off guard, and he kind of does. He just thinks that he's going to get the first and tries to turn for the second. Can't find either. So again, the conversions here, normally Paper Rex so good in their individual play, just not able to find those moments. So it is going to be the Outlaw scooped up for something. A couple players do have full armor. Texture and Munchkin both going to get that. It's a big buy up here for Gen G on this bonus. 3 Bulldogs, 2 Guardians. Something though. Good for the punish, and he got it.
Levi with a nice follow-up as well. Gets rid of Texture. Getting a thrifty win after dropping the pistol certainly would be nice. Patman with a good shot finds Ash, brings it now to the 2v2. Outlaw tags Munchkin to 10. Doesn't confirm the kill. Rotate can come through. Something with the classic drawn out, finds the shot. Now it's Foxy9. Left to his own devices, the market door closed. Patman already forward into B main. Seems like Foxy, uncertain if he's missed the timing or not, but we know that he has.
Let's see if they get the read on this. Something is repositioning. Seems like he's going to be decently aware. Wouldn't expect the turret to come out here. I don't think Foxy's going to want to reveal where he's coming from, but it's already red.
With just the 25 health. It'd have to be instantaneous, and it is. Swings past the shot. Pumps the brakes here for a moment. Patman, so very clutch in their road to becoming champions over at Toronto. The drop down and this shot on the peak is gorgeous. Paper Rex, massive round win. They close the gap.
Well, that's one way to get things going again. That Outlaw is a brilliant buy, and something on the Jet is also having a tremendous ascent. Just phenomenal. Push out there. And the crunch from top mid. Knows that he had tagged Munchkin up already, so switches to the classic. He hit the easy kill.
Let's go.
All right. Still some work to do, but that is a great bounce back for Paper Rex.
Destroyed.
Prowler just cleared here by the classics. The Sheriff's not making any noise. Something again going to be set up on the angle as the recon goes in. Shot going to be missed. Something eating a bit of damage to the wall. Still some places that you can wall bang.
That's the dash used.
Not enough.
Going to have that.
Poison orb emitting.
You know, you could potentially have tossed the Outlaw back to Devi. Gone for the execute, but now they're going to change directions, try to find some more picks.
Still could, but playing on these longer sight lines. He'll just hang on to the sniper here for now. Thrown to try to check. Doesn't get the ping reveal. There's a 0 point. Going to be noting Texture's position, as well as Ash, it would seem. Tries to catch the timing, but will just end up falling down. Second layer is going to be there. Texture fully blinded up. Foxy9 able to find one as Jing will fall. And now it is just Munchkin and Karan to try to see if they can get a bit more damage across.
30
Players
seconds left.
still lurking in mid. Seems like Divide not getting a glimpse there of the enemy KO.
One enemy remaining.
Shot is found. Munchkin quickly able to collect the one, but Divide's there for the counter swing. Outlaw on the floor. Not going to be very costly at all here for Paper Rex. They continue to try to claw back this map.
Yeah, it's that 0 point there. Lets them know somebody's in market. And that allows Jing to throw that paranoia through as well. Help just scale forward. That's pretty clean and efficient for Paper Rex. After taking the eco. Divide there, quick to respond. Forsaken as well, swinging in. Now things getting a little bit more interesting. 3 rounds away from Gen G.
Dueling null commands available.
All right. Kind of comes down to a timing sometimes with those who's gonna want to pop theirs first. Just depends. Munchkin though, way back.
That's spamming through to try to really play this in though. Disguise this position at Pizza, and it's worked out. Ash now striking. Gonna be null commanded. Munchkin again trying to provide some covering fire. Batman will be able to go ahead and equalize. Finds that kill. Forsaken pushing forward. Batman now on the floor. Texture able to find that one. The peak coming through. He drops down that A-Heaven ramp. Goes for the res. The tailwind popped. Texture secures the kill this time, but loses his life in the process. Now a 3v3.
Munchkin still got that ult.
The null command still being held here. As you say, Munchkin send that flash over the top. Foxy 9
Spike down.
finds a headshot. The spike on the floor. Divide trying to join in, but Foxy just drags it across. Munchkin backpedaling. Foxy reloading. Charon lurking. As Divide wants to be clutching. Paranoia a bit too shallow, but Munchkin is there on the timing, and Gen G will reach double digits.
And again, it's Foxy 9 coming up huge for Gen G. Just plays that so well from Boats. Getting those kills so quickly and efficiently, and then not giving anything up for free to Divide to allow the swing to come from Munchkin. Hard to do it better than he just did. That is really stellar stuff. A little bit of discussion being had there, I saw by Gen G at the end of the round. Not sure if something went wrong in the beginning or mid part of it, but the end of it was glorious.
Going forward, but Texture not getting caught by that flash at all. Munchkin right here alongside him. And they just tear apart Paper Rex. Jing now, last one standing. Have to be the 4K, and Texture says, that's my title, good sir. Is ready and waiting, reads it well, and swiftly dispatches the enemy.
Yeah, just dealing with that pressure immediately. The double push out, the turn of the flash, and the response is there from Munchkin and Texture. Jing just had to gamble that maybe they'd stay in A main there. And Texture not fooled by that in the slightest. Now he's going to grab an outlaw of his own. Guardian for Ash. Hero rifle for Devi. A stinger.
Eyes behind it as well. Yeah. Get onto the side. Flash over the top. The peak is fully blinded up. Texture desperately trying to backpedal, but something going to be held at bay here for the moment. A Texture does make his way out to safety. Very chaotic start. Orf going to be taken. Forsaken one charge off, having that Nightfall online.
That's a quick pivot though from Paper Rex. Could be fast enough that it catches Gen G a bit off guard.
Seeing the poison orb placement. Late into the round should tell you this is maybe that pivot call coming through. So mid being watched. Munchkin ready to push forward. They're all lined up!
Spike down mid.
In the blink of an eye, he collects 3 kills. Something peaks. He spots the demonic IGL on the opposite side and immediately tries to drift away, joining in with Divine. Munchkin, however, continuing onward, looking for more. Will be felled. His reign of terror brought to a brief end, but this round is just as much finished.
30
that is
left.
outrageous. The timing there for Munchkin could not have been better. You get to see what was left in his wake. The spike and so much weaponry. That is unbelievable. How does he just keep doing it? It's
10 seconds left.
So many of these rounds for Munchkin, you just feel like he's got a third eye. It's like he can see the future.
Being able to find one, but Ash wins the fight versus Divide. Another weapon loss, and something dies. Ash finding the wall bang. Had he not fired in response, Ash likely would have just kept his finger off the trigger, but instead Paper Rex can carry nothing forward.
Oh my God. Oh, that's just the dream. As a KO player on Ascent, they just line up for you like that. Don't even have to use util. Now he's got another ult. Forsaken as his, Devi is his. Here goes Texture.
Their own attempt here at the crunch, and Ping reveal is going to be a little bit late. Munchkin traded, but traded up. Karn just swings in from tiles. 0 point shows site is open for the taking. Patman getting tagged up, trying to work his way over. He's immediately going to look to try to reposition here. At least check in for the flank. But every single player here on Paper Rex needing to pull their weight in this round, or else this map, this series is over. Jing spots on the one. Patman finds the first. Finds the second. Still more to contend with. They'll eventually be overwhelmed. Bounding forward, Foxy9 down to 50 HP. Has a lockdown, but it's not a good enough position to even remotely try to play this one out. Taps it, the push, and something is there. Keeps them alive, but barely. 5 rounds needed to try to get this into overtime.
Oh man, Patman standing tall on site there, getting some huge impact kills and keeping Paper Rex in it. I mean, you still need 5 in a row, but
player standing.
This is a nice attempt from Foxy9, but that readjust from something well thought out, well timed, and catches him off guard. He thought about it for a moment, but pulled off. Now Texture, Operator, Blade Storm, so many ults to talk about here. Munchkin grabs a Judge. He's identified there, but don't always, it's been so solid for them. The economy's there where they could have all rifles. You might not anticipate that the Judge is here. This is something that we know Munchkin loves to do. Loves to use this to just do, obviously in this case it would win the game potentially if it's not caught out, but just do that psychological damage as well. Kind of beta response here though, our Paper Rex. They want to figure out what Munchkin's up to.
Has to play in front of the Zorb. Is able to do so. Texture at the same time, finding Forsaken. That Nightfall now removed from the equation. But Devi breaks things open. Something in response as well. A great shot to find Ash. TP forward, however, Karn into the smoke. Noting, dealing with Jing. Devi's flank is looking great, and Patman continues to persevere, pushing forward. Plant just here at the base of hell. Foxy9. Another attempt to try to make a go of it as Devi pulls back, drops down. Always made on the reposition, but 3 players facing Foxy this time. Can't even get close. Some smiles returning.
Yeah, I mean, just Devi there. I mean, just so ready for that angle. And he just dispatches Munchkin in an instant. That breaks everything open. That was the real danger of that round. Texture with the op got a kill. And in the 4v5,
here,
Paper Rex swarms in. They're able to get another one. Hope still there. Lots of ults for Gen G. Bit of an eco. Karan this time with the Judge. Foxy9 with a hero rifle. But it's every ult imaginable for Gen G. Pit and a Nightfall here for Forsaken.
So damage traded eventually, the turret going down, but up and over the top goes Texture, and instantly Forsaken has fallen. Texture once again getting the read. Repositions around towards mid, trading places here with Ash. The lion's share of Paper Rex, the remainders pushing forward. Karen has backed off the angle. Isn't playing close on the wall. He's playing right there in main. Flash avoided, 0 point, finding 2.
Paper Rex just really unsure about how they want to play this. with 2 there, might think B could be the weaker side, or they might try to set up for a crunch. Worked last round, let's go for it again.
Like a 3-1 split, but the timing sense is there. Early fragment out. Bell command's gonna be popped. Hunter's Fury from across the way, and Karan now striking. Oh, Hatman dead from a great distance as Karan will find the final. Gen G couldn't get it done yesterday, but here versus Paper Rex in their 11th clash, they will take them down and secure 3rd place at EWC.
Paper Rex's poison powers past them once again. Gen G, such a difficult opponent to go up against. So many teams have fallen to them this year, and they're gonna get themselves 3rd place here at EWC 2025 Valorant. Another crushing defeat for Paper Rex against a frustrating opponent who just has the read on him.
They do. They've talked about it. We talked about it. They don't like playing Gen G. They just have a very solid understanding of what Paper Rex likes to do. But I think kudos to Paper Rex. They have been through a gauntlet. This team has been non-stop competing since the start of Stage 1. From that tournament to nearly being eliminated from playoff contention by TFM, to making it to Masters Toronto, to lifting a trophy, to playing in the ACL, to coming to this tournament, to making it to playoffs and placing within the top 4. They are in need of a break, but unfortunately for Paper Rex, Stage 2 is just around the corner. And with a different patch, a different map set, their work is going to be cut out for them. But we know that they are going to be able to continue to contend at the top of the region. But now, let's send it down to the stage. We got Fancy standing by with Ash.
Ash, until yesterday, you've had a complete run. It was very clean, but now you've secured 3rd place and $130,000. How do you feel about this run?
일단 애쉬 선수 첫 번째 질문으로는 일단 어제까지 또 그래도 좋은 이제 경기력을 보여주셨고 또 아쉽게 이렇게 우승은 못하게 됐지만 그래도 유종의 미를 거두시면서 이제 3등에 $13만 상금을 가져가시게 되는데 좀 소감이 어떠신가요?
우선 4등이랑 3등이랑 그 상금이 2배 차이 나더라고요. 그래가지고 우선은 더 많은 상금을 가져가가지고 좋습니다.
Yeah, I heard the difference between the 3rd and 4th was actually double. So yeah, I feel good to, get the money in the bag.
Absolutely. Well, no contender wants 3rd place, but you've showed up, entertained us all, and crushed so many keys. How would you carry this experience to the rest of the season?
이제 또 승리하시면서 이제 상대방의 키를 또 부수는 경험도 하셨고 여러 가지 또 좋은 경험도 하셨기 때문에 또 앞으로가 되게 기대가 되는데 좀 앞으로 이제 스테이지에서의 좀 각오는 좀 어떠신지 궁금합니다.
제가 매번 긴장을 해가지고 좀 못할 때가 많은데 그걸 좀 이겨내고자 열심히 하겠습니다.
Well, every time I try to show up, my nerves actually got away with it, got the way in. So in the next stages, in the next matches, I'll try to overcome it as much as possible.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations on securing 3rd place. We would like to present to you the keyframe complete with a bronze heart to signify this week's achievement.
이제 젠지의 3등을 기념하는 동 모양의 삼각형을 꽂아서 상패를 드리도록 하겠습니다.
Let's give it up one more time for Gen G!
bit of a reprieve, a little bit of revenge, and getting back on the pedestal of winning. Gen G 2-0 pretty comfortably here against Paper Rex. I think Paper Rex, Achilleo said it best, exhausted going the full distance after bouncing back against DFM in Pacific, then winning Masters Toronto to the third place match here. You can understand why both these teams left it out all on the line, don't have a lot left to give, and we are so gracious and thankful for having the opportunity to watch these two Pacific Titans do battle. Let's break it on down. Digon here alongside Baby Bay and Big Time. Big Time, thoughts here on this Gen G performance?
You know me, I couldn't miss a Pacific matchup. Had to get here as fast as I could. But yeah, I mean, I think this was in a way sort of the expected result, right? Because Paper Rex struggle against Gen G. Stylistically, it's not a great matchup for them. Gen G tend to get their number. And as you say, Gen G just looked very calm, very confident heading into today. And Paper Rex couldn't get that momentum that they're really well known for.
Yeah, this is now 5 wins in a row for Gen G against PRX. It just seems like PRX has not figured out how to deal with them whatsoever. But Munchkin was on a heater. I don't know how he keeps finding these random multi-kills. It seems like the universe aligns for him in some of these moments, but he was popping off on this Ascent map.
Yeah, it's so nice when your IGL is just able to hit these shots. I mean, I've been speaking about this guy all year long because he can so consistently do this. This is not a normal thing, right? You don't always see IGLs having the performances that he's able to have, while also calling very, very solid macro games and just holding up his own mechanical level. So truly a very, very great player with hopefully a very long career ahead.
Yeah, and on the opposite side for Paper Rex, just back to the drawing board, we take a look at Karin's stats from that last one. Another player, I mean, you go up and down that roster, you got the big three, Karin usually in there, not so much earlier, but in today's series against the reigning Masters Toronto champs, he was able to do so.
Exactly, it's good to see him back in form because he's a big part of this Gen G roster's success. A lot of people look at this guy like he's the best controller in the world. Like when you think of controller players, his name is up there with the best.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, he's had a slow tournament, right? We've been speaking about it the whole time. We needed him to wake up. Textures had to do a bit more heavy lifting than he's used to, but really nice to see a little bit of return to form there for Karin. And I think that shows positive signs as we move forward throughout the year.
Well, as the Paper Rex's journey here at the Esports World Cup ends, we have Davai standing by right now on stage with an interview.
I am here with Paper X Divai. First of all, nice glasses.
Oh, thank you.
I want to ask about the match just now against Gen G. They are just so... What is it about Gen G that defeats Paper X every single time? Even on the international stage, really, teams that have been beating you are regional teams.
I'm not sure. I think they are our father now. They keep reading us like a book, you know. So, I mean, yeah, they play very well. I mean, we always have trouble, like facing Gen G. And hopefully we go back and reset and, you know, try to beat them in stage 2.
Well, you had an incredible run this year. There was a point where you were almost not going to be on any of the global stages. You ended up beating DFM. You made that incredible run through Toronto. Everyone knows about the Paper X train. And you placed top 4 here at EWC. How are you feeling? Are you tired? Are you satisfied? What's up?
Yeah, I mean, it's a mixture of both. Like, obviously, I'm very satisfied and also tired, but I'm pretty sure it applies to some of the team. I think they came from Toronto as well, so no excuses. But yeah, I think overall it's a good year for us. No complaint. I mean, obviously, we want to win everything, but it's hard, you know? Like, everyone's working very hard as well. So yeah, I mean, I'm very happy with the way how we perform. So yeah, no regret.
And in just 2 days, VCT Pacific starts up again, and your first match is going to be against T1. How are you going to rest for that? Are you going to rest? Are you going to practice? What's going to happen?
Yeah, I mean, can't wait to play. So, I mean, probably just going to try to get some sleep in plane, and yeah, good to go, I guess.
Yeah, I guess it's going to be a bit tiring for you guys, but it's still been an incredible year. And because of this year's results, and over the past couple years, Paper X has been on an incredible journey. Do you have any message for your fans who have been supporting you since the beginning and have always believed?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I'm very thankful. I'm pretty sure the rest of the boys are very happy to see you guys are here as well today. And across the world, that staying awake, you know, like at some random timing. So yeah, thank you so much, and we appreciate you guys, and hopefully we bounce back towards stage 2. So yeah, hopefully looking forward to play the new map.
Yeah, that's right. We do have Kuro coming up next. Thank you so much, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, Paper X Divide.
Yeah, the train doesn't stop there for Paper Rex. They're going straight back into VCT Pacific. As he said, he's going to try to pull the shades down over on the plane and get some sleep. But this squad, we know the heights that they can achieve, and they have their sights moving forward over to stage 2 and Champions.
Yeah, I mean, it's still a long year. Even if they might be a little bit disappointed with their placement here at EWC, there's a lot more time left to watch this fan favorite team play. And if there's one thing we know about these guys, it's they can bounce back.
Yeah, I mean, that schedule that they've just went through is so brutal. I think they do need to find a way to be able to like reset and kind of rest a little bit, because if not, it's just going to be extremely, extremely difficult going into that champs. You need to find some time to regenerate.
Big money there for the Singaporean outfit and Gen G as well. 130,000 going to our third place finisher, 70,000 going to Paper Rex. And when we take a look at that total prize pool, there's only 2 slots left to fill in. Big time. The EMEA Grand Finals about to happen here for the first ever Esports World Cup presenting Valorant tournament. It is going to be a huge one. We will have that set up in just a little bit, but give me your quick final thoughts before we toss to a short break.
I mean, for me, I've always been a big EMEA believer. I said it was going to be EMEA versus EMEA Finals since the very start.
Yeah. Okay, Bea. Okay, Kakuka's over here to my left.
Big time.
No, it's really great to have these 2 teams here. It is a revenge match for Heretics, and I think they're going to be looking to really upset the top-tier outfit that is Fnatic, and I, for one, can't wait.
Dre?
No, they're not getting upset at all. Fnatic are the top dogs for a reason. I got my boy Crashies over there. We got Chronicle popping off, and we got Kayak dropping 30 bombs on maps. It's going to be cooked for Heretics. I'm telling you right now.
All right, we're going to have a short break. When we come back, the Grand Finals pre-show into the opening ceremony, then the big one. It's Team Heretics versus Fnatic for the title of first ever Valorant champion over at the Esports World Cup. In the third place match, Gen G victorious. They take third over Paper Rex. Don't go anywhere. More Valorant after this.
This land is calling.
Well, we are on the cusp of crowning the first ever champion of Valorant here at the Esports World Cup. Fnatic or Team Heretics, both teams have had their moment in the sun before. And now the desk is going to get a little bit more colored in terms of the flavor of who is the favorite. Joining myself, Big Time, and Kukuka is Spanish legend of gaming. It is Mixwell. Welcome, brother.
Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure to be here.
Yeah, so for people that at home that don't know, Mixwell is co-streaming the event right now from the arena. How's your experience been so far?
I mean, the arena is insane. The amount of production, how the stage is set up, so you can really see everything in a perfect angle with big screens on top. It's not the same as other events where all the crowd is on the same angle. This one you have a very good view of it, and also the people that came here from the teams,
the super fans.
Yeah, the super fans are cheering really hard. It's the atmosphere is insane.
My personal favorite has to be the Gen G, because they do the Gen G. Have you seen it? It's pretty insane. I think, do you like the, on the sides, you have the player cams all the time? I think that is very cool because you can see the reactions all the time. Speaking about Heretics, of course, you were a part of it. What do you make of their run so far in the tournament?
I am impressed because after losing the stage 1, they didn't win a single game. So they came back after winning against Titan. As far as I know, they had a big talk between them after the first loss against NRG, and that solved a lot of their issues. And it seems like it's something more mental than in-game. They are a young team. They have a lot of experience, but I feel like something was wrong before. And if they have to win a tournament, I think this is the one.
So they've had a great run so far, even if it has been a little bit rocky, but it's a different beast they have to play today in Fnatic. So no bias, pure objectivity, pure game. Do you think that they have it in them to beat the Titans today?
I think Fnatic is the clear favorite. I think Chronicle is the best player in the world right now. I think he is playing really, really well. I also think Kayak is doing an amazing job, and it's going to be Wood and Rians against them both. I think both have to be in their perfect game. In my opinion, Fnatic has the upper hand. It's probably going to be a 3-2 for Fnatic, but Heretics has a good chance.
You're mentioning Wood, you're mentioning Rians, but you got to play with Boo back in the day in 2023. He was IGLing back then, if I'm not mistaken, as well. So how do you think he's grown as a player, grown as an IGL? What does he bring to the team now that you know, firsthand, I think, can give us that information?
I think he has a team that everyone really respects him, much more than in the first team, and to be honest. There was a bit of internal issues in the first roster of Team Heretics, and I think that the tandem of the coaches and him are a really good team as well. And he's grown into a much better leader, I feel like. And I think he's had a really good semi-final that brought a lot of... I didn't speak English for such a long time that I don't. Sometimes I have to think about the word, but
está bien.
Yeah, he has much more. His individual level is much better now. Yeah.
She asked about a question from the past about Boo and your previous experience there. On camera right now was that VCT EMEA finals. What do you think they've learned from then to where they are now in this grand finals?
I think they are a team that they always play good. The question is, what did they have learned from Fnatic? Yeah, Fnatic is a team that is really polished, with a lot of players that do little to no mistakes. And when it's time to win the game, when you have a moment where the player is in the spot to win the round, all of them are capable of understanding what's going on and reacting fast. Sometimes in Team Heretics, if they are choking a little bit, those 3 seconds that they have to take a decision are not as good as Fnatic, I would say. And if they want to win, they have to be on the same level today.
Couple more questions, y'all?
Yeah, so to follow up on that, so you've been in esports for a very long time, you were a very successful player. How would you personally approach the sort of mentality side of this, of the fact that Fnatic have been able to best Heretics a lot recently, and now it's that kind of comeback? What do you have to change kind of in your mind to be able to get that win today?
I think the most important part is understanding that Fnatic is a really good team and that you will face a really good match and it's going to be tough. So you have to already accept it. Yeah. So when you get into the game, you don't get really shocked by whatever happens. And you have to go round by round and have a really positive mindset. Even if things go wrong, you can still win the game, especially on BO5. The map veto also is good for them. So I would say they are not the favorites. No one is expecting Team Heretics to win anyway. So just have a positive mindset and enjoy the moment.
Also, going up about how the Heretics that we met, not only last year, but I'd say more at the beginning of the year where they weren't able to qualify for the international, definitely missed them. Now they're leaning more into that double duelist. Do you personally like those comps? Do you think it fits them? Do you think it's something that works for them?
I think it suits them very well because Wood is playing amazing.
Yeah.
It reminds me a little bit of Shanghai Wood when he was playing incredible.
Yeah.
And Minibu is more of a role duelist where he creates the space. He doesn't dominate that much. And Wood is a player that individually he's probably the best player in the game when he's on. So if they both play together today, I think Team Heretics has a really big chance of winning.
All right, Mixwell, everyone, thank you so much for joining us here as we set up the grand finals, and Mixwell will be streaming that from the arena. Now let's take a look at some of the stats that we have there for Woot, who has been, in Mixwell's mind, one of the best players on the team, who's been super, super good so far and has been a standout player for Team Heretics.
Yeah, I mean, he's just looked electric this tournament. As Mixwell just said, it reminds me so much of the Shanghai Wu. I mean, when he was put onto that duelist, nobody really expected too much. There's a lot of hype around Minibu, but I think, as he says, this guy is the one that we need to pop off if you want Heretics to get that win today. There's so many massive players on the side of Fnatic, and you have to be able to match up in firepower, and Wu is certainly the one who can best them.
Yes, definitely. You know what? You would know because you had the opportunity to chat with some of the players over at Team Heretics. So let's take a listen to Big Time's interview with Team Heretics.
Hello, it's Big Time here, joined by Riyadh from Team Heretics. So I wanted to ask you initially, you guys have had a little bit of a bumpy road here to the final, some close clutches, some 1v1s to keep you in the tournament. What are the vibes like right now in the team? Does it just feel like everything's on your side?
I mean, right now, the vibes inside the team is amazing. We had a rough time before, and especially the first game we lost against Energy, and then we had really deep talks with the team, and then every single game we won, it built confidence in our team and fun. So vibes are amazing in our team right now.
Perfect. So today you're playing Fnatic, and when you played in Stage 1, they bested you twice. So have you learned anything from those games? Do you feel more prepared heading into this grand final today because of those losses?
I mean, of course, we learn something every time we lose something. So I believe we learned a lot of things from those losses. So it's time to win now.
And finally, we saw you put up a monstrous performance yesterday against Gen G on that initiator role, but on the other side are Crashies and Chronicle. How are you feeling for that head-to-head? You think you're going to diff them today?
I mean, hopefully. I respect them. They're really good players. I think Chronicle is the GOAT of Valorant, I would say. I like him as a player and as a friend as well. And Crashies as well. I think he makes his team comfortable, I feel like. And yeah, I mean, hopefully it's going to be a good game, and hopefully I'm going to diff them.
Thank you so much, Riyadh. Best of luck for today, and back to you in the studio.
Big Time, you can go ahead and take it from yourself.
You tossed it to yourself. That's so cool.
Back from me in the studio over there. No, wait, I'm in the studio. Back from me wherever I was.
Yeah, there
I've
we
returned.
Go. Well, you know what? You've returned, but so has Mr. Matthews. Welcome back, brother. It's good to see you here. We can't just have one team before the grand finals. We'll have both here. Mixo was on here saying Team Heretics are the underdog in this one. Do you feel the same way? Do you like being in the favorite mentality, or do you like being in the underdog mentality?
Well, I mean, if you think about the script, Paper X obviously hadn't won anything on Masters, and they went on to win, and then Heretics haven't either. So I'm hoping that we don't let that script play out. I think we've beaten the last 2 times in the grand finals we played against them. I hope that continues. Obviously, our team is really wanting a trophy, having not won a big trophy internationally in a very long time. So hopefully today's the day.
I mean, maybe hopefully today's the day that the Heretics breaks the curse. No, it's just so sad to see them coming so close. But as we're seeing, of course, for Fnatic, even though they didn't have the strongest start of the year and they missed out on that first international, first and of EMEA at the end of stage 1 and that runner-up position at Masters Toronto. Sam, I wanted to ask you, have you had a chance to, like, I assume you have, but how would you say the team is feeling right now? We know that the turnaround time has not been a lot since Toronto and that final to be in here. They've been flawless so far.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can see it. They're super hungry. They really want to get back to the top and ultimately win champions. That's the main goal of the year. I think every step along the way, and this is a big one, if we can take this down, we can prove we can win a championship again. And I think, you know, the players like Kayak, they're coming in like super hot. Althea's on form, Chronicle's on form, Crashies, you know, everyone has their day, right? And that's what I think is amazing about this team.
Yeah, and it feels like they've been able to perform in all types of settings, whether it's a small match, just a regular season match, all the way up to grand finals. They always put it out on the line. I love that DNA that they have here in the team. Big Time, what do you have here?
Yeah, so I wanted to ask, how do you and the whole organization, I suppose, deal with being the big dogs? You are, you know, a huge, massive organization, especially here at EWC, and a lot of people want to take you down. They want to get your key in that trophy. So what's your kind of approach to that, even from like a behind-the-scenes level? Do you know you're the big dogs, you know?
I definitely wouldn't call us a big dog. We take everything seriously. Performance is very important to us, and we're trying very hard. Colin and the team, there's a big team behind the guys. It's not just about the players on the stage. I think, Boaster is an incredible leader and charismatic personality that lifts the morale and lifts the team, which I think is really one of the special sources of all pro teams, is you need to find that person to build around, and Boaster is our guy. I would say that, we're good at VALORANT right now, but we haven't been so good in other games, so all the fans out there, I'm sorry, we're trying our best.
Could be a great day for you. I think you bring up a very important subject that I would also like to ask you about. When you have a team that plays so much internationally, that wins so much, I believe that there's that point where the burnout becomes a concern. What kind of resources have you put into making sure that the team is in a good form when they come out, that they feel good mentally to take on everything that happens during the year?
Yeah, so we've been pretty consistent with having a performance coach behind the guys. They're obviously doing things like in the gym every day whilst at the tournament. They're eating relatively healthy as much as we can get them to eat healthy, and getting that sleep in is really important. But I think ultimately it's all about like that mental reset, getting yourself ready for game day. They've already proven they can win in championships, and I think they're very experienced. Chronicle, Althea, Bosta, so and even Crashies, has won internationally. So it's really about just resetting, coming in, wanting to take the victory, and taking Heretics down.
All right, people are watching all around the world to see who the first ever tournament winners of VALORANT will be. The arena can hear us as well right now. You've got the super fans in there. What do you want to say to them before we go into this best of 5 grand finals?
Thank you for all your incredible support. Once Fnatic, always Fnatic. We love you guys so much. Thanks so much, and keep rocking us on.
Yeah, Sam Matthews, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us here, CEO of Fnatic. And right now, I think standing by, we have Victoria with one of the arrival interviews. So take it away.
And now we have Fnatic Alfire. What's up, man? Great game against Paper Rex yesterday. What did you guys do different to make sure you're going to best them this time?
We were more ready than Toronto Final. And on Toronto Final also, we couldn't ban the maps we don't want to play. And yesterday, we banned, and that's why we win.
Yeah, and today you will be playing against Team Heretics. And right now you guys have played 8 times. You've won 4 times. You've lost 4 times. Obviously, the last 2 times you won against them. Who's going to win the 5th time today?
I think we showed multiple times we are the best team in AMA. And I think it's time to show again.
All right. And you have a lot of fans here in Riyadh in Saudi. Do you have any words for your fans who are supporting you?
Thank you, everyone. Eyvallah to who is supporting me. Yeah, that's it.
All right. Well, thank you so much. Good luck on today's match, your grand finals.
Thank you.
See ya.
Keeping it nice and simple, focused on the match, we welcome Baby Bay back on in for our pre-match. 4 minutes before we go and celebrate the greatest matches that Esports World Cup has seen in VALORANT. And I think we have to talk about the stars now, and we have to look at Chronicle. He was our MVP from yesterday. He had those pop-off moments, and he's wanting to get over the hump here.
Yeah, I mean, Chronicle is the player's player. Chronicle is the GOAT in many people's eyes. You know, he's up there in the prize money. He's up there in the championships. And, you know, he won his first title, what was it, 4 years ago? I mean, the longevity is absolutely insane. For him to still be playing at the top level, putting up the numbers that he puts is absolutely absurd. How could we not talk about this man as we head into this grand final?
So you're saying Chronicle is him?
I would say so.
Yeah.
Good. That's good. Because earlier you were saying...
You said a lot, but all I heard...
A lot of people said, but... You're now saying he's him.
I mean, just look at his stats, right? Number 1, number 3, number 3, number 2, number 49 this time. Yeah. Not going either way. But yeah, this guy has been lights out in this tournament. I mean, he is really in contention for that MVP of the entire tournament, trying to win that extra little prize himself.
All right, but that's not our only matchup that we're keeping an eye out for. We're looking at the IGLs here because they've had quite the boon, I would say, so far in terms of the tournament, looking very, very good. It's Boaster and Boo in this series, both of them having standout moments.
So Boo has had a boom? It's good. I think that yesterday when we saw that Lotus, that final map in the Heretics versus Genji, and I would say throughout the entirety of it, not only in overtime, Boo's performance took them to where they are today. Both of these players have had some, you know, a little bit shaky performances here and there, but it's good to see that the closer we're getting to closing this tournament, they're giving the best out of themselves.
It was really cool to see him pop off because I feel like it's something that we haven't seen in quite some time. And for the side of Boaster, yeah, it's not always the best mechanical display of talent, but his mid-rounding and the way that he sets up everything and his reads and adaptability is what really puts Fnatic at a different tier against the rest of EMEA.
The world,
The world. Well, yeah, well, the world now. Yeah.
Very true. If you doubt Boaster, you don't know ball. That's all I'm going to say.
All right, 1 minute before we head on over to the stage, so it's time to get our final predictions here from the desk. Let's start with Kukuka. I think it'll be very interesting to see which way you go.
So you're not letting me say just the EMEA, right?
No, absolutely not.
No.
Big time, I sense some saltiness here, and it is not my fault. It is not my fault. I'm going to say that I love the storyline of Heretics being always the bridesmaid, never the bride. So, Fnatic.
Ooh. Yo, let's go. Fnatic all the way. That was really awkward. Yes. But all good. Yeah, can we do that again? Yeah.
Give me a score.
Fnatic all the way.
Give me a score. Give me a score, Dre.
Fnatic all the way. 3-0. The same way in EMEA.
Big time. Quick.
Insane. 3-2 Heretics. It's their time. They come back. They make it work today.
There we go. It has been a long wait to get VALORANT here, and now we have them. The first ever tournament winner for VALORANT is crowned right now to kick it off, the opening ceremony.
We've played Heretics quite a few times in the past, most recently in the final where we did win against them as well. I think they might have something to show us today. I'm hoping so, because I want a good game. The only problem is I do think that we are looking really, really good right now. We're on good form, consistent, and the map pool is pretty good for us, so I say good luck to them.
We are here now, so I'm super happy that we can make it again into the grand finals with that team. Being the first winner of the VALORANT in EWC is really, really huge for us because there is 4 teams from every region. It's kind of like champions, and it's gonna prove so many things.
The very best of the best have graced this stage this week for a chance at history, a chance to etch their names in the record books as the first ever VALORANT Esports World Cup winners.
They came from every region, every playstyle, every kind of pressure. But now, only two remain.
A European clash that has it all. These two teams know each other so well. But this time, the stakes have never been higher.
They are fighting for the lion's share of $1.25 million, the club championship points, and this trophy.
Just one best of 5 separates them now from it all, including a spot in VALORANT history.
This is it. This is the grand final of VALORANT at the Esports World Cup. So how about we welcome our teams?
Wait, before we do, can I just ask Riyadh, are we ready for the final? Wait. The teams are standing right there. Riyadh, make some noise!
All right, this is it. And for our first grand finalist, a team that stood the chase for the trophy, and they have survived every test of time. But now they are chasing another chapter in their legacy. Please welcome Team Fnatic!
From consistent finalists to winners in waiting perhaps, here to end their finals curse and lift their very first trophy, Team Heretics! This is it. EMEA versus EMEA. For everything. The grand final of VALORANT at the Esports World Cup is here.
Well, each strike of the drum, destiny's drawing closer. As Heretics defeated the ones who cast the curse, now they must face their demons. But before we get into the grand final, as the teams ready themselves on the stage, before the headphones go on, Riyadh, one more time, make some noise for your EWC VALORANT Grand Finals!
As we get into the veto, Lotus up to start. It's been a staple of Fnatic Sunset, no surprise. And while with Pearl and Split going, it's a map pool that seems to have a lot of balance within it. The stories are ones of almost complete opposites. You have a team known for taking titles, known for wins, known for getting those trophies. You have the greatest player to ever do it in terms of winning those titles in Chronicle. And on the other side, you have a team that have had many opportunities. This is their 6th chance at a trophy. And when you talk about the likes of Fnatic, you're not just talking domestic, they've done that. You're not just talking international or off-season. They've done it all. They have every single accolade under their belt other than maybe a Champions and, of course, this one. That is what they're gunning for right now. And the team that stands in their way in Heretics, they've got the potential. They've had more than potential for years. When this roster was built at the very beginning, we were talking about a team that ultimately, if they did okay, they would have been happy. Making an international was a dream. Getting to the final of 2 of them was a miracle. But now we're past those miracles. We're past this team can do it, they can be good. And now it's all about if they can actually finish the job. as said, for Fnatic, they finished it many times.
Sunset in there, a good sign for Heretics, picking up a map, but they need a little bit more than that. Their chance to finally break the mold and set themselves free from the story that has haunted them now. Going all the way back to Masters Shanghai. They've tasted revenge. Now it's their time to do so again. A regional rivalry set up on that stage. And it all starts on Lotus. Fnatic's pick. They come in here historically as favorites, but between these two, I'm expecting a close match.
Yeah, we've seen them play a few times this year. Obviously, the last two were very dominant in Fnatic's favor. They've won 3-0, 2-0 in the last two games. The one before that in the group stage where the pressure wasn't on, that was where Heretics took the win. And I think that's going to be the main thing going into this match. Sure, you could talk about compositions, you can talk about the superstars on the stage, but ultimately the difference is pressure. One of these teams thrives within it, improves as the tournament goes on. The other seems to blitz opponents, and the second they get into high-pressure matches, that's where things go wrong. Yesterday, we talk about the likes of Boo. He's not the man that you'd expect to lead the scoreboard. You have Wu, you have Mini Boo, you got Orions. But Boo was phenomenal yesterday and won them so many important rounds in a match that went the distance, went all the way to OT. And that is the map that Fnatic have chosen as the initial battleground. That is a map that has been their bread and butter for an insane amount of time. Never really adapting, never changing their composition because they are comfortable in what they're coming in with.
Oh, Lotus set up for us. As the drum fades, it's time for the pistols to make some noise. The barrier's about to go up. And for Team Heretics, a chance to correct the history books and how they've been written so far. Fnatic on defense. A quick start for Heretics as they group up towards this A site. No control behind. Not playing with that Sentinel. They need to be a bit more direct when they set up these plays. And Mini Boo, that's exactly what he goes for. But a quick shot from Chronicle puts the numbers in Fnatic's favor.
And they need to trade this one out. Crash is looking to upgrade, but it's Chronicle already! We've spoken about this man as a potential MVP, and he looked to try and ace the pistol, but he'll be shut down. Now Wu, looking to try and match him on the 4K. He's taken a lot of damage, however, and his reposition is being watched, Mitch.
Oh, they've come back together, and it's the Sheriff. Only the one body shot needed to close that out, but it's all eyes on Chronicle. That round was unbelievable. You said they need to trade it out, and yeah, he got a 1 for 3 after that initial fight. His teammate going down, the flash only blinding him for a millisecond.
Spike down.
Even a collateral in the mix. Round 1, and we almost got an ace on the board. And that's a strong start for Fnatic.
He's probably the one man in this server right now that doesn't feel pressure. I don't believe he's ever felt pressure in his career thus far. Obviously the most trophies under his belt. But he has had a crazy individual tournament. Normally he's very consistent in his manner, putting up decent numbers and having a few good games. But he's currently the #1 rated player in the entirety of the tournament. And I think he's #2 in ACS. #1 is Woot. So that at least makes things a little bit more interesting. But as we sort of talked about, for Fnatic, I have high expectations that he will perform today. We've seen it, pistol round, 4K already. It's the other side I'm worried about. Is the occasion going to get the better of them?
Well, talk to me as we have a technical pause on the stage early about the expectations coming out of this first half. Fnatic on defense now already with a pistol round under their belt. Where's the goalpost for them? Or more importantly, where's the goalpost for Heretics on the attack?
Yeah, I think that's the more interesting point, because although in recent times, like their game versus RRQ, for example, Fnatic had a very good defensive side, and the same can be said in their recent matchup versus PaperX over at Masters. They've always been incredible on the attack. I think Boaster's calling maybe second to none on this map. So good at pulling those rotations and playing. So I think that ultimately a minimum here for Heretics is you want to win the half.
Like, you want to come out on top because you know going into that attack, Fnatic are going to be incredibly comfortable. Yesterday, they ended up dead even versus Gen G, and the game ends up going to overtime. And that was with them winning both pistols. They've already not won the first.
The bar set high for the attacking side. Coming into this one, as the barriers go up, you can see that there's nothing crazy going on. It will be classics and a frenzy for that attack. And a very direct approach from what we've seen of Miniboo. When he's on this agent, he is throwing himself at the opposition. Damage done to Boo, already decayed deeply and eliminated immediately after damage dealt by Chronicle. And 2 picks, not bad. Let's see how much more Rians can get those. 60 HP stuck in the corner and an easy tee up for a closer. 2-0. Fnatic starting strong on Lotus.
Yeah, not much expectation in that round. Of course, it was a minor investment with an attempt to get onto the site and get that spike down. Something that was very difficult in that last match as well for Heretics to deal with was this Senti Viper combo. I think Munchkin played a fantastic game yesterday. And they're already, you can see they're testing things out in this low round of let's try going through this util. Let's see how far we can get, how quickly those players will trigger that utility, and if maybe there's a cheeky play to be had. Because that's what worked for them with this more aggressive initiator comp. It was disrespecting that double controller.
Well, this wouldn't be the round to follow up in it. You typically want to play that bit slower, but with an off-in play for Kayak, there's danger lurking. That danger's on the C site, though, leaving Crashies a little in the open here on A. Caught by the contact play, but Heretics still spreading the net thin. The spike around the middle of the map. They can take this wherever they want. I think a B split, most likely with that space conceded. Fnatic have already filled in that space towards the A site. So a push there be very detrimental to Heretics' chances indeed. And you know, seeing that operator in play, if they can manage to crumble a site, there's a good chance for an early save call out of Fnatic.
Oh, that's not pretty.
I'm out of here.
Alpha up against a fellow countryman, but not a teammate. You can kind of expect slightly more risks being taken in this round for the defensive side with the low buy, but the remaining weaponry I don't think is going to be thrown into the wind. The Guardian can go. Boaster can try and make this one interesting, but the operator alongside that Phantom are likely just to be kept.
The time for spamming very much over. 11 bullets left, nothing to reload back into that rifle, and you know, the Guardian could be thrown away, but also decently useful if they can keep it for the next. The other players most certainly, as you said, they're much more passive, and this is what we were highlighting. You make that bigger investment, your margin for error is much lower, and once the early game doesn't go your way, it's all about the save. For Fnatic, strong economic start. They gave themselves a chance at this one here, but for Heretics, the same can be said. 5 players alive. That's a great bounce back for the attackers.
Yeah, no, they're going to be very happy with that. It's an opportunity to get that extra economy early and not have thrown too much away in this sort of round and have vulnerabilities. And then the other side of things, it's you have a little bit of a buffer. I also just think for Heretics, like getting on the board early is fairly important. You know for a fact that if Fnatic lose a map, it's not really that much of a worry. Like, they are very resilient in their mental. I think the other side of things with Heretics, we have seen them crash out in finals especially. They can go from a 3-0 victory in a lower final and then go straight into a matchup versus Fnatic and end up going 0-3. That's exactly what happened in EMEA Stage 1 earlier this year. The more painful ones, of course, where you go back to 2024. The 3-3-2 losses in a row. There's nothing more painful than that. A squad that definitely should have a trophy, but as of right now, don't.
Well, we saw in that previous, the Guardian saved over, gives a lot of economy to Boaster. They can afford a full buy around and all, this round and the next. It's an uphill battle for Heretics, even with that full 5-man left alive in that previous. Because remember, they managed to dodge the op. They didn't go towards the C site where the expected hit was to come through. They spread the net, they played their default, and they got a pick off the back of it. Won't be so easy this time around. The danger of that op going to be lurking for a few rounds to come. And that's the man we're really wondering at how strong his performance can be down on that stage. We've seen it before. Kayak can single-handedly turn close maps into clean ones. Team Heretics, I'm still feeling hopeful after looking at their series yesterday. Managing to best Gen G sets them up for a real chance, but this is the final boss.
Well, the fun thing for Kayak that sort of will remove a bit of that pressure is he's done it at Ascension, he's done it regionally. This is the next level, this is the next step. Right? They made it to a Masters Grand Final. But also, well, I kind of agree with the sign. You have experienced veterans who are still incredibly young, explosive players. And the likes of Althea, Chronicle himself, like it's easy to forget, he's still in his early 20s with how much he's already managed to achieve. And then you have a leader like Boaster as well. But I also think that's something that Heretics have. Sure, they don't have those accolades to go with it, but it's these 4 youngsters, Rians, who I think just manages to play way above his age. Like, looks like an incredibly experienced player. But then also Boo. It was a very interesting interview that we saw in this tournament where he was stating that, what was it, Mini Boo cried for an hour after losing that defeat, and in that time he was laughing. He was laughing at his brother and the emotions that he showed, because for Boo, he believed that once it was done, it was done. So even yesterday's victory is not going to be playing on his mind. We mentioned the stories of curses and the stories of overcoming the team that set them up for failure. But for Boo, that has never really been a problem. The man is ready to get right back into the server and play once again. Fortunately, it does seem like he is the man that maybe is suffering a little bit at the moment from this slightly extended break. At least let's get this out of the way in the first map, you know? Get it sorted. We can get back into the action.
Exactly. Smooth out those issues early on. Looking down at the shots we're getting at the crowd there, listening to the noise early, it seems like certainly a pretty heavy lean in the audience towards Fnatic. I think Heretics one of the better equipped teams for dealing with that. They don't need to have that crowd on their side. As the rounds build up, you think about the video that we played before we got into this. Even Boaster said it himself. When it comes to the map pool, it just looks stronger for Fnatic. But if you do think about where Heretics can find that dub, you think about Sunset, that map number 2.
Yep.
Solid for that still being in the pool. You go to Icebox afterwards though, favor goes right back to the other side of the stage.
It's a weird one because I think no matter what, the map pool, for the most part, I'm going to be favoring Fnatic. Like, everything seems to lean their way. You're talking about experience, you're talking about depth of map pool, you're talking about performances this year. They are the favorites, there's no doubt about it. And for Heretics, they have all that additional pressure. They are quickly becoming the team that couldn't quite make it. Oh, wow, we got celebrities in the crowd. Very handsome celebrities as well, wow. Pal and Yumpy, of course.
Or Yumpy and his pal.
Yeah, that would have been better. They're going to be keeping an eye on these two teams, of course, in a very short amount of time. We'll be back in EMEA, and they'll be having to try and beat them out. But we are back into the game. We're ready to get this grand final back on track. And if you're just joining us, it is the first full buy of the match.
Yes, the entirety of Fnatic armed to the teeth. Guardian saved over from the previous giving economy, and I said it was to Boaster, but he actually dropped one of his teammates. Chronicle still carrying forward that healthy bank account. And Kayak roaming around. Early on, ready for the C fight. They set up the one-way smoke. Now Boaster's left to hold that control. Kayak comes into position, and with this contact play, Heretics haven't taken the space. Good thing is that wall should provide them a bit of protection. That op not given away. I don't think it's fired a single shot. Heretics might not know that it's in play, but certainly could suspect it. The steps heard here. Miniboo knows there's a player on the other side of this wall. They're shoulder to shoulder, and it's Miniboo to topple Crashies. Good space now for that B split if they want to go for it. The rest of the players shifting into position, but they weren't outside the gates. He's alone for now, and Alphayer takes advantage of that isolation.
Yeah, this time winning that battle. That was the toppling domino of the previous round that ended up forcing a save. Instead, winning that fight. But the time is against Heretics here. 30 seconds left as they look to split in towards the site. Smoke will be coming down. Kayak will try and hit the timing shot, but nothing found. Post plant looking likely, but the nade could make things awkward. It's going to force a reposition.
Time is low, but not low enough. With Fnatic not being able to push them off that plan. The question is, do Heretics keep pushing, keep taking space? And they do. It was into the op for a moment, but once the stun fades, once it subsides, they give that space right back up. Boaster grabbing himself one alongside Chronicle. They can now press through that door and really put the pressure on from almost every side. The thing is, Heretics have found the one angle that was open. Benji gets taken out by the op, but Riyadh's standing strong. They've got a firing squad set up, and it's Woot left to do the damage. Kayak can take him down. 12 HP left. The defuse tapped, and Kayak drawing him into a fight, but it's Woot firing right back to equalize.
Oh, the Turkish duo already on fire. That was what, a 2 versus 4 scenario. Yep. Riyadh's with, we were watching from Woot's POV, but he was just a passenger. It was the immediate double tap of players as they looked to try and round that corner. And even then it was left down to Woot, and he just about managed to escape. I think he may have even used the blast back to his advantage just to get away. An early high impact round for the side of Heretics, but with that save just a round or so ago, Fnatic are still buying here.
Not going for the op this time, just seeing how disruptive that utility was. They're not going towards C early. That wall's robbing them of any real angle. The Heretics taking the space in the back of it. Instead, it's a idea to punish that space take with the Odin spamming through the tree, and Heretics are taking this in the other direction. They're moving towards what was previously either a one-way smoke with Boaster holding or an operator on the angle. Instead, they will have an easier time getting up the first choke point, but into the C site, they'll be diving right onto that Killjoy utility, and now Chronicle's rotated in. A snake bite ready to bloom alongside his orb.
He's definitely under pressure, but it's the other side of the map where the fight is coming in. Chronicle's early numbers have allowed him a Viper's Pit, and they're walking right into Alfia, or maybe he's walking right into them. Woot winning that battle once again. The Viper's Pit of Chronicle, he's had to leave it and will only get the one. Heretics have dealt with that incredibly well. The question is, I was going to say, are they still going for it? With that amount of damage, they don't know about it, but it might be the right call.
Yeah, it would make things much easier, but as you said, they don't have that info to fall back on. You hit tab if you're on Fnatic, you look at the credits and you realize we really don't have enough to invest into this next one if we lose all these weapons. Heretics then build up a lot of momentum early on. They can't afford to take that risk. Fnatic are on the other side of the map. The weapons will be carried through. An attempted buy in the next, but already the danger dealt with. They went into that Sentinel and quasi-Sentinel hold. They got past the Viper utility. They dealt with Alphayer before they even got near his, and then the Viper's Pit is stood alone, surrounded. They push around and through it. And that's enough to cause the save on the other side. The lead now there for Team Heretics.
Well, I think the big thing as well is you're going to look at Boo's stats right now and go like, well, he's not really done too much. But him sort of just being on the other side of the map held 3 players there. There was no, normally you'd see that rotation back through B fairly quickly, allow them to get into position and help. But realistically, the second Alfia went down, it was, can Chronicle hold on to a pit that they're already past? And the answer was no. You could see he tried to retreat, he tried to get away. So Boo managing to hold them there did so much. Now they're going to challenge for this control again. Fnatic continue with their purchases. Ults dissipated, but Alfia at least is close. However, the same can be said for Riens. A Rolling Thunder in a late round scenario would be wonderful.
Could work wonders for this squad indeed. Heretics now, the lead is theirs. The economy of Fnatic still under threat if they lose this one. Boo's been drawing their eye consistently towards this angle. He's been spotted now, but Crashies wins that. He got pushed out by the door. He was isolated. And that one duel gives them all the space and info they need.
Now you see the rotation. That's exactly what I was talking about. They're able to get back into that B site a little earlier, and now they're waiting for these plays. The thing they struggled with in the last round, Fnatic have immediately adapted to. And now you look at the difference. Last time they ran into a site, wiped out the 2 players and had a plant. This time they get caught on B. They're being flanked on as well. We got there in the end, Crashies. You know, first few rounds, we'll forgive you. Well, a flawless round for Fnatic. That shows the difference of Boo staying alive and Boo dying.
I like the Odin for this reason, right? The first bullet accuracy doesn't matter as much. You get a little bit more time with the spray. Look at this. He's being forced forward by the door and still wins the fight. And that's it, exactly as you said, Tom. The fact of them taking that space, Crashy's pushing up, having all that rubble control, the numbers are already shifting to the other side of the map. A 2-2 setup there. And especially with it being Killjoy and Viper you're pushing into on C. Ready and waiting. It's an uphill battle. Team Heretics, 3-3. The numbers even, Fnatic building up that little bit of extra credit economy. Miniboo right on them. And even with the stun, Crashies is good for one. Immediate play by Boaster to grab it and get out. Even though he gets hit by the stun,
that's okay.
He's able to make it to safety.
Yeah, if anything, it's helped him around the corner a little bit. Fnatic happy to take the retake. Ultimate's unlikely to play a part for Heretics, but a singular kill for Alfia could get the lockdown on line and really put the pressure on them. They're taking things slow though. Still wary of a player being outside of the site on the flank, and that is taking time to clear, but the fact is Heretics are all boxed up, playing these crossfires. The Viper Scream will fall, and that will be Fnatic's cue to go. Already, Benji lands that first shot. It's evened up. He's bounced away by Kayak, but that time is ticking. And they don't have enough. That's crazy. They clear out every single player, but it just took them too long.
They clear them out so fast as well. Just too much posturing, waiting to get back into that angle, waiting, I think, for the Viper wall to go down. The TP goes across, and sure, Boaster falls, but the trades come in so quickly. I'm surprised they waited that long. It's just a little bit of a misread, but then you think, what if these players lasted that little extra second? That moment or two longer, even on that fight, and then there would have been no time had they have went a second earlier. It's a strange one, and Heretics have to feel like they were gifted that. Now coming into this round with quite a bit to work with in terms of those ults. I guess their economy being tamed a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh, nice opening though. That smoke, they were already ahead of it.
Yeah, Alfia trying to get a little bit spicy with it, has been punished. I think you saw the real value in that round of that Viper Screen, but more so just the ruse it sold outside the site. Fnatic took so long clearing to see if there was anybody back towards Rubble, but they just ran out of time. Miniboo, he's going to try and challenge. He's going to slide in on Boaster. Well, already a 2-man advantage. He'd probably like to just dissipate here. Instead, he's forced into a fight, and the rest of the team coming to face for Crashies! But he has managed to come out with 3. A one-man army, and eventually Kayak brings the cavalry.
That's unbelievable, Tom. The only thing he whiffed was the Prowler. He couldn't get around the corner, but once he got himself in there, in the mix, it was a flawless solution. Even dodging the flash and picking up 2, buying the time for Kayak. You can see he wasn't really committing to that fight. He was allowing them to have that little bit of cover, to delay that little bit longer, and close the round out cleanly. That's a great round for Fnatic. Like you said, they might have lost the round before, but Team Heretics lost all their weapons, all their players. So fully investing into the previous, they have nothing to work with now.
And this is rough. You're almost hoping for a mistake. They've spotted a couple of times. Alfia up close. They're going to try and put the pressure on running through the utility. Miniboo gets the job done. That was the goal. Get into the site, get a plant, and try and put the time on their back. You also have to bear in mind they do have a Viper's Pit, but the nade coming through with the C's has actually not dealt a killing blow. Should allow them the plant, and they are going to commit the Viper's Pit. This is now a hefty investment.
It is. It means they're starting to believe that they have a chance. Benji Fishy's gone down. It was a snake bite from Chronicle alongside the Nightfall, and Chronicle just rolls over them. Woot's left alone and dove on by Kayak to close. Fnatic winning out the round, and sure, there wasn't a lot invested, but dealing with the Viper's Pit so quickly, so easily, that's got a sting for Heretics.
Of course, in the crowd, Sam Matthews probably having a great time watching Chronicle play like this. It's got to be one of the best signings Fnatic have ever made. His performance already, I think that was 14-4. And Kayak seems to be right there with him. Someone who clearly is hyping up the team while also putting up those crazy numbers. And you said it, that snake bite made all the difference. You're running through a Viper's Pit. You're trying to make it worse with these weak weapons. It's tough. You kill that Viper immediately, that round falls apart. And that goes from, oh, it's some pistols and a Neono. Who needs a Neono? Overdrive, that's good sometimes. Sometimes people use it to get one kill. But then you put in a Viper's Pit, and that's a little bit more costly. Tactical pause taken. First of the series. Of course, both of these sets of coaching staff have one thing in common. And that is they are looking for an international trophy. Fnatic have had them in the past. The Fnatic coaching staff have had the domestic ones. But none of them have managed to get one on an international stage. That is the goal. And for Fnatic, I mentioned it at the beginning, they get to 6 or 7 rounds on this defense, they are going to be feeling very confident on their map pick.
It has been a bit of a back and forth affair so far. And the Nightfall, alongside the Snakebite, really turning the tide in their favor in the previous, only secured them a round that they should have already had. It only counters out the one ultimate for Team Heretics, while leaving them without much to fall back on in this. And more importantly, Kayak, showstopper available, players outside his sight. This will be a split on the B side. This will be the showstopper put in early. Miniboo takes no space. Paranoia from Boaster is perfect. And the nade to slow some more. The advantage building for the side of Fnatic. And it's all thanks to Kayak. Unbelievable defense on that side. Heretics, they tried to put the pressure on, but they were the ones to crumble.
Yeah, they're looking for gaps elsewhere. They're hoping that maybe this has left additional space, but it wasn't like that was a B stack. It wasn't like they had the whole team there. It was just once again one of the individuals. And then the combination of that Viper screen, just allowing those isolated fights for Kayak. Woot is all that remains, and while he tries for 2, ends up with 0. It is now 6 already on that defensive side. And I am not surprised he's smiling.
This is beautiful. Just the placement of Kayak.
And look at the screen, immediately up.
The reaction was there. The blast pack to boop boo out of the round, and it was done from this point forward. Utterly clean. And we've seen this Kayak reposition. He's been towards C a lot of the time. You expect to see that Raze contesting early on A, throwing the nade through alongside the Cs. This is the standard play, but he was in the right place at the right time. Now Team Heretics left with pistols.
They are targeting Alpha yet. That has been one of the plans for Heretics. It is a plan that most teams have failed at, but they've done reasonably well so far. An early stun to force him back, but this time not committing off it. Maybe hoping that it will bait some rotations out, but again, the difference in buys is hefty. Boaster's actually sat with 8,000 credits. So they will be comfortable until the end of the half, even if he's buying his teammates Odin's. They're going to try and put the pressure onto him here.
You got that deeper Viper wall, looking for the split straight through, but Boo's going to use it as cover up close. It's heard. Crashy's detecting him immediately. No jump from that Omen, but his smoke is still there. It allows Miniboo to get up top. As the smoke fades, Chronicle, the one left with the challenge. It took a moment to get there, but not long enough for the pick to come through on the other side, and the recovered weapon.
Enemy remaining.
Well, it's on a 49 HP player. It's an Odin, and that's usually where you need a little bit more time spraying away. Another round for Fnatic. It was slow. It was back and forth. Heretics had the lead at one point, but now Fnatic have the reins.
Yeah, their round losses came with a few saves. They were not willing to gamble into some of those disadvantaged retakes, but once they got going, they have been very difficult to stop. And I think Crashies as well, like an incredibly slow start to this match, but now he's back online. Chronicle never stopped. Kayak up there as well. It is a recipe for success. And now even starting to have a little bit of fun with it. Mentioned if Heretics were going to compete in this map number one, I felt like they needed to win the first half. They'd be lucky to be close.
And a gap of 2, a pistol and follow-up, and that'll only put them even. This has gone from a daunting task to perhaps an impossible one. This is what made the difference against Gen G, that TP from Boo, but it doesn't change anything this time. He's shut down. Mini Boo follows his brother to death, and Benji Fishy trying desperately to hold that mantle high, but he is put to bed. 8-4 at the halftime. Fnatic have found their form, and for Team Heretics, it's looking bleak. We'll see if they can find hope after the halftime. Well, before we went to the break, Tom, you said that you wanted to see Heretics win out that first half. Now, unless my eyes are playing tricks on me, it's not quite a victory there. No. Half the rounds that Fnatic put up, 8-4. Moving on to their defense, fair to say that things aren't looking too good for Team Heretics.
Look, it's map 1 of a best of 5. It's your opponent's choice. You kind of expect to go into that one and struggle. Obviously, on paper, I don't think it was too bad a map for them whatsoever, but Fnatic have been the masters of this map for a long time, especially when you look at these regional matchups. They have played it in a similar fashion, with a similar comp, even with different people on the team. And the thing that really always stood out was how they played this attack. The calls, the reads, the misdirection of Boaster. So unless Heretics have been one of the few that have managed to clock on to how Fnatic are playing,
Toxin screen down.
I think we're going to have to hope for Sunset.
I mean, there's quite a bit of hope there. But 6 out of the last 7 have been losses. And even the victory was an OT against KC. But for Fnatic, if they come in on form, it could be a different story. Heretics, the mood looked low on that side of the stage coming out of that first half.
Toxins going up.
Let's see if they can find something to bring morale up. It looks like a decent read already. You can see this rotation towards left side of the map. And a B push coming through. Chronicle could be in danger on the rotate back.
Yeah, the problem is you kind of have to be aggressive with this composition, and something Fnatic are masters of is holding that ground. Chronicle is going to spot the push, but already having info of another around that area means that they can continue to pressure in towards this C site. Yesterday versus Gen G, it was 5 out of 6 pistols for Heretics, and they just about managed to get through that series. Right now, they are struggling. Kayak with his 3rd kill of the round already. And Rien's wounded, battered and bruised, but he will still take the fight versus Alpha.
Rien's, yeah, like you said, very, very low indeed. And once they know where he's coming from, it's over and done with. The scary thing here, you think back to yesterday, and Rien's was the standout player on Lotus up against Gen G. But for most of the game, up until those last few, up until your OT, Boo was the one putting in so much work individually. Kayak just found more kills in one round than Boo has in this game so far.
Yeah, it's definitely been difficult. And you could see that he attempted one of the same plays that he pulled off many a time. It was that TP to the back of Science in the first half, and you could see how ready Fnatic were for it. They were watching. They were keeping an eye on that match, and again, it brings the value of their staff. Aggressive push coming in, but Alfia comfortable in his hold. The Outlaw finds him too. Mine now falls into Boaster's hands. He pulled out the operator at the end of the last half and was connecting, but realistically, there's only 2 players to be found. One of them, Woot, only has a classic.
And the other one's on the other side of the map. Getting anything here would be impressive for Woot. We start to play a game of narrow margins if we're talking about damage to the economy, and bringing this one back when Fnatic are on the cusp of double digits. Oh, well, Woot is okay, winning. He gets wallbanged down to 7 HP by the Outlaw, has a classic in a corner, and still walks away with 1. Impressive indeed.
Hey, 1 more would be nice. 1 more kill, and this is costly. Yes! Rienz has found 2! Somehow has made this interesting. It should have been a done deal already. He doesn't expect the position of Crashies, but has started to make that realization. There's so many angles to check that he can't quite find the last one, but wowee. It was dropping weapons was the goal of the round. He's definitely done that. The only worry is how far behind they are. If this was a close scoreline, that would be an incredible round. Unfortunately, it's not.
Oh, if this was the start of the game, this is a fantastic start to the half. Considering the loss in the pistol, considering the opening triple kill from Alpha, trading out just 1 of his teammates, and the weapon recovered. But ultimately, this position from Crashies that gets any danger and discards it completely. The plant not for him, and that's what wins it. Now in another fight, okay, Benji Fishy, he's been good on this angle. Did the same on the attack side when the shoe was on the other foot. It's a valuable pick with Kayak down. That's the guy that would be diving on you.
The problem is he doesn't have that same Sentinel support. So they're going to put the pressure on, and then they deal with him very easily. They also lost the aggression of Bill on the other side. Miniboo's going to try and make a play through. It's solid, but he doesn't find the frags. And now Woot is all that remains. Fnatic looking set to absolutely dominate this first map, and the hero of Woot from yesterday, the #1 in ACS this tournament, they just have to scurry away to live to fight another day. He's hearing the doors open. Damage would be nice, but the reality of the situation is him having a hero rifle for the next round holds far more value than doing damage in this one.
Still, where's he going to go to save this? As we can see, he has nowhere to go safely. The A site would be at least a solace for a moment, but they would have caught up with him eventually. The net was spread thin, and they were clearing the map section by section. This is full control for Fnatic, and like I said, the next map, there's promise there. Fnatic had first ban, so I'm not coming in thinking, oh, well, maybe they left Sunset open. They had to get rid of Pearl. Somewhere Heretics are good is Sunset. Somewhere Fnatic have struggled consistently is Sunset. But if Heretics come in cold like this, I mean, there's a lot of fights we're seeing here, Tom. The Boo brothers, they're not activated, but even just across the board, this is looking weak from Heretics.
Yeah, the early success. They've lost 8 rounds in a row now. Sure, with a pistol in the middle, but it doesn't make the sight any prettier to see from what was a close back and forth start. Fnatic found a gear that we don't know if Heretics have, and that is Grand Finals form. It takes a lot to get to a Grand Final, but it's a whole different ball game to win one. Well, just look at the buy. This is to try and stop Fnatic getting from map point. And they have got Stingers and some Sheriffs.
They're saved credits for the next. The flash, decent, but they were safely behind the mound. Benji Fishy down. Losing your Viper on that seaside hold, and we saw how much value that brought from Chronicle being there. Obviously it was alongside Alphier, and the Sentinel certainly helps out in that battle. Even just having the alarm bot to tell you when to put the snake bite through. Now with 30 seconds left, they take it in the other direction. Paranoia and the haunt scene. Boo even spots the pack. He knows that there's players coming his way. Mini Boo gets aggressive on B, finds one upgraded rifle. Okay, this is looking recoverable because there's only 15 seconds left. The spike is making its way to the site. All eyes on Boo. If he can drop this spike, they may well be in with a chance, but he'd have to get past Kayak. Instead, oh no, it's disastrous. He's missed the shots he needed to land, and this has just been every round. They're set up with an opportunity. That blind was perfect. He couldn't see a damn thing, but by the looks of it, neither could Boo.
Yeah, this has just not been their map. We are not seeing the Heretics of the last few days. Their initial games in this tournament were rough.
No, it's Pulp Fiction. We didn't need a replay.
But they were coming. Oh no, yeah, he's even getting called out by Chronicle. He knows how much of a whiff that had to have been for him to survive. Well, it needs to be 8 rounds in a row. And already it is a straight dump of utility and ultimates to take over that seaside. Benji's had no choice but to fall all the way back. Even still, he'll take a bit of a tag. They're now going to immediately re-pressure for that control.
The stuns dodged by Kayak. The space now going to be contained with this lockdown put into play. It needs to be an aggressive play. It needs to be quick from Team Heretics to get through this choke point to break that lockdown, and they're being spammed out. 3 seconds left. Boo tries to round, but Chronicle's watching, and the lockdown comes into play with 2 detained. This round should be done. There's only one man who can really stop them from retaking the space, and he's already dealt with. Time ticking away as Riyadh finally let go from his prison, but they're about to be set free from the map as Fnatic claim this one dominantly. A 13-4. What a start to the Grand Finals.
This is a squad that we know are known for tournament victories. And they have shown that they come in today as favorites. It was their map choice, the first of a best of 5. It definitely isn't a sealed deal, but we need to see so much more from Heretics if they're going to turn this around. Sunset will be coming up next, and we have to hope that they're going to be back in the server.
This land is calling.
It is an overwhelming start here for the side of Fnatic as they take care of business early on and leaving no doubt who were the favorites after map number 1. Digon here alongside Baby Bay and Kakuka joining us for a little bit more EMEA Inside Pal for BBL, the head coach back here. How's it going, man?
Thank you very much. Not exactly where I was hoping to be sitting on the grand finals day, but more than happy to be here regardless. Thank you very much.
Yeah, your insights will be sorely missed once you depart, but I'm glad that you're able to join us here. That was pretty one-sided. Give us the quick coaches talk right now if you're on Team Heretics.
Again, it's like what we saw the other day. If you're Heretics, you know that you've got your map pick coming up. You've just played Fnatic's map pick. It's the first in a best of 5. There's plenty of time to recover the series. Brush it off, move on, go again.
I think the interesting thing for me was that all-time record of like Heretics versus Fnatic on Lotus specifically is actually in favor of Heretics. They're 4-1 against them. So to see such a dominant like bounce back for Fnatic here at EWC in such like an important time in a grand final, to me is insane, and it's because of that man on your screen. Chronicle had a crazy highlight.
Not only Chronicle, I think that we saw it all through and through. I think everybody from Fnatic had their moments. At the beginning, we actually saw Alpha a little bit uncharacteristic, missing those shots, actually going down first in so many of those rounds. These rounds that actually Fnatic managed to turn around. But we have to be realistic. Lotus is a very, very good comfort pick for Fnatic. They mastered this composition. They know exactly the length that they can go to with it. And they also have very well spotted the weaknesses in the side of Heretics that I think are struggling to deal with it a little bit after not knowing exactly where to place Minibu or how to like play around him, changing the initiators and whatnot.
I think the biggest difference that we've really seen is that individual level of comfort from the Fnatic players so far. We see rounds like that at 3-4, Crashies wide swinging straight into tree to trade Minibu after he gets the entry from the support. The Chronicle couple of multi-kills very early on in the half makes a big difference. These guys are super comfortable on this stage, on this map. Maybe a little bit less so on Sunset.
Yeah, only one player on the side of Heretics is at a close-up look there at the mug of Sam Matthews, CEO of Fnatic. He's intense. He was in there just like that. But only one player, Benji Fishy, getting into double digits in terms of kills. And baby, the slumps are tough. But now let's flip the side over to Fnatic. I mean, they've looked so dang good. How do you keep that train going?
I mean, you're going into Sunset. You got nothing to lose on this map. It's been rough showings every single time. I mean, you're bound to win one eventually, right? And maybe this is the opportunity, the golden opportunity to get that 3-0 like I was talking about against Heretics here on Sunset. I mean, I don't know. Boaster was looking pretty good compared to Minibu. I have to shout something out. Minibu did indeed pie on that first map.
He pied?
He pied.
Oh, no. I didn't know he was on Pie Watch.
Sorry, booted, not me. Apologies.
You sure he's
It was okay. The sheriff. Yeah. The sheriff. And they did him wrong with the slow-mo right afterwards.
So tough.
Yeah. In my opinion, if Fnatic is to win this second map, probably it gives them some answers. The same way that I think Heretics still have not completely figured out what they want to do with Lotus and how to make themselves stronger. Fnatic has the same struggle with Sunset. For Team Heretics, it's a very easy pick. Last year, Sunset was their map, their home ground. They're flawless this year with the map back in the pool. So, as Paul was saying, the first picks are usually the most comfortable one for the teams.
All right, well, let's take a look at a couple of the rounds that you guys were highlighting here for Fnatic. Round 1, 8, and 10. What made these stand out the most to you?
Well, this one is definitely Chronicle. Remember,
stun,
every single stun is
Yeah.
cosmetic in this game. He gets 1, he gets 2. Why not Akalat as well with the Ghost? We know that he really wants that MVP that we're going to be giving away at the end of the Valorant part of EWC. So yeah, good luck, Team Heretics. If Chronicle, this is the first round that he has in a match.
Yeah, and when your MVP is the one that's doing stuff like this, it kind of gets the rest of your team fired up. And if you looked at the scoreline at the end, you saw big performances out of even Crashies here.
This is insane.
Yeah, taking this 1v1, by the way.
Prowler at the beginning, and I'm like, oh no, and then, oh, never mind.
Yeah, this is just insane. Just completely locking it down, and then he buys enough time for Kayak to come through that broken door and just clean up house. But, I mean, the confidence you have to like turn that flash and still be able to hit those shots, and also the reclear in the beginning is what was most impressive to me.
That's the biggest thing for me. Just seeing someone with that much experience, both in Chronicle and in Crashies as well, feeling so comfortable on a stage in this kind of environment to go, yeah, do you know what? I've just lost my IGL in this part of the map. I'm just going to dry swing this, win that 1v1, and then he goes on to win the rest.
This is so impressive by Kayak, and this is where the composition reaches like the full potential. We see the utility scattering and how the wall goes up, how the rest of the supportive utility comes on, and he, even though he's doing a lot of things, he's in a very comfortable place.
We've got our first best of 5 here. So how did the strategy change? We have a minute left before we head back on over to the stage here, pal.
It's something that you've got to be open to things not going quite as expected. You need to take your time, you need to pace yourselves. A lot of people have sort of different protocols for the vetoes depending on when they want their strongest maps to be in the 5-map pool. So it's interesting that both of these teams come out with their big guns, their heavy hitters straight out. And I think they'll kind of, now Fnatic will go, I'm happy, we're good to go. Sunset, let's see what happens with a double duelist.
All right, give me the player who's going to stand out here. Go ahead, Baby Bay, and then give me the player who's going to stand out here.
I think Riyadh is going to be a standout player for Heretics on this map. I think he needs to be. I think he needs to be able to initiate for Miniboo to have some success and really pop off. But I wanted to get your thoughts real quick because Heretics, last time in the grand final, dropped 3-0. How do you kind of get that out of your brain when like those similar thoughts, that PTSD is creeping up on you? Because you're already down 1-0 and it was just so dominant.
Energy, good leadership, and a bit of motivation from everybody on the stage. All you need is one good moment from a man like Riyadh, and that'll just set you going.
That's pretty good. That leader is the person that you need, because right now I think we're waiting for Boaster on stage, so we have a little bit more time. Go ahead, Kukuka. What do you think? Who do you think is the key player that's going to step up in map number 2?
To me, I think it might be Benji. I think that all of those, the double duelists and whatnot coming in from the side of Fnatic, if you manage to put Kayak and Alphayer in that combined synergy, having a blast of a map, you need someone to stop them. To me, it has to be Benji Fishy. And remember, that 3-0 that we saw in EMEA, it started out the same way with a 13-0, with a 13-4, sorry.
All right, all players are back to the stage. They're getting themselves into the lobby. Map number 2, will it be a 2-0 lead for Fnatic, or will Los Niños be able to fight back? Let's find out for map number 2.
Well, Los Niños certainly need to extinguish the flame on the other side of the stage. That first map was dominant, but the second is somewhere that they stand a much better chance. Perhaps they even come in as favorites. Fnatic losing 6 out of 7 of the last Sunsets they've played, defeating KC in overtime. This should be anything but easy. But after the performance that they just put up in map number 1, momentum might be enough to change the course of history.
Yeah, I think that's the real danger, is thus far, all the players that Fnatic really need to be hitting are hitting. I don't think we saw maybe the best out of Alfia, which if anything is terrifying if he can also be added in, but Kayak was on fire. Chronicle is keeping up that #1 rating. I think he's gunning for the MVP of the tournament. And thus far, there was nothing to really write home about when it came to the other side. This map though, this was their first battleground. This was their first fighting point. The map they looked to try and take away from Fnatic. I'm looking at Fnatic down on the stage with a fair amount of notes. They were well prepared for the last map. We saw even the few ideas that were very successful when they played against Gen G yesterday. Fnatic were ready for all of them. They have been watching, they have been waiting in the shadows after winning their match. And while for Heretics, this is where they have a point to prove. Lose this map, and it's safe to say there will not be many believers in a clean sweep of 3 maps back in the other direction. Win this map, game on.
And realistically as well, when we talk about the successes of Heretics, the failures of Fnatic on this map, it's worth mentioning, at least in my mind, this should be the map that Fnatic prepared for the least. Not to say that they didn't do any, but when you think about the series, it's a coin flip for who bans first. If it's Heretics, they take out Pearl, and you can remove the Sunset. But if it's Fnatic, they remove Pearl, and you probably play the Sunset. Coming in puts it as a 50-50 chance you even play it. Probably the preparation goes elsewhere, but you have some core ideas. Maybe you haven't had a chance to put them to practice just yet. But for Heretics, that might be even more dangerous. Fnatic coming in on form, some new ideas to play with, some unknowns that they're up against. But the main thing they have to do before defeating their opposition is defeat the issues of the previous map. I mean, there were shots just not hitting.
Yeah.
I don't think that was anything to do with the color of the walls behind the players. They have to come in hot to the touch,
or this could be a very quick grand final.
Yeah, and I think although the critique will be on someone like Boo, it's his brother that I'm looking at here. You're going in as now that solo duelist. Woot's impact a lot of the time on this map is a bit more diminished, and you are the focal point of so many moments. And well, after spotting players up mid, they're going to try and fight forward directly in towards this B site. Fnatic, they've already rotated.
Chronicle in position with Alpha. The numbers flooding in, the eyes on Crashies, but round the side they go. Crashies even gets one with the shock dart. Heretics are crumbling here in the pistol round. Torians steps up to the plate. He's got 4, and he could knock this one out of the park. It's a shot to bolster needed, and it connects, but not for enough damage. 20 HP away from an ace. Both pistol rounds have been pretty much the same. A good Chronicle cosplay. Oh, that was desperately
Did he just
close.
get saved by the shields? Was that the difference between a round win and not? The last player you came up against just happened to have shields. Like that was almost one of the greatest pistol rounds. Yeah, it was. He hits the head. I think it's purely, yeah, it is. It's the shields. The difference is the shields. Rians hits the shot, and if it's on anyone else, he wins the round. That is so brutal. That's heartbreaking. He did everything to put his name in contention for play of the tournament, and Boaster, just those light shields made the difference. Boo has managed to get a little bit further than maybe he should have done, but I'll be honest, I'm still reeling from the last round.
Your Heretics, that felt like your hope, your chance. What a shot from Alpha. That was a headshot onto Mini Boo. They just come flooding on through. He's even downgrading his weapon to slide on in and close this convincingly. He's risking the swap before the time's up. 2-0 start for Fnatic, and they look confident here. For Heretics, it must have felt like they had a real shot. They're putting their best foot forward and stepping onto this stage and forgetting the previous map. This coming round is where they need to do it. It's early days here, but after what we just saw, Heretics can't afford another slow start.
But this is what is terrifying. As I said, yesterday they won 5 out of 6 pistols versus Gen G. Right now they're 0-3. They're not getting those early boosts to rounds, but they're going to try and break back immediately. A pacey start for Miniboo, but he's being shot in the back. Just doesn't have the support to play with. Rians, by the way, has already got that Hunter's Fury, but even while throwing that in alongside a Miniboo push, they have found themselves in a deficit.
Rians is the only player with kills on Team Heretics, so that kill distribution, the deaths easily get him that Hunter's Fury across the line. One man down, a weapon upgraded as well, an Outlaw, I believe, left on the floor, which means Alpha now has that Vandal to work with. Got the pick off of a classic thanks to the damage done by Kayak on the other side, but the rotations to A, it's the wrong read. Team Heretics are walking into a mostly open B site. They've gotten rid of the trap, gotten rid of the cam in a moment, but the rotates are coming in from Fnatic already.
Yeah, 40 seconds. If they are to make a move back, it would have to be off Boo, and he's already managed to catch one. They're going to try and pressure him, but I'm saying he's holding his ground, but Kayak still picks him off, even with 6 HP. Chronicle also finds Benji. This is looking like another bonus round that might just be going the way of Fnatic, and all that stands in their way is Riyadh, and this time, he can't even make it too costly. Fnatic off to another hot start. 3-0 on the one map within the pool that you would put in Heretics' favor. They need to wake up.
And they need to wake up fast. Even the yawning breach spray on the floor. Fnatic are letting them know that they're asleep at the wheel right now. And look at some of these fights. All of these fights, in fact, they're risks being taken. They're individuals dueling when the advantages are already found. And I think that just goes to show where Fnatic's headspace is at right now. They are the better squad. They're hitting their shots. Their opponents are not. They're taking the fights, and they're winning them. For Heretics, it's hard to find a solution to that, and they're going to take their time to try to come up with one.
Yeah, Fnatic matches are known as some of the most stressful in history. Some of the greatest comebacks we've ever seen are off the back of this team, but This grand final so far has been a walk in the park. They've had tougher scrims than this. A 13-4 first map, a pistol round that came down to just re-ends, and a 3-0 start on their opponent's map choice. And normally a pause this early would be a surprise, but with the manner in which this map and series is going, you understand why Neil Zenio and Weber feel the need to get in there early. They know this map is integral. With Icebox up next, I think we all know what is coming.
Revealing area.
But this round at least is going to be a lower purchase. Couple of SMGs, couple of pistols. If they could break back here, it would be huge, but the likelihood is slim.
Alpha taking a risk. That's been what we've seen from Fnatic, but they haven't been punished most of the time. This looked like the time they would, but no, Kayak's got them all! It just keeps on going in favor of Fnatic, and Heretics looking like they didn't even show up to the stage today.
2024 Ascension winner moves to Fnatic. They win a domestic, they get to a final, and now he's styling. Breaking the back of Heretic. Sure, it is a low buy round, but that's one of the cleanest aces you will ever see. Didn't even need a reload in the middle, and even standing up to tell them to sit down. No surprise, Kayak's got his ultimate. That's so much information as well. 3 players, 4 players spotted. Alpha's gonna go walking elsewhere, and even with Benji Fishy waiting, it will be full. They don't check the angle, but luckily Riens is there. They managed to take an advantage. They managed to stem the bleeding. While Kayak's confidence should be the death of him and will.
They cannot lose this one. 4-0 start for Fnatic on the map that Heretics are favored on. The only map in this BO5 that will confidently say they should win. And now a 2v4. It's teed up. The flash is good, and maybe the only reason that doesn't go to Alpha here. With Chronicle left alone, a man that you have to respect in the clutches, but who might just call it quits. A 1v4 is too much to ask, but damage here would be valuable. Playing for the exits, but Riens gets ahead of the curve. 4-1. Heretics are finally on the board.
Yeah, the manner in which they've lost the rounds have been painful, but this one was important for more reasons than one. Firstly, getting onto the board, but more so, it's going to put Fnatic at least back in the box a little bit. But look at the way this round started. It was hyper-aggression. A lot of information, and even an opening pick onto Benji, but they recover, and they catch the aggressive positioning of Fnatic. Even look at the way Kayak played. He was disrespecting his opponents, and at least now might have to respect them just a bit. Already, Alfia's aggression punished once again. It's a solid Hunter's Fury. That has done so much damage.
From here, Kayak in the corner will just get out. He's made the right call. Like you said, Fnatic back in the box. Playing that respectful play again. If it was a round before, he'd be swinging wide, looking for a pick. Spams through a little early. Shock dart, a little deep. Heretics are avoiding some of those early pitfalls, but they look to push. They're going into the spawn. There's 3 players. Fnatic are waiting for it. They're beckoning them in. Crashy's already with 2 under his belt. Triples up. The drone going through, but a player caught in the corner. It's Boaster still winning that fight through the wall. 1 round for Heretics off the hubris of Fnatic, but that has faded, and they're right back to winning ways.
Yeah, the Hunter's Fury, well, just the utility in general. Go back to the pistol round. Crashies was shot dying them all to low HP, and then just the reveal, just constantly pinging them after the ult hits. It is just disturbing how much damage he was able to do. He's even getting an assist there onto the Woot kill as well. That is a Crashies round through and through. Now for Heretics, they still have a buy for this one, but a loss here is already the half escaping them on the attack, which again, it normally is where they're strongest. They can still show it on the defense, but right now, I don't think it matters what side of the map they're on.
Oh no, look at the minimap. Look at where Fnatic are. Look at how many of them are towards that B side, and it looked like Heretics were looking to accelerate into a B split. They don't, but they have that mid control still as Kayak pushes out. They're looking the other way. A rare miss, at least in this series, certainly for Kayak. And that gives Heretics another chance, still in the 5v5, moving towards the A site. Utility online for Whoop, but Cypher on the other side of the map. That trip on short's gonna stay online, even if this null command comes into play.
It seems like the plan, at least initially, was to play off site for that exact reason, in case it was a pacey hit. Instead, though, this has been so slow from Heretics that the rotations are going to be coming in. A chance to spam some ultimates, the Steel Guard, and potentially going to be used for the post plant with that utility being taken away. But just look how fast behind them the two duelists of Fnatic are already encroaching on their backline. It's been spotted at least. Miniboo's going to join his brother, try and help out, but the shots just aren't hitting. Eventually, he will get one. And now the Steel Gun has gone in, but this ultimate from Althea still becomes a point of damage. He can keep using this, clearing these back angles. Another comes up for Boaster. He's running. He was reloading it, but he still has found the kill. And they take their guns away from a moment, but it makes no difference at all.
6 now for Fnatic. The train on the tracks, it's rolling full speed. This is devastating for Heretics. We said they can't afford to start slow, and the problem is they haven't even started. That is ridiculous, seeing him run through like that. Can't even shoot as he makes it through the smoke, but the shots, as you said, Tom, they're not landing. They weren't on the previous map. They're certainly not here. And now there won't be much to fire with. In general, it's all just pistols. Miniboo, the only player to have a rifle to work with. And Heretics likely to go 7-1 down in this first half.
Yeah, it seems like Fnatic are playing a great game, but the pressure of the occasion is making this Heretic side look like they are not even in the match just yet.
Where is everyone?
And while Fnatic are known for many things, but choking, it's not one of them. An extra kill at least. Rian's had the majority of his kills in the first couple of rounds. He will at least be able to get one, and Benji's found a trade. They're making this one costly. Weirdly, this has been one of the best scenarios they've had so far.
Second Vines to try to deny that space being taken, but Kayak's already ahead of it. He found his gap. He stood his ground. The TP to backside, they hope, will put the pressure on, give them that angle to work from. Eventually, Kayak might think that they're not coming his way, but the patience pays off. Benji's down, Spike alongside him, and Kayak knew that that TP, that From the Shadows, was in play, tucking in and letting Boaster do the dirty work. It's 7-1. There was some hope, some promise there, but it was broken. And it looks like Heretics broken alongside them. They need to dig deep to push themselves back into this map, back into this series.
There hasn't been
Spike down,
a weak link, a spot to exploit, any safe haven for this squad. They took their first pause in this map at 3-0 down. The second pause is being taken going into round 9. You could join us right now, not see the scoreline, and know exactly what that means. This squad, filled with youngsters, has been in so many grand finals. But when stuff like this is happening to you, one of the cleanest aces we've ever seen, but in this tournament, it's right at the top of the bill. It becomes so much more difficult to try and dig yourself out of that hole. We can go back to previous matches they played. EMEA Stage 1, lost 3-0, Tramps Grand Final, Shanghai Grand Final, Stage 1 last year, kickoff. They've had many opportunities to finally get themselves a trophy. And although there's no doubt the caliber of this team, when they get to these moments, it looks different.
This is it, out of the pause. The mid push was the call. 4 players sent that way, only 3 remain. An immediate shutdown as the split through market is undeniable. And the B side under threat, double trips, waiting for that full dive, waiting to catch that Neon. But with Chronicle down, those trips go alongside him. Alpha standing alone, and he falls just the same. 3 versus 3, as the spike can now be planted. But a deep drone used first to grab that extra intel.
Nowhere to run.
Oh, an aggressive Hunter's Fury. Oh, he's almost hit Boo, but that's about it. Trying to find at least a little bit of information, even if it wasn't the kill. 2 players coming around the corner. Boaster has already made it in, and now all that remains is Boo, but he's done well, but not well enough. It's close, but no cigar. It is another on the board. 8 rounds already for the defensive side of Fnatic. And even though that was a decent attempt, a decent recovery from Heretics, they just can't quite get it over the line.
It's always the way for these grand finals, but never quite like this.
1 enemy remaining.
After defeating Gen G, a squad that beat them in the grand final before, they faced the team that did it twice. 3rd time lucky. That was the hope. That hope turning to a dream that will soon be forgotten as their flame of ambition is dimming on that attacking side.
Hello.
A deep push from Miniboo, but again, they will be shut down. Opening picks for Fnatic. And now just pistols that remain, a stinger for Benji Fishy, the best hope that this squad has.
It seems like Fnatic have places to be. That totem ready to be filled with their key, their name immortalized as the first ever victor in Valorant, unless Heretics have something to say about it. The fact is, a best of 5 is always a marathon and not a sprint. But they have got themselves very far ahead. This round looking unlikely. With a man advantage, weaponry advantage. Okay, the ults are about even, but that doesn't help anyone. The HP of a few players is low, but we're clutching at straws.
Yeah. It's hard to find hope. I don't think any will be found. It has to be created by Team Heretics. Ice wall in play, has to be baited. That could buy them some time. Plant coming through. They've got a bit of delay to work with. The Thorns on the site already. That shock dart, though, it takes down the planter. At least the spike is on the ground already. A 4 versus 2, though. Boo and Benji Fishy need to dig so desperately deep to get anything done here. And a double from Boo, it's admirable, but in this situation, it's just not enough.
Yeah, getting them low, like doing some damage in a round like this. Take this round in isolation, and it's not bad, but we can't do that in the grand final. It's still 9-1 for Fnatic, and it is a map, as we mentioned at the beginning of the day, if there's a map that Heretics have to win, this is it. They showed that they were impressive on the defensive side of this map versus RRQ, an 11-1 defensive side. They will almost definitely have to repeat it, but can they at least give themselves some wiggle room? These last couple of rounds can help them if you believe in curses. And look at this sprint through already. It is so damning!
Extra info off the Hunter's Fury, and 1 man left alive. Chronicle seeing him with the hat off his head. This Team Heretics have only Rien's. All hope resting on his shoulders for this half to be even slightly recovered, and Chronicle the one to put him to bed. 10-1. This is looking worse than the map we came in saying Fnatic were favored on, than their first pick. Well, I talked about them banning this map, Tom. They could have picked it.
Well, the crazy thing as well is you go back to the analyst desk just before this match. BBL coach Pal was talking about how both teams have sort of top-loaded this series. They have put their best maps at the beginning.
I hope that's not true.
They want to get off on the front foot. Well, it seems like right now, Heretics need to win Icebox just to survive in this series. They are getting slaughtered. These rounds are barely lasting more than 20 seconds, and it just isn't stopping. Kayak with another triple to add to his collection. It will join the ace he got earlier in this game. And while Boo now stands between them and the second most damning half even possible. He's at least got one for free. Crashies a little bit lost in the source, but look at the spike. They're even blocking it ready in case he tries to TP. Fnatic are so far ahead, even just in the mental game.
Shadows traveling. He's not even going for the TP, at least not yet. Now they've spread the flash through the smoke. That's what he's waiting for. That's his chance. An angle around that smoke. Chronicle down, but the spam from Kayak is too good. This guy is too good. And Fnatic 11-1 in the lead. The map that should have favored Heretics, and they barely got around on the board. Disaster spelled out on the stage. Let's see if they can bounce back after the break. And we're back with Fnatic 11-1 in the lead. They are looking hungry for that international trophy. They want to put their key in the slot and raise that trophy high. And it looks like they are very close to doing it. Team Heretics asleep at the wheel so far, Tom. 5 rounds across 1.5 maps of VALORANT, this one of which favored them coming in. This is disastrous.
Yeah, the difference between first and second place is $270,000. It is a ludicrous prize pool, $500,000 on the line, but the worst thing about it for Heretics is they lose this map and they're gonna start imagining Boaster twerking while he crushes their key. It is a nightmare that they'll be living for years to come. And for Fnatic, they are proving why. For a very long time, they have widely been considered one of the best in the world.
Go, go, go.
They are a team that at times are impossible to beat. And for Heretics, they can't even believe in curses at this stage. They need to believe in miracles.
And defeating Gen G was a big step, but their demons have come back to haunt them. It could be 3 grand finals in a row for Fnatic when facing against Team Heretics. At all stages, all levels of the game.
Gotta go.
This won't cement it, but it will certainly set up a near impossible task if they win this map. Now Team Heretics, they've lost the opening, and that's not pretty. None of the shots bar 1 or 2 land in favor of Miniboo. Everything's going Fnatic's way, and that causes panic. It causes rotations towards the other side of the map. But the Spike is retreating. They are pulling back and sending this into the B site where they've taken all the space. At least a punish onto Alfier seems possible, but even that won't be connected by Heretics, Tom. Maybe we rely on Riyadh's acing this one.
Don't know what you can rely on other than that. I think he got more kills in that round than some of his teammates have in this map.
10 seconds left.
It is a bleak outlook, but one that they have to try and dig deep and find something, but all they found is a bullet to Rienz, and now another hero is needed. Benji Fishy at least gets one, but a 1v5 ace to take their first pistol. Let's just say I'm not a believer. He's gonna fall to the force, and might to Fnatic, a 12-1 domination. Fnatic are putting on a show of their own, a different class, a different caliber, a different level to the opponent they're facing right now. And they are just one way from going 2-0 in this best of 5. And heading into Icebox, which, well, they are widely considered one of, if not the best in the world. Even the map that they won in their previous grand final in a 3-1 defeat was Icebox. If you're a Heretics fan, you better start praying.
All prayers to Leo Faria for this one. Oh, it's dominant, but of course they only have the pistols, but it is a force buy up. They put the shields in. They tried to give themselves a chance to swing back at their opponents.
It's a ruse.
And indeed, the TP out. Heretics will soon connect the pieces of the puzzle. Boo, he doesn't know whether to stay or whether to go. As they're about to round the corner, this Sheriff needs to do so much, and it gets almost nothing. Fnatic, 3 versus 2, a rifle for Miniboo, a stinger for Woot, and all hope now rests on their shoulders.
Normally they'd be the players you'd want. Miniboo has no idea. Woot, #1 coming in, but there is nothing he could do but stand between the might of Fnatic. They have walked into their opponent's ground, and they have left it desolate and bare.
Well, it seems like Fnatic's strength befits a crown, and they are now just 1 map away with their home ground of Icebox up next. Who knows what Heretics will hope for?
It is the most lopsided match here in all of EWC Valorant. 13-1, map number 2 goes the way of Fnatic. And it does not look like it is slowing down at any time. All players firing on all cylinders. And Team Heretics cannot find any traction quite yet, but it is a best of 5. There is a glimmer of hope known as map number 3. Dig on here alongside Baby Bay, Kakuka, and Big Time. Welcome back, Big Time. How you feeling, man? I mean, you know, it could have been a Pacific team there, but not quite.
Man, I mean, I think it's hard for anybody to feel great after watching that. I feel for the boys over on Heretic. That's rough. That's about as rough as it gets.
I mean, listen, I wanted a 3-0 from Fnatic. I didn't want them to speed run the 3-0. I wanted some suspense. I wanted it to be close. We don't even have any type of fight from Heretics. Oh no. Oh, I'm so sorry.
You don't have time to say like a minute of silence. Like,
should we take take a moment of silence?
Let's look positive.
This was supposed to be like the easier map. We're hyping it up, being like, this should be easy for Heretics, and they struggled to even get on the board. If we take a look at this, obviously they only managed to get the spike down in 4 of the rounds, and that one that you see there is what they managed to convert. Yeah, not the best attack in half. Good to see Fnatic very comfortable with that double duelist. I think that it is something that they needed. I don't think it's only just because it was against Heretic. This play from Kayak in round 4, that's when they knew, I believe.
We screamed in the green room. This was crazy. You so rarely see shots that clean. It was just as smooth as you could get. Look at this, all headshots. You can't ask for a better play.
And keep in mind, I know this is against a thrifty buy, but we've seen how much damage the Stingers can do, especially at Toronto. You see G2 using them. This is the way you eliminate that. You just one-tap the Stinger so he can't run and gun you.
What a solution.
Who would have thought? Who would have thought?
Professional player right here on the desk. Thank you very much, Baby Bay.
Yeah, and for those of you keeping track at home, the Big Time crazy count is at 1 now. Because that round deserves it.
Yeah, do you have a better
deserves
word?
5 of them.
That's crazy.
Even the performance coach that Philip was like, yeah, these guys are winning it.
Yeah, and here's Crashies, who also has had a standout map as well.
I think that in the first one as well, and throughout all the tournament, Crash's utility is so impactful. In so many ways, we see him use, for example, the shock darts in so many maps, dealing so much damage. Here we see, obviously, the recon. His ultimates also just granting in here an opener, I believe, a couple of kills as well, and just vibing. He's so happy now that he's in EMEA, right, Dre?
Yeah, and yeah, 100%. I would be happy too. I'm happy for him right now. But no, you're absolutely right. Like, this is all of that experience that he has under his belt. It really forms him into the player that he is right now. And without all that experience, you kind of have to teach your new Sova to do all this stuff, but you don't have to teach Crashies a thing. He just knows. He has that internal timing. He has that instinct on the character.
If this was a regular season match, as these two teams will do battle over at VCT MEA Stage 2 in just a little bit, would be over, Big Time. There would be no map number 3, but there is, because this is a best of 5. You've been in some tough situations before in the past. Where do you go from here when it's this lopsided?
I wish I had an easy answer for you here. I mean, this is about as hard as it gets for Heretic, especially because that was Sunset. That was the one they're supposed to win. You're heading into Icebox. Every map is winnable in Valorant. That's what you kind of have to trust and believe. You have to find a way to have that short-term memory loss. Block out what just happened. You come in fresh, you go, it's a new round, it's a new game, it's 0-0. That's the only attitude you can reasonably take to try and correct the ship here, but man, it's hard.
I'm sorry, you talk about some ships, but you were shipping something out.
Okay, Dre. What was I going to say? Oh, yeah, I was going to say, I want to bring back something that Coach Powell was saying. Not about the Sunset, but actually about the Icebox and how Fnatic really wanted to dodge. Well, go to the maps that are strong for them, but also at the same time, they're dodging the maps where Team Heretics is going to be playing with that double duelist, because we are going to Icebox. And Heretics, funny enough, play a no duelist comp. It's a comp that we've seen in the past, that we've seen that is actually getting very popular with that double controller, but we expect Wood to be in that KO and Mini Boot to be in that Omen. As we're saying, it's uphill from up. I mean, the reverse sweep, it's still a possibility, but I think it's the mental reset that they need right now.
It is a possibility, and I think the person that needs to step up here is Mini Boo on that Omen. I think he's been struggling on it. I think it's kind of hard. We've seen even duelists like Zekin have to swap off John picking it up, and it's it's awkward because everyone's like, oh, Tyson did it, Tens did it, right? Like, I can do it too. But it's not as easy when you actually try to apply it yourself.
Big time, final thoughts.
You know, he's got to get loose with it. I mean, everyone on Heretics feels tight, they feel wound up, they feel stressed. Just remember, this is Valorant, it's a game. You got to try and relax yourself somehow, have some fun, otherwise Fnatic are going to run away with this.
It has been a one-sided affair so far in our best of 5 between the two EMEA squads. We're going to find out if this is just the steps before the coronation or the beginnings of a miracle run. Team Heretics and Fnatic, map number 3.
Well, this is what it all comes down to. A comeback that would be remembered for generations to come if Heretics can make this happen. They've looked deactivated down on that stage, and now they move to Icebox. If anything, this could have been the first pick of Fnatic. A strong map for them, where a comp that they created has lasted the test of time, but that which is eternal is not always divine. Heretics, they need something to go their way here. They need to start hot on the coolest map in the pool. Shut down Kayak, who's just looked surreal. That ace you've seen many times now in the replays. The last 3 one-taps. He didn't even bother firing a second shot.
I genuinely think coming in, if you'd said to Fnatic, give you a map that you can end this series, end this tournament on,
without a doubt,
what would they choose? I think it'd be Icebox. They go into this one after playing this tournament, beating Gen.G, 100 Thieves, in Toronto, beating Paper X, Wolves, Sentinels, regionally. Do you know who they beat twice in a row, the last team? It was Heretics. 13-9, 13-8. Having strengths on opposite sides of the map in both wins. They might be sat there and going, now these costs are sounding kind of biased right now. Are they on the Fnatic payroll? It's just a bleak outlook. If Heretics come in and win this map, it would be a shock. And that's what they need to do. They need to shock us. Because so far they've been shocking. They have been battered, they have been bruised, and they have not been themselves. And for Fnatic, they are proving why they are a team that has international titles. They're proving why they're the roster that got the back-to-back that no one else has been able to achieve. And they are proving why they might be the first ever Valorant roster to make it onto the totem. And more importantly, which for Valorant fans is something you might not be too aware of, with the Club Championship, this will be their first points and first victory, which is so important. If you want to be the club that takes the dub, you need to make sure you win one of the games. Well, right now, they already have half their key pressed in to that totem to be immortalized for history, and Heretics have got to pull them down off their high horse if they are going to turn this series around.
Well, the Crusher is calling out to Team Heretics. Their key seems to be set on a path. A comeback needed. 3 maps in a row, and they start with what could be the strongest. On the next, Heretics have stolen the old composition of Fnatic, but on this one, a slight change. The KO in play instead of the Sage. They won't try to match Fnatic pound for pound with that comp, but with any comp, almost any team will struggle to match Fnatic on this map. Starting out, Mini Boost being caught on the Omen.
I wanted to mention that a focal point of their Icebox when they managed to beat out RRQ was him dropping 30 kills over on that Omen. Thus far in this series, Heretics have won 0 of the 4 pistols on offer. It's not the greatest of starts in this one. Alfier already being spotted, but can afford to fall back. Also taking a lot of damage, even just from the orb. It makes these kills so much easier for the likes of Kayak, who hasn't needed any help throughout this series so far.
Damage done, snake bite in, Wook gets tagged on the way out. The decay almost drops him. Kayak on his third of the round. Shock dart kill! And Kayak closing another 4K in a pistol round. It was Chronicle in map number 1. It's Kayak in map number 2. And Team Heretics, every round they lose now is a step towards defeat.
Kayak's story as well. It's one of playing through Ascension, winning it, and his reward is being given the task of replacing the duelist who was part of the team that had the most successful year in Valorant. That was his goal, that was his task. And boy, is he doing a good job. 4 kills in the pistol round, an ace in the last map. If it wasn't for Chronicle's tournament success, he'd be a shoo-in for the MVP, but it's definitely still up for grabs. The Heretics, they've claimed the orb. Oh, sorry, the defense have claimed the orb. They're now going to go battling towards this A site. Normally the easier to get at least some space, but Crashy's from the same spot as his teammate in the last round will find the opener.
Oh man, the reveal not shot again. We saw this on the previous map where the Hunter's Fury reigned supreme. A few picks back in the other direction, but only classics left in this 2 versus 3. They say in suffering you find your true strength. Well, Heretics may come back very strong indeed because they are suffering right now. Boo! He finds one, but there's the wall. It's popped up, and that may prop them up for the victory. The defuse already underway. He's got to be quick, and Kayak's waiting around the side. Fnatic with another. As the orbs build, so too do the rounds.
That's not a bad one, though. They made it costly. Boo at least managed to find a couple of kills, so the purchase for the next round likely not going to be as strong as it could have been. Getting off to a solid start on this attack is going to be integral. Versus RRQ, they won in overtime, even with 9 rounds on the attack side.
Enemy remaining.
We know that Fnatic are comfortable pretty much on either side of this map. But this is where we need to see the last chance, really, for Heretics to find their footing in this game. Otherwise, the Crusher awaits, and the curse will live on.
Well, the fans in the crowd still flying the Team Heretics logo, I suppose. Still representing. They won't back down just yet, and nor will Heretics. Every time they've been running into a brick wall. Nice opening by Kayak. 2 players there, he still gets one. And the rest of the squad armed to the teeth. Wall up, and so is Chronicle. He was on top, drops down, and there's a gap for him to take the kill. That's usually where you end up seeing the Sage fall. As soon as they're knocked off that wall, caught in a free fall, and still, Heretics fail to claim an advantage. Now they'll look to move it back towards the A site. Fnatic may read this, and even if they don't, Alfier's playing passive with utility to detect or deny on the cross.
Yeah, the alarm bot is his one blind spot. They're sending the drone through on the other side of the map as well. That's the moment that Fnatic realize they have all the information. Will start sprinting their way into support.
They're too slow.
20 seconds. Nice shot from Boo at least. That's the opener that they needed. Even still, they're going to have to just tank that utility. Will at least be able to fall back, but they've taken a bit of damage. The shock dart with a little bit of extra chip. And Crashies has just found 2 for it. I think one of them left vulnerable. It leaves only one man standing, but Boo is still fighting forward, giving it his best, not wanting to give this up. But Chronicle's gone walking across. I think he's seen the ponytail, that little bit of extra information. And a crucial round grabbed with both hands by Boo. The in-game leader is not giving up just yet.
And he was the one to start this series slow. He was the one that was missing on both of the previous maps. There were plenty of players missing in that regard. Here, so crucial Obviously finding 3 kills, it's an easy solution. But the snake bite that landed where Crashies is right now stopped them from punishing the cross back from Woot, bought them that little bit of extra time and gave him bodies to play off of. Really nicely handled in that 1v2 because it looked like Crashies had just swung it back into their favor. And with the big investment Fnatic made, the confidence to put their credits on the line in the previous and fight for that third, means that they don't have a lot to play with here, but they send everything towards middle. It was the Blade Storm, it was the rifle.
It's a weird
Heretics avoided.
You've got Chronicle full investing. You've got the rest of the team somewhat on eco. You got Alpha here with a rifle. Definitely a peculiar buy.
I love it though. The chances it gives you with that Outlaw, the classics can still play a key role with just one shot hit at any range. That Outlaw can follow up. And in Chronicle's hands, there's a damn good chance it will.
Yeah, Blade Storm as well for Kayak. They've avoided him, but potentially walking into that exact danger that you were mentioning.
3 light shields too.
There's a real chance for damage. Utility could be taken away. Woot having his ult. Could be impactful. Alpia's gone walking up and the patience pays off for Boo. That's the opener they were looking for. That's the rifle on the deck. And now they should be able to get in for a plant.
He doesn't want to give away the Outlaw play just yet. That's a shock dart snake bite combo. But it's only one. And the Outlaw is on the floor. The Blade Storm put down to a classic by this null command. And so they have to wait. But as they wait, as time ticks, Benji's flank comes closer to completion. Heretics revealing area. Seems like they've gotten rid of most of the danger, and well, they finally will. Those shock darts were deadly though. Another for Crashies before the round was over.
Crashies, his utility throughout this game has been insanity. Be it the usage of the shock darts, the darts that he's setting up for himself as well, for the recon. And then the Hunter's Fury, well, I don't think I need to even mention how good that's been. It won't matter in this round though. A round with danger, but a round that ultimately still goes the way of Heretics. They've already matched the rounds from last map and they can start a streak. We know that this team plays well with the momentum at their back.
Here.
Well, Heretics spotted moving towards this A site. Look how passive Boo is. They're really expecting some of that deeper rotation from Fnatic through the attacker spawn for now. That's certainly not the case. The shift takes place in their own spawn. Boaster safely crossing back. No real info around where this play is coming through. A drone goes out in mid. Take flight. It's clearing all of this space. It's seen the turret now. They know that they'll be spotted if they go deep. And on the A side, as they hear Team Heretics put their own drone through, they know that they've got players in position. The snake bite already playing a big role with the shock darts. And this time both players are close by to deny the plant, but it's the Hunter's Fury that's sent through, and it's already finding one. Mini Boo gone. Woot out of the round. And it's a 5v3 before Heretics even see an opponent.
So much impact already. And while for Heretics, they're yet to even get the spike down. They're worried that the second they tap it, someone's going to try and make a move, and they look to get ahead of it. Fnatic are giving them nothing, though. Controlled in their protocols, as now the retake begins.
Same backside fight. It's worked out for Heretics before, but we saw Crashies with a big punish on it as well. I'll leave Benji Fishy to go that little bit deeper. Boaster's watching for it. Off shot lands, then in comes the pack. Swinging off Boaster's contact, and Boo doesn't stand a chance. Some damage done, but nowhere near enough. That is a clean round from Fnatic. A big economy builder and a huge shutdown off the commitment of that Hunter's Fury.
Yeah, every single time it's been utilized, it has been perfect. Getting a kill, revealing another as well for Boaster to give them that two-man advantage, and then everything Fnatic are doing is so controlled. There is not a foot out of place. They wait patiently to retake as a team, and that's what this squad has become. At kickoff, they were messy. They looked weak. But throughout the year, they have grown into a squad that everybody should fear. Now for Heretics, there is still a bind. There's some good ults to play with. Hunter's Fury, Viper's Pit. And we've seen a lot from the TPs, at least from Big Brother Boo. For now, though, it's this A-site push once again.
Much more direct, fighting for the left side control, wanting to take it towards Crashies, off rip, and that drone going out could be a problem, but the rotates are already through. All 5 members of Fnatic ready to take this fight together. The off forced back by the nade. That may delay the play just a moment, but Boaster catches Benji out of position. Riyadh falls and Woot, caught reloading, has no chance in that fight. Miniboo already tagged heavy, and the spike down in the open, it's on Boo to cover him on the right.
Shadows traveling.
Leaving us even, but the danger of that op now traded out for the rifle. Kayak and Crashies, the 2 players putting up the numbers so far, but they'll have to fight back through a pit.
I like this, using the pit to remove any of the risk
30 seconds left.
of reclaiming that spike, but when he goes to plant, that's when you assume there'll be a move from the side of Fnatic. They're looking to take this from 2 different angles. Crashies at the back can get into this pit of fairly close range, get himself around the corner, and Kayak's just trying to bait for the time. The reveal is not going to give the game away, but he's found Boo anyway. That's the pit dissipating, and now they wait for the decay. This is the chance of Miniboo to find them while they're low, but that HP is going back up, and he's not quick enough. The deadly duo of Kayak and Crashies has got them another round. 4 for Fnatic.
They're just looking unstoppable right now. Not just Fnatic as a squad, but Crashies and Kayak. Starting out this map, they have been doing the heavy lifting, and you see them in that clutch. You think that's the best chance for Fnatic with the foreign players looking for those fights, but Crashies on a sliver of HP. A shot from anything would have taken him down, but he's the one to fire the first bullet, the one to drop the pit and leave Miniboo in a difficult position. They both have, Tom, 11 and 4 right now on Crashies, halfway to his Hunter's Fury.
It's safe to say, for the beginning of the year, the North American import, pretty big surprise. Miniboo, he's found a gap. An important opener in a round where he has the hero rifle. Kayak does not like this idea, but it's been going decently well so far. Miniboo managed to find another. Kayak just looking to do this all on his own. Already managed an ace earlier, but this time it will be taken away. It is Alfier to combine. There was moments where you believed for a second that maybe this would be a round for Heretics, but Kayak is in god-level form, and I'll be honest, coming into the day, I was like, I feel like Fnatic could win, Chronicle could get 2 kills, and I'd still give him the MVP. Right now, Kayak is having a performance where we actually have to start asking, is he going to overtake him? Because this is one of the best grand finalist performances I think I've ever seen.
Without a doubt. Especially looking at how few rounds he has to show up in, because they just keep on winning. They pushed them one at a time there, Tom. They found the opening on the site. They said, let's accelerate. They revealed him with a drone. And yet they go in 1 by 1. Every pick giving him that opportunity to reset and posture for the next fight. That's a huge mistake, and one that Heretics won't let go by without a tactical pause.
Each of these pauses must get tougher and tougher for Neil, Zenio, and Weber. The first map, 13-4. The second map, 13-1, with 2 pauses in the first half that made no difference. And now, in map number 3, they've had a couple of big rounds. Boo saved them at least once. And even still, Fnatic have looked better. For Milan and Scott, I don't even know if they have to unmute the mic.
Here.
More of the same, boys. Just keep it up. It's about all the depth that there needs to be. Great wall, great setup. Turret spotted one in mid. They'll come back to check that soon. They heard the rifle break it, and as they go in to check, they actually avoid the op shot, take down Alfier, and now they can accelerate to this B site. Kayak will be in position in just a moment, though. Again, that little bit slower making their way in. and he's not going to let that wall deter him, but maybe he should have.
Well, one of their win conditions throughout this tournament, their main win condition, has been Woot online. It was mentioned on the desk. The opportunity for his double duelist hasn't been there yet, but maybe the KO will be enough. A good catch from Riyadh as well. Gives them a 2-player advantage. Fnatic, after already using a res in this round, might have to start to consider whether this is worth it. They're still fighting, feeling confident in these moments. A solid flash will force Alpha back. And another one will leave him completely blind. It's been a superb round from Woot individually. And the remaining 2 from Fnatic are forced into a save.
Headshot.
And at this stage of the game, you can't underestimate a play like that. The confidence starting to build on an individual like Woot. Sonic Chronicles only got 4 bullets left. But it really is so important for a team that has looked dejected so far. Heretics, the heads have been low, the shots, they have not been on. The thing is, how many times will you avoid that opening pick from Kayak? How many times will you punish that aggression? Because in this series, it feels like that's a 1 in a million play. This was a good round, but they need to be perfect to climb back into this series.
Yeah, we know as well that Fnatic are no slouches on that attack side, so it's not going to get any easier. But what I will say from Heretics, starting to see some of those players online is the main thing for me. Seeing Woot have big rounds. He's been their best player this tournament. He's been the best player in terms of ACS up until today. Kayak, though, has been a little bit better. He was moving through as he finds that kill onto Riens. He has been an unstoppable force.
Counter lockdown in play. Woot, oh, he tried to break it! He tapped twice, but Alpha only needed 1. That lockdown, making it all the way, and oh, it looked like Boo thought that perhaps that lockdown was down below, but it was up top. A misread as he's now being caught. 40 seconds on the clock. They still have the Viper wall, but they can't put it up.
Here.
And now getting the chance to. As the detain subsides, the wall goes up. Their final approach in this round
30 seconds left.
is now underway. There's a small gap there, though. Kayak waiting to get the opportunity.
They're going to need something to go their way, and it just isn't. Benji Fishy with 1, a second as well, but it's going to be left off the Boo. He's given them a chance. He still is unaware of Crashy's position, but he is going to be able to get that plant in. Dart sent through will reveal him. Crashy's now knows exactly where his opponent is, but dealing with him is another thing altogether. He's gonna stick this defuse at least to half. Boo may just have to swing this one. He needs to peek, and he gets it just about right. The clock in his head was bang on as Crashies tried to take it under his nose.
Oh, I forgot to breathe for a while there. That was a little bit too close. What a way to lose that round it would have been. Giving him that extra split second. And this could have been done and dusted here. Mental in the bin, but a big triple for the IGL of Boo. He went an entire half with 3 kills starting this series out. And right when Heretics need him the most, he's online. But so is the utility for Kayak. He didn't get hit by that knife. He makes it out with the dash and doesn't even claim a life in the process. Up goes the null command, and that's going to buy a lot of time and a lot of space for Heretics.
Same as yesterday, back versus Genji. In the final map, it was where Boo activated and dragged the youngsters through, kicking and screaming. That experience paying dividends, the pressure seemingly not getting to him. And now they've needed him once again. Miniboo is going to try and play onto the spike. It's a lower buy, but Boo is there once more. Miniboo running through. He's been killed out by Riens. If there's a round for that to happen, this was probably it. It's not going to hurt them too much. And for Alfia and Crashies, removing a gun, stealing a gun would be nice. that will be the case for Althea. Crashies is just going to try and take them as they retreat, but in the end, he will go down to the spikes. Heretics have found their footing in this map. 5 and 5, and even getting rid of Althea at the end, he will still have a bye for the next round, but they'll keep their economy strong as well.
Little by little, and step by step, Heretics making their way back. As you said, the bye's still there for Fnatic in the next. Boo's been a critical part of these rounds swinging their way. But in darkness, the faintest glimmer of hope shines bright. And it is Boo. A blinding light of hope for this Heretic squad. 2 rounds left to play for. And there's a world where Heretics end this half with the lead. They've already got as many rounds on this map as they have in the series so far. But they need so much more.
Well, Chronicle is already going to deal with one, but Boo was still lurking. Dealt with as well. Fnatic just a second. It looks like this is going to be close. Chronicle activates, and while Miniboo has been spotted, revealed, noted by all parties, and is slowly being surrounded, one will go his way, but he is so desperately low. A second as well. This should not be possible and won't be. Kayak gives the lead back to Fnatic as they look to try and close out this half.
Well, Heretics won't be leading at the halftime, but still possible to tie it up neck and neck. Give them a chance to move into the next.
Enemy down. Here.
More of a battle than we've seen throughout the last 2 maps. Players stepping up across the board. A good round for Miniboo. Boo's been online as well. We look to that second half, and if it's a 7-5 lead for Fnatic, with how the pistol rounds have gone, it will still be a gargantuan task on Icebox.
There's been positives. That's the main thing. The last 2 maps.
Enemy tag.
Well, if you went for a toilet break, you might have missed the whole thing. But this one, Heretics have been in contention throughout. Still looking for some of the pieces to awaken. Benji Fishy has been having a rough series. Miniboo has been far from his best, and, well, Woot the same, even though he's had a round or 2 here. But if they can come alive in this map, that's what matters most. Kayak has been phenomenal from start to finish, and he's their first point of contact. Boaster is almost just trying to sell the idea that there's nobody else here, and they believe it, they fall for it. Somehow he survived longer than expected, but Miniboo is trying to fight back, but it's the IGL this time. Boaster leading the charge of taking them through with an advantage. Woot will deal with him. But there are still 3 more players. 30 seconds, no Viper wall to cross, and even a res.
Yeah, I don't think that res is going to be coming through, but, well, now maybe. Alpha actually might be safe. The wall goes up. That's the res play. Chronicle's going to make it in. Crashy's going to cover that cross. 12 seconds left. Plans has to be gone for. They've got to look for it. No, they're looking for the kills instead. They want to win this off the fights, and it's down to a 1v1. They know Chronicle's close. Only 4 seconds left. Woot has found him in the corner just in time. 6 and 6 at the halftime. Woot has given Team Heretics a chance.
It's going to have to be one hell of a turnaround from a 2-0 deficit, but this is the best we've seen from Heretics so far. Fnatic could close it in 3, but we'll find out after the break.
One enemy remaining.
Riyadh, can we see a bounce back here from Team Heretics, or will Fnatic close the deal? Who's taking it? Team Heretics? Or will we see our first Valorant winners crowned after this map? Is it Fnatic? Let's get back into this huge series.
Well, it certainly seems like the crowd is on Fnatic's side, and maybe they've even stolen some of the Heretics fans, because this has been an outrageous performance, at least in those first 2 maps. But closing out that last half, an ace from Woot. We said we needed to see him activated, and if that's not activated, I don't know what is. But coming into this half, there's still a big task at hand. They need this and 2 more maps to go their way. It all starts here with the pistol round, something that so far has evaded Team Heretics.
It's been almost 750 days since Fnatic last hoisted an international trophy. They are just 7 rounds away from doing so, and it could start with this pistol round. Woot, though, he has been activated over the last few rounds, but they've gone walking into Boaster. He's run out of bullets. Boo's alongside Woot to give them a hefty advantage here. They have struggled with the pistols in this series, but this might be the most crucial of the lot. That duo, though, still stands in their way.
One of them already showing some scars. They have to push into him. Kayak almost catches one in the cross. They know now that he's close. Benji deals with him. His eyes never left that corner. And whoops, a little bit of a miss from Boo, but that's all right. The whole crew is there to close it out. The first pistol round for Team Heretics locked in, and the climb back commences.
That's the thing, that if you were looking at the last 2 maps, you would have thought the Heretics would already have been defeated mentally. But maybe the fact is the pressure is off when all expectations are that you are already defeated. That's where they found their footing. Woot now top of the board, 15 and 9. He was muted in the last couple of maps. A man who has been #1 in ACS throughout almost the entirety of the tournament. It's good to see him sharp in this grand final. Now they've got Mitch's really favorite second round gamble over on the Fnatic side. A chance to do real damage, and well, you've just seen why.
And a little heal as well from Chronicle, tending the wounds of Kayak and making this 5v4 a real tangible advantage. This Outlaw is dangerous. The turret's still on mid, covering the cross, maybe even dealing 10 damage for the Outlaw. The Kayak maneuvering towards this A site. For now, it's the drone spotting it, but they won't be seen. And now they fill in the space. Often we'll see a passive play towards the screens, but if you're stood out in the open watching it, you're in big, big danger.
That's a lot of info. 2 players. No. Riens has caught a glimpse of his life flashing before his eyes. 2, make that 3. Looking to defend this site. The conversion here is so important, and realistically, excluding that Outlaw, the weaponry is so weak, and so are some of the players. The danger should have dissipated, but Kayak is still alive. He shot both bullets, though. The trade's still going back and forth as it comes down to just Boo. He's been great thus far, but he's very far away. It's a chance for Althea to not only get the plant, but potentially even retrieve a weapon to play with. However, he doesn't know how close his opponent currently is. What is the Landsman shot? Icebox has always been a hometown for Althea, and he has just put a knife in the back of Heretics.
That is unbelievable from Fnatic. The damage was done with the Outlaw. A shot landed onto Wood. He was so low. It makes it easy for that Classic to close him out. But it's Alpha's 1v2. It's the Sheriff on angles up high. And the high ground, a fight won. And a nail driven deep into the coffin of Team Heretics. 7-7, but now the economy in Fnatic's favor. Just as they win a pistol round, the early half still favors Fnatic.
It's got to be difficult. You fight your way back into the game. You get yourself that early start that just hasn't been with you the entirety of the match. And the second you do it, Alpha shows up. Riyadh, though, off to a hot start in this second half. 3 kills in the last round, even with the defeat, and he started this one off well. If they can find a response, it would be the best case. But Kayak is just not stopping in his run towards that trophy. Still, though, there is damage, there is cost, there is players falling for Fnatic. This has been anything but clean. And the denial will at least slow things down. That wall slowly being broken, and Chronicle actually decides, you know what, this isn't worth the risk.
Boaster landing another.
Careful.
Numbers back in their favor. 35 seconds, though. They're going to have to make a move. No flash left for Woot, though, to try to pop that through.
30 seconds left.
Riyadh's on 70. The Classic in the hands of Woot. It's certainly not going to be an easy connection for that defensive side.
Toxin screen down.
They're out in the open. That's an easy finisher. Another round on the board for Fnatic. A decent attempt by Heretics, at least in that first engagement.
Yeah, there was some moments in this round where it looked like they could get themselves back into it. But Fnatic, ever resilient, ever diligent, are able to turn things into their favor.
Toxin screen down.
Oh, Boaster. Moving himself up the board as well. 8-7. This is where the buy comes back up already, though. An operator in hand for this attacking side. Alfia prepared, and Kayak watching for that aggression, watching for a player on the close angle of the AWP, but Woot, he's been a different gravy this map. 18 kills already, and he doesn't look like he's stopping.
Toxins going up.
The B-side hold needs to be strong from Benji, or just conceded. That spam a little.
So close.
A little close to taking him down. 9 HP left, but still drawing breath. Still keeping that mid control, that orange control. For Team Heretics with the turret online. Allowing more bodies to be committed to this side hold. The tap as they're clearly expecting that utility, but Hunter's Fury doesn't come from the side. It's straight down the laneway. Free pick on the Chronicle.
But that's unfortunate. He wasn't even the man with the spike. Boaster tried to fake it, hoping someone would swing and take a risk, and that would be where Chronicle can break back. Instead, he gets slammed by a Hunter's Fury, and well, this is the added bonus of all of that utility. Without that duelist, they're able to delay for such a ridiculous amount of time. They're able to delay for such a long time that the opposing side seemingly have given up on this round. 12 seconds left. I'd be surprised if they're still trying to hightail into the A side. No, they're not. Fnatic, similarly to the first map, willing to take those early hits to keep their economy strong. But for Heretics, this is a big win. You keep all of your weaponry alive after a pretty shaky start to this half, and now level things up once again.
Yeah, really the outcome of that round could play well for either team. It just depends on how this next one goes. They're both set up with opportunities, 8-8 as well, neck and neck. When you look back previously, it was the defensive sides where Heretics would struggle, or more so up against the defensive side of Fnatic. It was, what, 10-2 last time. They built up their rounds on the attack. Their defense a little bit more stabilized, but they need round wins. They need to have a 10-8 before I feel like they've got that safe little buffer to play with. And with the AWP already ringing out, and landing its mark onto Miniboo. The defensive side loses quite a lot of their reactionary utility, of their space-denying utility. A minute 10 on the clock, and Fnatic can take this wherever they want.
Yeah, and they're patient. They've dodged the drone. Woot was getting ready to get aggressive in that position, and instead they're now gambling, and they're gambling wrong. At least based on the current positions of Fnatic, they have got a fairly open sight, but I think Heretics, with how slow things have been, they've started to realize that maybe there's still a chance they go this way. The drone being heard, the fragment well placed will at least stop Crashies from getting that additional information, but he's going to claim himself a Hunter's Fury, and now Woot looks to try and take the fight.
Oh, Rienz has already done most of the work. From up top on Rafters, 25 seconds left. They lose Miniboo at the start of the round. But there's no ground seized back by Fnatic at this point. The same call as before. Save the op through to the next. There's no point throwing these weapons away.
10 seconds left.
At Team Heretics, that is it. This is the game swinging back into their favor potentially. They'll still be dangers in the next. The Hunter's Fury of Crashies has been so impactful every time it's used. With an AWP and a Blade Storm in play, Fnatic will be fighting for this coming one. And that's why we're getting a timeout called.
Yeah, is this the first one that they've actually called? I remember all the others have obviously been from Heretics, and the impact didn't really seem to be there up until this map. I believe they were 5-2 down and then started their comeback. A lot of it, the catalyst has been Woot. But in this round, Rienz again stepping up to the plate. They have got themselves into a position where they're sat on a map that expectations were fairly low. Not a bad map for them, but an excellent map for Fnatic. And even with losing that first pistol and losing the second round of this second half, they find themselves in the lead. It has taken a long time for the young men of Heretics to find their footing. But they have found it at the very last opportunity.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'd be very surprised if I am. This would be the first tactical timeout from Fnatic at all. The first moment that they've needed any form of guidance. The first moment they felt pressure from Team Heretics. And it's a one-round gap. This game has been dominant for Fnatic, but it looks like the torch has been passed over. And Fnatic's light shining so bright not long ago is slowly fading. But we know that that spark can kickstart very quickly.
To be honest, that might be a confidence boost for Heretics to know that they finally managed to at least make them think about things that are happening. Miniboo going out. Still not quite having the impact he'd desire. Looking for that opening off the back of the operator, but nothing claimed, and Fnatic immediately move towards the other side of the map, or at least the majority. Boaster still lurking, keeping the space, but it's been this duo of Rienz and Woot that have caused them plenty of issues.
Well, it seems like every time the Kayak's playing that Blade Storm, he's up against Woot with the null command, and it's going to be activated here and now on that A side, sending them towards the other side of the map. They have to be so careful here with the AWP in play, already seen here. Miniboo could pick them off. He swings in on the side. This is now dangerous because Jet is here, but the dash can't even be used. Kayak's already dealt with the TP out. He's actually made it right back to the site scot-free. A 3 versus 5 that they're now left in, and Heretics have got all the control, all the players here. Up top, an attempted fight by Boaster falls apart, and Heretics, they found their mice. They found their shots. And even though Alpha lands one, he's got a whole bunch of players to take down. Double digits for Heretics. They've beaten the buy-up of Fnatic.
Great work from them, finally starting to show themselves in this series. It took a long, long time, but they are on the server, they are fighting, they are brawling, and the pressure is finally onto the backs of Fnatic. This round is where we saw a lot from the brothers Boot. That operator doing so much work, but the support that he had definitely helping out. And a 3-round streak on this defensive side is still going to be met with a purchase. The operator back into Kayak's hands, the lockdown Hunter's Fury, the ultimate's still there. Now Mini Boot looking to hold on to that mid control, but there might be a closer swing than he would be expecting. Never mind! It's the rifle shown, but he's quick enough to catch Alpha's peak.
Deploying drone. No lockdown anymore for Fnatic to defend their space after they've taken it, or even to get them into that A site. Late lurk coming through from Boaster. The turret will be watching it. There's no space for free. The orb taken, though, gives them the res. They could commit a lot on this attack side. Res Alpha, potentially commit that lockdown. And it could turn the tide of this A site push in their favor.
Look at Woot. Woot's already walking, though. They seem ready for this, but he's very likely to try something around a flash. Timing here is going to be everything. He's a second too late, and he could lose his life. He gets it bang on, and he might just find 3. There goes a smoke that's kind of made it awkward, but he hits his guns anyway! Woot has taken over the round! His 22nd kill of this map! And well, Boaster, there's nowhere left to go. Spike down, 20 seconds. Saving a gun is all he can really hope for, but he might just look to try and do some damage. The damage won't be felt. There's so many credits now for Heretics.
On the upside, I think Boaster's about to get his Viper's Pit online, so that's always a positive. On the downside, he's going to lose his weapon, and Team Heretics are going to continue that climb. On Icebox of all maps, with 5 rounds so far in this series before we stepped into this map. This is not where I expected to see the scariest face of Heretics showing up on the server.
Spike down.
Finding strength in their scars. Woot activated, shots landing, plays being read, and now just 2 away from at least securing that 4th map, from at least bringing us to Haven.
But this is also where the series could flip. Haven was a map that we really rated Heretics all the way through the season. People had to start banning it versus them because they were an unstoppable force. They win this map, and they get to go there, and they would go there as favorites. Now, that didn't matter when it came to Sunset. That was the one that we thought was theirs to lose, and when they did, we thought the series was over. But they've come into Icebox, and with our storyline so based around Woot playing that duelist, playing that aggressive agent, well, he's been aggressive, but it's been the KO. He's been phenomenal throughout this map so far. But as we know, until Fnatic are beat, especially on Icebox, it's never over.
All those ultis to play with. But one was almost removed with Mini Boost swinging in. Luckily, the drone goes first for Fnatic, so that AWP doesn't get the opportunity. But now they know it's here. Doesn't look like they'll decide to go back in a different direction, using the Viper Orb to cross through mid, potentially splitting the B site, but they don't need to. They've just taken Mini Boo down. Holding the gap in the smoke was Chronicle. And a nice shot by Boo, pulls it back.
Yeah, they're putting him under pressure. He's trying to fall back behind the screen. Benji is watching and waiting, and he will catch Alpha. Yeah, the advantage that Fnatic had is quickly diminished. And Chronicle atop the wall is trying to find an opponent, but Heretics are being far more patient than maybe their opponents expect. They're taking damage on the way in, and the spam onto the wall is an attempt to make things interesting. Woot already quickly on the scene, maybe expecting someone in the corner, but now spots Chronicle. He hasn't, however, seen Crashies. This snake in the grass, this sneaky corner, that one was easy. The rest will be tougher.
Hunter's Fury for the post plant. 33 as they go up the rope. Boaster falls and Chronicle does too, but that pick, it enables Crashies to use this ult to deny. And he almost catches Boo on the rope. Shock dart through. Boo barely avoids it, but time is ticking. He has to force Crashies into a fight. And he will, but he's not gonna win it. Crashies keeps Team Heretics away from map point as the climb continues now in Fnatic's favor.
It's been a streak of rounds that they needed to end. But Crashies calm and collected. The catch onto Woot was important. The dealing with Benji was the beginning of the end. And when it came to the clock, when it came to the clutch,
accident, bro.
that is where you feel the confidence in this man goes through the roof. Him and Kayak still atop that board.
Revealing it.
While for Heretics, nothing would be more cruel than coming close.
Oh, Crashies doesn't have his ult anymore.
Mistakes were made.
That's what he was saying in the replay. Yeah, he ulted by accident after the round. Oh no. At 11-9, that's gonna let the Hunter's, or not the Hunter's Fury, there's no Hunter's Fury. That's gonna let the lockdown go in for Benji. That's pretty disastrous for Fnatic. What the hell?
Well, we'll see if it comes back to bite them.
Flashbang.
Flashbang gonna be thrown over his left. So many blind is perfect for Riyadh, but Boaster swings back in response. Woot still on the site though, has kept the advantage in Heretic's favor, and there's still 2 more players to deal with. Boo playing ahead of the curve. The first comes easy, but Alpha got 2 there. Woot must have been standing directly behind him. And now it comes down to the battle of the Killjoys. Benji Fishy has not had his best series, but this round is more important than maybe all of the rest combined.
The time is on Benji's side. He spotted him. Now they both got the info to play with, but Alpha still won't be able to find a spot to plant. He's looking for the pick, and he finds it! Fnatic on their feet, just 1 round behind!
The difference between game over and 1 round between them is 2 1v1s. Crashies winning a 1v1 versus Boo, and then Alfia winning this final fight versus Benji Fishy. He had to take down 3. But the fact is, it was so unbelievably close to already being over in this map for Fnatic. But that is the problem with this team. That is the problem with this map. If you thought them being 3 behind was an issue, oh, watch them when they're 11-3 down. 8 rounds behind, it didn't matter. And while for Heretics, this map has been a display of what they can do, a display of the skill that sits on the other side of the stage from Fnatic. But if this map slips away, I can tell you for free, it will hurt much more than the rest.
It was a 1 versus 3 in the end for Alfier. That puts them 1 round behind. Missing that Hunter's Fury could be a key piece of the puzzle for Fnatic missing. Punish utility sent through to defend the orb. Good job too with Brienne's 1 away. But instead the fight for Team Heretics is on B. Look at the deep control they've taken. They've already pushed all the way through B main. Knife goes down, Mini Boo's there, Rienne's as well, but the rotate after orb taken is gonna take a long, long time. And he won't be close enough, nor will it be worth committing to try to get rid of that lockdown. Counter pits go into play.
This is everything. Both teams have 2 players that are currently stuck in the mud, and while Rienne's is gonna try and act off of this, using that Hunter's Fury, he's done damage. They'd love to have one on the other side, but that was fat-fingered a couple of rounds ago. Into the pit they look to fight. Dealing with Boaster is the goal, but it's Kayak that already falls. Boaster hiding in the corner. Up top goes Woot, but he's actually gonna win that. I thought he'd be dead to rights for sure, but they picked them all apart with ease.
It is finally time to say that Heretics have a map point.
I didn't think we were going to end up here. I'm not sure that Heretics did either. After those first two maps, a quick grand final was on everybody's mind, but hold your horses, say Heretics. What a retake this was.
How did he not die?
So convincing. Clean in every single duel. The Hunter's Fury helped. It tagged up some players. It took one out of the equation. But for Heretics now, 2 chances to close it out. And look at what Fnatic have to work with. Weaker weapons, only 2 Vandals. A res online at least, and sure, Heretics spent everything for that last round win, but it has set them up for victory.
They should have maybe been there already on this map. The clutches have saved Fnatic for at least a couple of rounds, but the fact is, OT is not out of the question. You can never doubt Fnatic when it gets to these late rounds. But for Heretics, it now feels like they've deserved themselves a map. The first 2, they weren't even close, but they have found that little bit extra that they needed. And while Miniboo's gonna go for the first fight, and this one's a little bit shaky. Benji hasn't managed to capitalize, and that might come back to bite them.
Those weaker weapons survive a little bit longer. Flank up now from Wood. He throws a flash in as well just to draw their eye, but they still have an alarm bot behind. As long as Alfier stays alive, they can focus forward. Look ahead at this push coming through. The res online, not easy to use here for Chronicle. He's gonna wait for someone to go down. Sheriff in hand for Boaster. Wrapping around in towards his orb. Reveal goes in, but most of the players are already dead and gone. It's only Boo tapping, but he's seen to not be on it. There's no way for him to get this done. And Chronicle, with a 3-piece, brings it down to just 1 round. The distance being traveled here in regulation and overtime potentially on the cards.
It's been a back and forth fight. The third map delivering more than the last 2 combined, but as said, for Heretics, it would have been nice if they could have got it done a little bit earlier, because now the heart starts to race, the blood pumping furiously, and the pressure, even though they're in the lead, is on their back. OT resets everything, takes away all the hard work, the 2 poor starts that they had off a bonus, or sorry, a force buy of sorts, and a pistol loss. All of that is undone. And it would come down to just who has the stones to take it over the line. The Crusher would be wheeled out. And for Fnatic, we know their goal is to get it done in 3.
Well, it's almost back within reach again. Benji Fishy holding down mid. He might have an early flank on them, but that turret's still up, and on the other side of that smoke is Alfier. I'm not sure if he saw him. I don't think so.
Benji,
but he's waiting patiently for this play to come through. There it is, the hat seen by both players. The turret destroyed. Woot activating onto Crashies, but dealt with after 1, and with the res online, this is a big problem. They go pushing on B. Kayak's there to catch them. Fnatic now in a 5v3 thanks to the res, thanks to the lurk from Kayak. But they're still going into the A site, still walking into the heavy numbers of Heretics. No ultimates to fall back on though, but time on their side, 12 seconds, it's running out, and it's all Kayak, he's too far away, they've done it, Team Heretics, short of the most incredible clutch, have taken it across the line. Map number 3 is not where this grand final ends, we are going to Haven.
They look down, they look defeated, they look like this series was already over. They went to the hometown of Fnatic and they took that map from them. Now Haven on the cards, a map where they will feel at home themselves. This series is going to 4 at least, as Heretics live to fight another day. We'll be back after the break.
future impossible. Lenovo Legion. This land is calling.
I'm at the Qiddiya Esports Arena for the grand finals of Apex Legends, and the doors are officially open. I'm Victoria, joined by Lace, the reporter here at Apex Legends. Now, how excited is everyone for the grand finals?
I mean, the passion is absolutely roaring. I know a couple of the teams were here yesterday to sort of see our last chance, and they are very eager to see if they can take on that sort of competition.
And the winner will be on this stage. You guys still have one of the coolest stage out here, I have to say. Who are two of the teams we should be looking out for?
Look, I'd be lying if I didn't say Alliance. They did win last year, and in their pool play, they dominated. They had about 130 points. I think it was something like 60 points above the rest. And of course, Team Falcons won their pool as well. But I do want to sort of chuck in another name for my teams to watch out for, which is Ninjas in Pajamas, because they were a little bit lower in the leaderboard for us, and then they kind of skyrocketed up. So those three teams are going to dominate today.
All right. And do you have a personal favorite you want to share with us?
Look, Victoria, I'm from Apex South, so if I didn't say a team from my region, I'd probably not be allowed back in. So I'm going to go with Gen G. They did have it a little bit rough, but look, they are a team to watch out for most definitely.
Very nice. And just to remind you guys, they have one of the coolest key crushers over here. You don't want to miss it.
Fnatic's clean sweep falls a little bit short as Team Heretics. They were holding on after 12-round wins. They're able to get it over the line in epic fashion, a 3v5 clutch, and they push us to map number 4. 2-1 is the score for Fnatic, but Team Heretics looking like they have some life yet again, shaking off the past maybe ghosts of the EMEA finals. Welcome back. This is the Esports World Cup presenting VALORANT. Tigon here alongside Baby Bay, Kakuka, and Big Time. All right, Kakuka, we were feeling a little shaky after that second map. You know, it's EMEA. Someone's going to win, someone's going to lose. How's it feel now?
It's on. It's absolutely on. I like the way that Team Heretics got their minds back in the game. To me, it had to do a lot with the plans that they had on the attack. Do not get me wrong, we almost get to overtime, but even in those moments, even when the pressure was against them, they managed to stay calm, cool, and collected.
I can't believe that Heretics bring this back after what was such a monstrous performance from Kayak. I mean, we were sitting here saying, this guy might be MVP of the final with the performance that he was doing. He was insta-ing everybody. His movements were insane. They were immaculate, but it still wasn't enough, Big Time.
Yeah, honestly, I just can only echo what you're saying. It was just a fantastic job from Heretics to mentally recover. Sunset should have been this map. The scoreline should have been Sunset.
Not too late.
I'm flabbergasted by the fact that they made this close. Fnatic need to... Now, they're the ones that have the course correct, right? Because this should have been their map. Heading towards Haven, now it's all up in the air. Heretics are feeling good. They're feeling like, okay, we're so back.
There's a worse prospect if you're a Fnatic fan. Wood is coming online.
Oh,
He's
yes.
definitely coming online, thinking about the next maps, is thinking about him on that duelist. Yeah, you better pray that he doesn't keep it up.
Yeah, same with Boo. Remember, we saw him have 5 clean share of shots over at Lotus with them all. Then they panned to the face. They did it in slow-mo. I mean, we didn't do him any favors, but he said, I don't need any favors here in map number 3 in Icebox, still dropping 20. But Woot, 300 plus ACS, looking so damn good here in Icebox.
Yeah, it was just a ridiculous performance from him, doing all these KO pop flashes. I mean, sometimes they weren't even hitting, and he was still getting kills through smokes. I mean, he just crept up on that scoreboard silently, but then at the end of the game is when he really, really shined.
And you see all of these advantages going in the side of Fnatic, but the confidence, as I'm saying, is back for the side of Heretics.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy when we think about it because Fnatic's game plan in the retail, as Pao was saying before, was, oh, let's keep this man off Duelist. Let's keep him away from Duelist. And now he's just gone, no, I don't actually care. I can just pop flash myself and go. He's pseudo Phoenix at this point. I mean, he just did a fantastic job this map. Really, really great to be able to bounce back as well. I mean, mad respect to this guy.
And this is where things get a little bit scary. Yeah, they're the stats. Look at the difference from map 1, map 2 to this map.
And the first one is the last game. So yeah, he got more than he got in this map more than the other 2 combined.
Remember, it was trending backwards. That game 2 loss, that 13-1, was the worst loss in EWC Valorant, and now it's going to be the worst loss in EWC Valorant history in terms of maps. And it would have been over. It was a best of 3, but it's not. And it's great to see Team Heretics and Los Niños bounce back in this one.
I mean, I'd like to say, Dre, I think you could be a fraud with that 3-0 Fnatic prediction.
No! That's why I was shaking my head in the beginning. I was shaking my head. I can't believe it.
I said 3-2 Heretics heading into this. So it seems like one of us really knows what we're talking about. I got some belief coming back to me now. Woot is online. The boys are awake. And I'm feeling better than ever about my prediction.
I can actually see why you would make that case, because what I was going to get into before we showed the stats card was the way that Heretics won that.
Yeah.
13-11. It wasn't pretty. It was gruely. But that is enough to build you enough confidence to like really make this go the distance.
I mean, one thing we spoke about before is that, you know, sometimes you can bounce back quite quickly after those big match. Like, you know, if it's 13-2, 13-3, you're able to bounce back quickly. We've said that before here on the desk, but when that happens kind of 2 games in a row in a best of 5, then it becomes a lot more difficult because the pressure is just ramped up even more. So, I mean, I feel like we can't talk enough about how well Heretics have done to course correct and, you know, now look like they're their former selves. They're confident. And the story of this tournament has been nothing if not turbulent.
Yeah, definitely. Let's take a look at one of the rounds that made Sam Matthews, owner of CEO, you just saw him on your screen react that way. It was round number 4 here for Heretics.
Yeah, and we can see, you know, like the players from Fnatic already pushing, just getting a little bit maybe too feisty to get this one on their belt, and maybe just overstepping a little bit. We know that the buy is not the best, but maybe just going too over their heads to get the rounds. Maybe alpha pushing, just going too eager. And I think it's very important to highlight the way that Team Heretics needs to play with this composition. You do not have a duelist, but you need to be extra aggressive. You also know that you're playing against Fnatic, and they're they can be a very heavy retake team. You know them very well. You know how they play this map and how they're going to manage to get into this. So you have to break that timing time and time again. It's either with your position, being extra aggressive, or having rounds like that.
All right, Dre, you get the map win. We start turning the page here. Let's start role playing both sides here. One for Fnatic, one for Team Heretics. Which side do you want to take?
Well, considering the fact that we're going to Haven and it's going to be a mirror comp matchup, and the way that Heretics came off of that, I think we could go the distance on this next on this series. I mean,
that's a real change of tune from the.
Hey man, I think we're still gonna win, bro.
Okay,
I think Fnatic are still taking this one home, but I could see a world in which Heretics take away Haven.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I am with you because I think the mirror matchup, right? It's the Yoru, it's the ISO, right? But Fnatic were so infamous on this composition. They were very, very good, excelled with it. But now we're gonna have, you know, those duelists come back in for Team Heretics, and they have all that fire, they have all that momentum. I mean, I want to stick true to my guns, stay true with my original predictions. And now, this game could for sure be Heretics, because after After losing Sunset, I really wasn't sure, but I think that last map might have just convinced me.
We have to think of the keeping in mind that when we talked about these veto, we said it's pretty one-sided for the first maps, but then the deeper that we go into the best of 5, the more even the ground is. And it's not only about the duelists, it really is about what both of these teams have proved in this map. Back in the region, Heretics already said we're going to teach them how this comp is used, and they did. As we're saying, Wood is coming back online. We need Alpha to step up to him. He was doing it at the end of that last map. He almost, helps him to get to overtime. So I hope that's what Alpha has in his mind right now.
Speaking of Woot, what an impactful first half to close it out and make it 6-6, right? He got an ace on the KO, if I'm not mistaken, and it was ridiculous. I mean, he was pretty much aimbotting everybody in the server, and I think that round was so important to make it go into that 13-11 win, because without that, all of a sudden going into the next half, maybe Fnatic have a little bit more in the tank, maybe a little bit more confidence to close that map out.
Yeah, and quite frankly, I'm just excited that this happened in a way where, it was a grind. Right, I think if it was an easy, we return a 13-1 back at you, it doesn't quite get to the level of grit that's needed. Because last time that Team Heretics played Fnatic in a grand finals, it was a 3-0, but they never got to the championship rounds, right? The maps where it wouldn't exist in a best of 3. Now they're getting to go there on a high of grinding one out against one of the best teams in the world here, big time.
Yeah, I mean, I think Fnatic have been such a ghost for Team Heretics in the past, such a spectre haunting over them of really not feeling like they're able to escape. But now, this is just that first glimmer. This is, the clouds are parting, there's a beam of sunshine there coming in for Team Heretics. So they got to grasp it, have a quick sunbathe. Come on, soak it all up, guys. You can get back on this now.
Many times we speak about the momentum and how important it is for Heretics. We were seeing it also in the reactions, how Benji, even though he wasn't having, and he's definitely not having the best of tournaments, he was cheering everybody up, keeping up that performance, helping keeping up the performance for the rest of his teammates. Fnatic on the other side, yes, we saw also some crazy reactions, the standing up, a little bit cursed at times. But also, think about it. You said for Heretics, it's been a grind. They've always had their backs against the wall, and this time we knew it was going to be no different. On the other side, you have a Fnatic that has just lost their second map this entire tournament. So I now that we've gotten this far into map 4, I really, really want to get into the number 5 because I feel like Ascent between these two teams could be outrageous.
Yeah, and then if we did get onto that Ascent, you'd have that unique composition that Fnatic have been mastering, right? Alfear on that chamber has been a monster on that map, but yeah.
And a double duelist for Heretics.
Yes. It would be a matchup that I actually do want to see now that it's not a 3-0.
Nice little cheer there for Team Heretics as they try to keep the vibes going. We know how important it is to them. We will name a tournament Sony MVP later on. Who is your leading candidate here, big time?
Or, I mean, I think it does ultimately depend on who closes out this match. But, if it's Fnatic, I'm leaning towards Chronicle. I'm leaning towards Kayak. I think they've both had fantastic tournaments. Woot now showing up in a major way, and he's been consistent all the way through the tournament too.
Yeah, and then you also got to think about Boo on that side of Heretics as well, right, Bea?
Yeah, I mean, I would agree, but I side with big time on this one. If we look at the overall of the tournament, Chronicle has been absolutely insane, but so has Kayak. To me, also, the entire of the year has been amazing for Kayak. He could have made any excuse to not have the performance that he has had internationally, regionally, and he never made that excuse. He always performed, and the fact that he's also doing it in the final is very surprising.
Before we head back to stage, Baby Bay, who is your Fnatic MVP?
I think I'm going to have to go with Kayak. With how he's been playing in this final so far, I think he's going to be surpassing Chronicle in terms of that leaderboard that we were talking about, because it was basically them two at the top, and then Woot is like the runner-up from the side of Heretics. Absolutely. So I think if Kayak can keep up the pace, because he's going to be on that duelist, getting a lot of those first engagements, he might take the throne from Chronicle, which is so funny because they're on the same team.
And again, for the STC Esports World Cup Club Championship points, it's more important for Fnatic here. They have went over their total from last year with this team here in the grand finals and their Apex team in the finals. But with a victory here, they would double their points and be in good position for all of the Esports World Cup. But will they be able to do it? Fnatic, Heretics, map number 4. Let's get to it.
Thank you once again, Degon. We have a series on our hands. We were worried about the 3-0. Nobody likes a 3-0 grand final. We've got at least one more to go. This one, the pick of Heretics. And on their side, how poetic if they manage to win this. The composition they run, all that there is about it comes from the one great on the opposite side of the stage. They've taken Fnatic's comp and ran with it over the last few months, Tom. For Fnatic, they went away from this composition. They abandoned it. Let's see if it comes back to haunt them, just like Fnatic did in those first two maps for Heretics.
Wow, you can already see the changes are massive from the side of Fnatic. Bringing in that chamber, Alfayez's flare on that agent has been super impressive. If we get to the next map of Ascent, we're going to see something fairly similar in tow. They brought in the Astra as well, which I think at a point when Astra was very popular, Boaster was one of the best of the best. I'd also say, to be fair, the Boo was as well. But this is going to be a very different look. Vice has not become a massively popular pick on Haven. I think we've still seen a lot of that Cypher, Killjoy. Those have been the popular picks, so anything Chronicle does, I'm going to enjoy, but I'm looking forward to seeing what ideas he has. But the main thing we're going to talk about is the comp on the other side. Woot helped win them that last map. He was fantastic.
His ace to close the half, unbelievable.
And he is the man that we're now going to look to again. I'm bringing in that ISO. If you're not fragging, you're not bringing value. That is your goal. You need to be popping heads, running around, taking those 1v1s and winning them. And that's exactly what he does most of the time. If we were coming in before yesterday's game, I'd be in the like 70% tile that they're going to win this map. But they lost to Gen G. They showed that they can bleed. And sure, Gen G are one of the best Haven teams in the world, but you still came in and had high hopes for Heretics, but they struggled. Now they have no time left to struggle. And after Sunset, there has been proven to be vulnerabilities, but Icebox gave us that little bit of hope, that belief that this squad of 5 players who have now played in 5 finals and won 0 trophies can actually turn this into a series. For Fnatic, they win it here, it is done. They crush their opponent's key, they are immortalized in the totem. 2 very different outlooks, but both desiring this map.
It seemed like fate had chosen a side after the first 2 maps, but now it seems to have swapped over to the other. Team Heretics already opening up with a double, and it's Woot to claim first blood here on Haven. A solid start, as Fnatic, no doubt, especially putting Alfier on that chamber, you're coming in and you're saying, okay, play comfort. You had some good rounds, the crowd was screaming your name, and this is an agent that could let him run away with the game. That's a shaky start. Crashy's picking back 2, though. He's given them a chance, but he is boxed in.
He's also tagged, but it doesn't seem to matter. The low HP is only making him stronger.
I have the spike.
And after the double opener, he's going on a wraparound, but so is Miniboo. Timing here will end up being everything. Boaster has got the right idea and he's won the fight. A 3 versus 5, now diminished to just Boo remaining. And he's soon going to realize at least where one of these players is, but he does not know where Crashy stands.
Spike planted.
And now they've got everything to work with. Garage control, long control. The only difference here, I suppose, no star down from Boaster. I don't know if one's regenerating as we speak, but there was one pulled back on B.
Going out.
Maybe they won't even need it. Boo's already tagged heavy. The tap comes in, there's a reveal to fire straight into that smoke. No need to fight, but Crashies is hungry. His taste for blood, not quite quenched. And a 4-piece again in the pistol rounds. This time it is Fnatic finding the dub.
Yeah, well, that pretty much has been the case in the majority. Only a singular pistol round going the other way, and this one probably should have been the second. But for this man, having a worldie of a round. Boxed in the corner, stuck in the back of sight, position known, and somehow he lives to tell the tale. For Heretics, it's going to be a bitter loss.
Need that back.
Momentum with this composition is definitely important. We've seen them dominate sides, but we've mentioned it plenty of times. They were on the other side of the pistol victories when it came to their semi-final win.
That works.
And now when they're fighting for a trophy, the only time they won the pistol, they lost the second round.
And we talk about Viper as a controller who bleeds into that Sentinel role, and I think for Chamber, you can say the opposite, a Sentinel who bleeds into the Duelist. And for Alphayer, my expectation high for him here on this map. I look to the other side. Woot has to deliver. Has to be a strong statement. Here on this map, the same for Miniboo. Now this round, they shouldn't have much to say, especially the gamble early not paying off. The seaside open, the plant down, Boaster, okay, he's dealt with. He's one of the players who only has a pistol. The rest, that's where the real brawn of this round sits. A lot of spams going down. They'll even take Miniboo. And at this point, they know that Spike isn't being defused. As that smoke fades, this is the benefit of having so many of those rifles to play with. They couldn't see the Spike wasn't being stuck, but they could certainly suspect it. 2-0, relatively clean for Fnatic.
Yeah, they keep all the weapons. They're even happy to trade out the Marshal, but ultimately, for Crashies, the goal was to gain orbs, and that's exactly what he did. No real cost to be endured in this one, and the start from Fnatic is one I'm sure they'll be very happy with. Oh, there you go. But this is where things get interesting. A purchase, the first for Heretics. We know that their composition revolves around aggression, but for now it's more of a stalemate. And in fact, it's Kayak that's looking to take space.
Great economy management as well from Fnatic early on. They basically have a full buy already, and it stands to them in this early engagement. Your quasi-duelist. And the man himself tagged down to 16, but Kayak still draws breath. The A site taken as a result. The plant soon to come in. Like I said, Fnatic, you know, this is their bonus, if you want to call it that. But it still has so much hope and promise. There's a gate crash in, but for Miniboo to take this, that flash will need to be perfect. I think it will just be faked, and then they'll go swinging on in. The bow in hand, it's giving info, but it's not needed. 16 health in that corner. He stays aggressive, and it works wonders for Fnatic.
Very comfortable in that post plant. This didn't look like a bonus round whatsoever. The initial fights go their way, and from then onwards, it is comfortable, and this man, his name is slowly being etched into that MVP spot. As said, at the beginning of the day, it was almost set in stone that if Fnatic won, Chronicle would be the MVP. And let's not pretend like he's had a bad performance, but Kayak has had an incredible one. Crashies as well. And once again, they're going to start off with a strong start. Heretics have been slow. And then the first two maps, that was enough to kill them off. In the last, they fought tooth and nail for the victory. It seems like this map is going to have to be the same.
There's still promise in these kind of rounds. I mean, nothing is granted, but they would need something to go their way early, and the problem is the info that went their way pulls them towards this A site. Fnatic still have a wide net spread on this round, but they're giving it up. The mid control being conceded. Boaster moving towards C. I mean, he's got an outlaw, he's looking for a pick, someone to swing. Setting up smokes as we speak, though. This will be a committal at least to start with, and Heretics have read it. Their rotation is perfect. 4 players ready and waiting as their opponents knock on the door, kick down the gates, and then turn and flee. They've baited the rotation. Look at the space. If Boaster didn't fill this in, if he didn't connect the dots, they would have ran into an ambush. And instead, everything is there for Fnatic to play with on this side of the map.
Yeah, he's even spotted the kill trip in the corner and then just pinged it. Didn't want to break it because that would give the game away. That would tell Heretics that he was here. Instead, he points it out to his teammates and goes looking for the fight. A huge advantage already picked up. And while Alfia's position, it's only going to get one, but well, it's more like one and a bit. Boo is on his last legs.
Great shot.
And they're going to need Woot to hit God mode to win this round.
Crashies has been nuts. He denied the drone on the way through. Woot, though, pops down the wall. That could get us to at least halfway on the defuse, but in goes the Hunter's Fury. A big difference now as Crashies is going to eliminate on time! Boo left alive, and it doesn't matter. Live or die. The round has gone to Heretics. They gambled incorrectly and still walk out with the victory.
I was almost certain he'd get it to half and let go. He was the man with the rifle, but clearly just the sense from this superstar that maybe, just maybe, I could tank myself an extra hit. And that was all it was. Just having that additional little bit to get him through the round. A victory that never should have been. And for Heretics, an extra little kickstart, a turbo boost for what is their defensive side.
And all the dominoes fell in their favor. Taking down Alpha, retrieving the weapon, that was Woot. Then he swings wide, catches Boaster, getting a little bit too aggressive. That removes the gravitational well. It could have stopped the defuse. It could have bought them more time. Denied that wall from Woot having any impact. What? He's just shot through the smoke and taken down Kayak. An unbelievable early pick in a round where credits are invested on the other side and they're on the line for Team Heretics after losing so many players in the previous. That's such a valuable pick.
Yeah, with Dimensional Drift now available, that would have been wonderful, especially in tandem. Ooh, careful.
Close.
Rian's almost sacrificed Alfia in the walk up. There's a player in the corner the Chronicle has to be careful of. He's not checking, he's here in the steps. The shield probably would have saved him anyway. And now the walk up from Boaster with the spike. He doesn't have any support just yet. They're only just making their rotation in. Alfia in a good position to try and get something done. He's looking for the players with the Hunter's Fury, but it's too little, too late. Woot has already closed out this round, and even saving that operator. Well, he should have been dead already. I don't know how he's lived that long, but Heretics won't care. It's a flawless round after a miracle round, and now they are getting closer to Fnatic once again.
That looked like it could have been a start that Fnatic run away with. A 4-0 beginning, and who knows where it goes from there with the economy looking good. And after, as you said, the miracle round, the big performance by Woot,
Spike down.
they're able to fight their way back in similar fashion on that retake of site. Unbelievable opening though. The fact that Miniboo's able to creep up, fire a shot through the smoke, and eliminate what has been the strongest individual for Fnatic so far. It holds so much value. The op shot not landing here though. And look at Kayak. He's in another dimension, but he will be conceding that fight.
What they were hoping for the last round, that he would lead the charge, but was picked off already though. Fnatic not looking like they're down and out just yet. 2 quick picks. The Dimensional Drift will be used on the other side. Boo, a little bit of redemption. They already know where 2 of these players are, trying to block the bullets, but it hasn't worked out. And bear in mind, Miniboo is left on just 10 HP. An impossible clutch, and whoa, it won't become probable. Chronicle will make sure that lead is not going anywhere just yet.
Well, the claws are out on both sides. Heretics have found themselves. It took a while to warm up, to shake off those grand final nerves. They know that their story has so often seemed written when it comes to this stage of the tournament. Perhaps being reminded of that if Fnatic find a few more. 4-2, but thanks to them winning a low by round, surviving with so many in the previous, the credits are still there. But they are now on the edge. And it's a long way down after the climb back on Icebox. If the economy slips up here and Fnatic get that early lead, you think about the value on defense from someone like Alphier on that chamber. He's going to be a nightmare to deal with. They need as much of a buffer here as they can possibly get.
Yeah, it's safe to say that in normal circumstances, Heretics' attack side is normally phenomenal. Like, they are normally a squad that are so comfortable, but it is something new. It's something different. And it's something aggressive that Fnatic are pulling out. So I agree. As much of a buffer as they can, so they at least have opportunities to figure out Fnatic's second half. In the last map, I think it was 5-2 down. They took a pause and came out with a pretty decent half.
Want to fight it?
Fnatic, though, they're trying to sell a ruse. They've pulled off an immediate dimensional drift, which gives them so much space. The cam, though, is going to be integral. And actually, Benji goes ahead, and so does Miniboo.
Kayak grabbing another, though. Now this is now spiraled out of control.
Time to jump.
Heretics down by 1 just moments ago. They held the advantage, and now they're being picked apart. Now you see the value of that early pick by Miniboo. He deleted Kayak, and they had to fall back on other individuals. But when this man is still drawing breath, you're soon to run out of yours. Stuck on 2 rounds. Heretics shut down by the familiar face on the other side of the stage.
The thing that Heretics thrived with going into last year was picking up young blood. They went into the tier 2, raided it, and brought in superstars. Woot was only just old enough to play when he joined the team halfway through the year. Benji Fishy went through the grind to get there. Fnatic this year decided, you know what, I want a piece of that. Picked up Kayak, and well, it's looking like they're ready to make history with him as, at minimum, the grand final MVP. Crashy's definitely close behind, but this man has been on a tear. Well, unfortunately for Heretics, that is the end of their purchases, at least for now. But what I will say is Woot's hero rifle has saved them more times than I'd care to admit.
Not only that, Miniboo on a Marshall we've seen before. Great timing, and Woot's gotten out. Activates his shield just in case those spams through the wall could catch him. It's just 1 bullet without that. It will soon be fading. The rest of the squad, not so well equipped for these battles. Alphier, he's gone right into Miniboo.
They both
with a shot from the Sheriff that takes him down easily and gives it off into their opponent's hands. Team Heretics, they're now favored in this round.
30 seconds
Woot's
left.
already given his rifle over. Happy to play the sacrificial lamb, but they have heard those rotations over into the B site. It gives them space, as they will be able to get themselves into a post plant. And this is where Boaster, I think you could see, was reclaiming one of those orbs. A chance to have that post plant set up and buy themselves extra time.
And Woot, as you said, he's going to be that sacrificial lamb. He knows he's got to go down first, get them around those initial corners. Riyadh and Boo, they've done what was needed to trade out those picks. Kayak's down, and it's all on Boaster. He's found his first. Here's the steps. Knows they're both there. Time on his side! Boaster! An unbelievable clutch!
He may not always top the board. He may not always be the man to lead the way, but you put this man in a clutch situation, one that could change the course of a grand final, one that could change the course of any match, and he will deliver. And that might just be one of the moments that Heretics are going to live to forget. He chose his moment to perfection.
You want to play? Let's play.
And has won a round that could have been the lifeline. Boo in trouble, already stunned up. And an aggressive position hasn't worked out for Miniboo either. This leaves Rienz out on an island. And while that island is going to be discovered.
Oh, Jens, he's in trouble. The shorty to the back trades out Chronicle. They don't even lose their flank protection thanks to having Alphier in here. So again, all eyes focused forward. The drone goes through, Heretics are kept back, and look at the credits. Economy so desperately low that even in the face of a 7-2 lead to Fnatic, they will be conceding this round. The 2v4 not looking worth it. It's not like they can dent Fnatic's economy that much. They would only do more damage to their chances, putting a few more rounds up before this half is over.
Yeah, the save is a must. We've mentioned it already, the value of a single rifle in the hands of Woot. It came close, but for the Boaster clutch in the previous round, the previous map seeming more like a blip than any change of fate or change of direction for this grand final. As Fnatic have a date with destiny. They were the first team to have themselves back-to-back internationals. They were a team that were feared for the entirety of 2023. 2024 didn't quite go to plan, at least on the international stage. In 2025, they had to change the way that they were going, bringing in a player, but more importantly, I think, changing the coaching staff in the backlines, who ever since joining have made this team look even more terrifying than it was before. For Heretics, this is their last check-in. You can tell how poorly this first half has been going with the fact that Neil, alongside Weber, have felt the need to use this pause again. But they know that that attack side especially, this squad thrives there. They just need to give themselves a chance.
You can see it in all of their faces, even just that snippet of Crashies there at the end. Chronicle losing his mind as Boaster hit that 1v3 that, I mean, they were already charting their course for victory, but this one truly set them along the way. 7-2. A 5-round gap now between these squads, and Heretics putting a decent investment into this. Woot does well. That's ult online, but he can't quite use it from this position, or it'd only be a one and done at best. He'll get out though, and now that's a real. Oh, it's Kayak again! This guy's absurd! That's the round! 4v2! It crumbles to dust just like that!
Yeah, we mentioned the hero that Woot can be, but he has been nothing but a sidekick to the superstar that is Kayak. Anything you can do, he can do better. And for Benji and Boo,
here,
it comes down to what can you even achieve in this round? You go for it, maybe you lose a weapon. You don't go for it, maybe you lose the match. Benji at least going to try and make things costly. Boo, of course, has nothing to lose. He now at least finds himself a Guardian, but he'll be able to buy in the next round anyway. And while caught with a smoke in hand, this is looking comfortable once again for the side of Fnatic. The work has been done, the prep has been heavy. And with an already dominant-looking first half, it's his own flash that sets him up as well. He'll write the theme tune, sing the theme tune, and perform a dance to go with it.
That is just 16-4. An unthinkable talent on the side of Fnatic. They found the opening, man. I thought Woot was out. I thought he'd made it. And a flash jump peek through. 2 quick picks, an op follow-up, and the round is done. He's just bailing them out of impossible situations, and then if they're not on the back foot like that, he's the one to put the right foot forward. 6 rounds in it, a full buy for Heretics. They have been crushed by Kayak. in so many of these battles, and of course, even when a player hiding, it's the same again. Riyadh has to cancel the ult, because guess who's around that corner? It's Kayak! Once more, the death dealer from Fnatic, and Heretics in a worse position than the round before, but they're running out of rounds.
One enemy
Oh, the main thing that I'm running out of is questions. At the beginning of the year, the question was, can he replace Durka? After that, it was, can he do it when it matters most? The only question that's left is, can he be stopped? Because right now, the answer is a resounding no.
Dodges both pulses and drops the Hunter.
He's got plot armor. That's what we're seeing at this point. He's the hero that, well, the movie would be over if he died. 18-4 in his rookie season. In a grand final, Woot is going to try. Woot is going to try and fight the Menace, but instead, well, he eventually goes down. He took the decoy. The Steel Garden will take the guns away, though. Chronicle wary of the corners. You've beaten the beast, but can you take down the rest?
Oh, nice angle by Boo. Oh, no! They already dropped one! He had to jump on them! He needed more from that position. The flank watch there, but Alpha gets dropped, and oh, it's Boaster to fire right back after eating a full course of lead. He's left on 20 HP. It should be an easy conversion, and hell, Woot has been here for this team every step of the way. The last round of the half, a 1 versus 1. When you think back to this C site, to Boaster's clutch, he took down 3. The odds were against him then, but he needs to move fast. I think he was spotted, but that wall gives him an out.
Oh, it does. And I think he's made the realization. Woot can run forward. And now, as the Cosmic Divide fades, Boaster sells a ruse, sells a thought, but Woot will not fall for it. He will keep them alive. And as a curse faces off against Heretic, that second place curse that has held on to them for yonks. Now the 9-3 is all they have on their side. We'll be back after the break.
be the final half of the EWC Grand Final as Heretics once more glance at the Crusher with dismay. Their key could be on the way. Fnatic have pulled out an incredible half, but more so Kayak has 18-5. Whether he opens the round or pulls them right back into them, he has been leading the charge for this squad, separated now by 6 rounds, and they've won almost every pistol so far.
This was the map that
Scanning ahead.
Heretics were able to take away from Fnatic. It was the map that in the last best of 5, when Fnatic had a couple of bans, they took this one from them, didn't allow them to play it, feared Heretics on it. Now, they sit firmly in the driver's seat, and Heretics need to prove why this map, this attack side, has always been something to fear.
Sleep, brother.
Nice start. Alphayer down. We know that the attack side can be strong, but if this pistol goes the other way, it will have to be something to behold. Heretics have lost control of their flank. Short at least still theirs, so Long and Heaven the dangers with that deep hold over defender spawn itself. They'll concede it for now. Assuming there'll be utility, assuming that most of the players are coming from elsewhere, and they're very correct. Boaster caught, Short secured, Heaven taken, as Crashy's corpse falls down below. It's only 2 left. Chronicle and Kayak, and they will be dealt with. A much needed pistol round for Team Heretics.
It's a lifeline. That's what it is. It's a lifeline. They will be able to at least have an opportunity to fight on this attack side. It's been favored for them. It's one where they thrive. And with the conversion in tow, it gives them an opportunity. As mentioned though, it's a very different look from beating Fnatic with a composition that you stole from them and beating them on something new. A team known for innovation.
Time to jump.
A team known as one of the best. And well, in this round, not a lot to play with, but a Marshall in Kayak's hands somehow still seems dangerous.
Well, thankfully that danger's put to bed immediately. And the weapon, for now at least, not retrievable.
Killed them.
Solid follow-up by Miniboo as well, as now we go 5 versus 3. Classics across the board from Fnatic. After that previous map where Heretics at times looked polished, they've come into this one, at least half number 1, tarnished as can be. But perhaps the dead who yet live can find their way back out of the grave that they have 1 foot in. This round is necessary. It can't even be close. And it shouldn't be either.
They've got the info. That's about all Fnatic really have in their favor in this round. Weaponry is in the bin, of course. You got their headhunter, but only 2 bullets within it. Heretics are being incredibly careful. Boaster already being spotted as well, and so has Alfier. All danger is avoided as Heretics keep that one squeaky clean.
Once the buys come out, this is where the tides could turn, but for Heretics, they have to hope that's not the case.
Flawless.
They're looking for plain sailing from this point forward. 9-5. We've seen many teams make their way back into a game like this, but my worry rests with a man like Alfier. He's 5-8 right now. The attack side was not kind to him, but it was defense that I was waiting for him to show his true face, his true strength. Already that shock dart, that's going to eliminate the double tap. No second lease of life for Woot.
That means that that first shot becomes ever more deadly. They've got a pretty good bonus round in here. The Marshall, the only major weakness, everything else is solid. And I think Heretics knew that they needed to put a hefty amount into this round. You can't really afford to allow Fnatic to get to double digits and you be on half. Even still, though, they've tried to feel out the map, but really not found anything for it. The dart won't clear a thing. With 45 seconds left, seems like the B site might be their current option, but with still 2 players heading towards A, it seems like they're going to try and sell a ruse.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, it's working. Decoy goes through, flash in, I think, for Miniboo, and he bails immediately. The B site wide open. And Chronicle taken down. I think that was through the smoke, maybe just as it bloomed. They caught a glimpse of Chronicle. With 10 seconds to plant, undeniable. The side of Fnatic, a 4 versus 5 retake. They've lost garage control. This whole left side of the map is now a danger zone. But from what we can see, Heretics don't have a ton of control. Once that trip is broken, the pressure is very much on Boo.
Yeah, he does have the backline being watched by Woot. They're trying to play this one together, but instead have opted to reposition back to the rest of the team. And that time is now ticking quite far for a squad that hasn't got anywhere near the site. Woot is already going to add another to the death toll with Miniboo alongside. That is a clean bonus round coming out from Heretics. It needed to be a big boost coming into this second half, and that's exactly what they found.
An injection of rounds. And we've seen them in this position before. I think that might be for Kayak.
Probably.
I think I know who that's targeted at.
One enemy remains.
Just at least slow down a little bit here. But I don't know quite how long that is going to last. The thing is, Heroes on the other side stepping up, and the win condition of Woot playing on that ISO. He's here for the team, at least for now. Great connection from Alfier on the defense. As I said, this is where that value can be brought, posting on an angle, keeping information, and instantly getting out.
Of course, economically, winning your bonus like that sent the credits through the roof. Even damage in this round won't hurt Heretics too much, but it's more so just the nerves of losing that opening pick. It's always going to make things just that little bit more worrying. And they're trying to figure out the map. The problem is they don't really want to leave their group. So they put Boo as a sort of lurker in case there's some C aggression, and now look to rotate back in that direction. The problem, though, is that Fnatic are starting to realize, okay, we haven't seen anything in a while. They're re-aggressing with the drone. The Bucky in position, this could be everything. 30 seconds left on the clock, and they're only just looking to put the pressure on. The Bucky's still there, and Chronicles found another. It's looking like it could just fall apart here, but Boo's trying to save them. That's the spike down. And now re-enters all the remains. 20 seconds. And they know where he is. They know exactly where he is, but they're not fighting him. They're not looking towards him. They're going to the only site he can face off against, and they are waiting patiently for him to try and plant the spike. Fnatic are going to win themselves a thrifty, and a lot of that came down to Chronicle.
Well, he has been a man in discussion for the MVP. Some of the performances that he has put up throughout this tournament, he won't be forgetting for a long time to come. Teed them up for victory. It's the 21-8 Kayak to strike the final blow. And that one cuts deep for Heretics. 9-7 as it would have been. Decent bit of economy as well, as it should have been. And instead, their opponents fighting right back in. A gap of 4 and 3 away from lifting the trophy.
Crashies has already been irritating, consistently working to try and remove that shield with shock darts already. It is going to be Boaster to be claimed. A chance to remove the smokes, and Woot's not missing that shot.
They might think the site's slider defended, but there's still 2 players here. There were just a second ago. Blink and you miss it. Woot and Boo have deleted the duo on that site and left 2 to potentially just go for the save. Chronicle and Alpha, one of which is an operator. Not something you're going to want to risk on a round like this. And indeed, it doesn't look like they're too keen to go swinging in.
I really like the pace change from Heretics. The last round is one where you run out of time. That's basically what it came down to. You had to gamble towards the end because you thought maybe there'd be more space or you could get an easy trade, and you walked into a bucky. You got a nasty surprise and it went wrong. So they go back to basics. Quick push, use the ult, clear out the smoke and stuns and everything that comes with Boaster's utility, and then you execute in that direction. No complexity, no changes mid-round, no back and forth, just keep it simple, keep it basic. And they win it comfortably. And off the back of that, Fnatic are going to call a pause. Okay, once you didn't have the weapons, that could have been a less worrying sign, but that was clean.
Yeah, it makes it look like that previous win was a bit of a flash in the pan. The timeout, the course correct before this gets out of control. Your opponents closing the distance, looking like these are rounds that they can repeat. Even just giving the players a moment, take those deep breaths. This is a moment for Fnatic to show us the face that they did on map 1 and 2. Hell, if we go to 5, this is anyone's game. Heretics, they're looking like a completely different squad to the team we saw mount that stage just a few hours ago.
Oh, for sure. Map 2 feels like a lifetime away. Maybe because minutes, but it was a different squad. And a reverse sweep, it seemed impossible when they went 2-0 down, but somehow they've got me questioning whether or not they can do it to Fnatic.
Retrieving flash.
After what was a dominant first half, they're proving once again that although they may be youthful,
Retrieving thorns.
they still have some resilience left. Of course, Fnatic are still in the lead. The pause taken early. And once again, it seems like they want it to be pacey, but the Thorns is going to slow them down.
Nice shot. Crashes is being deleted and left Alpha all alone on that A-long angle. Holding with the op in hand. Looks like Heretics. Trap placement. Rotate out a middle towards a main. They're going to challenge him. Has his TP. Fall right back to it, and that's exactly what Alpha was looking for.
This changes things a little. They maybe thought they'd have that space for free. Kayak, he knows who's coming on the other side. He's going to try and fall into the close corner. They've already put the paranoia through. He's waiting, but he's dealt with. And on the other side, it's again another ultimate that does damage. The Hunter's Fury puts them 2 players up. The pause, as of right now, seemingly not making a difference as, again, a more direct approach from the side of Heretics leaves Fnatic in a spot where they kind of have to save.
Well, especially with the AWP as well. If Alpha was maybe 1 orb closer, you get your kill and your death, you're good to go for the next anyways. But you look to Crashies, you look to Boaster, they don't have the credits. Can't fall back into those rifle buys, and so, yeah, it's the right call. But it's got to be crushing to have the round set up like this. Crashies just taken out of play immediately, no trade. It takes a while, and eventually Alpha gets one, falls back, and the site crumbles so quickly off a few pieces of utility. The Team Heretics 2-round gap. And this map that at halftime was looking like it was close to over, like a pistol round could bury them deep. It's now very much back up for grabs, and a lot of that comes down to the attack side. You talked about it in that first half. We know Heretics are reliable there, but you never know when a new comp comes out on the other side. Alpha Air, if he's on fire on the defense, if Kayak can keep that spark lit, well then, I'm not sure the side matters.
Yeah.
But
it didn't on Sunset.
It absolutely did. But here, it's a different story altogether.
No, they've been great. Woot, 16 and 10. I think if you told me in the first half that he'd only be 6 kills away from Kayak. I'd have called you crazy, but he has started that road to recovery. A player that, when they played in that grand final versus Gen G, was by many considered at that moment the best player in the world, that it wasn't that far after his debut. That's the absurd thing about it. It's been said but that some in traditional sports burst onto the scene, and that's exactly what happened with Wu. But he's still showing that there is a lot left in the tank. Ascent, we've mentioned it. That's where you head into another realm of double duelist. Yoru on either side, and then a chamber jet. A lot of similarities to what we're seeing on this map. And in what will feel like it comes down to the individuals, less so the strategy. And for Fnatic, they started this series off in such dominant fashion. The first 2 maps made it feel like the third was irrelevant. They went into Icebox, and somehow that's where Heretics found some footing. They'd invested in some ice shoes, got some grip. And now on Haven, after a 9-3 deficit, a pistol, a necessity, a bonus that came their way, the difference is down to 2.
Well, our technical pause, a short reprieve for both teams. Their breath stabilized, and now let's see if Heretics can stabilize those rounds. Again, they will be looking for this early fight on A long. Same old recon being destroyed. Alpha, though, he was suppressed. He couldn't get out of there. Couldn't click his fingers and bail out to the A site, back to the safety of his teammates. That's a great trade early on for Team Heretics. A weakness in play for Boaster and Crashies. Enemy tag. An ult for Kayak, but he doesn't need to use it just yet. They know there's players here. Good flash. Decoy. No follow-up pick. Fnatic really want that man advantage to work with. Another decoy sent out alongside that reveal, using their utility, but Heretics are avoiding giving anything away.
Also, look at Boaster. He's got so much information already, but the problem is there's been the teleport to the other side of the map. Now, of course, Boo is not willing to risk this with the spike, so he can't get them into the afterplant, and now the dimensional drift going to be used to try and figure out where these players are actually going. He'll spot them sending it towards C, and that means that the rest of the team can start to gamble on that direction. The problem that they have is that Boo's already here, and unfortunately for Boaster, he does not have the weapon to fight them on this cross.
That smoke grabbed well. It's allowed him to get a little bit closer, though. He's going to draw the eye, try to let Crashies follow up with the kill. It's a little bit messy, and Mini Boo's already wrapped around. Boo just bought time, trust in his teammates. And it's left it into the hands of Kayak. If he wins this one, it will be another one to add to the books, but it's Mini Boo, the duelist on the other side, to take him out.
Yeah, huge round. Even though there was a lot of weaknesses for Fnatic in that one, there was still moments of danger, opportunities that Heretics had to deal with, and they did.
Planted the spike.
They brought this back to within just 1 round, a dominant half, and the smiles now starting to fade. It's never a Fnatic victory without at least a little bit of stress. Surprised he still got a full head of hair.
Yeah, him and Boulevard both. They're doing a great job. I don't know if they use Moose or what the secret is, but
the player.
Yes, I think Moose is their secret to still having hair.
Yeah.
You should message him, Tom.
I'll send him a DM.
We'll get this sorted. The Team Heretics 1 round away from equalizing from the depths of despair, 9-3. I don't know how they've managed to make this work, but they are on the cusp of something beautiful, of something great. This comeback in a BO5, unlike anything that I've seen before. And for Heretics, with the storyline that's there, we know how much this means to them.
Who's next?
Hi!
already. Dimensional Drift has been used. Hunter's Fury sent out almost for a little bit of information. He's going to have to leave the other dimension as the rest of the team look to head in towards what is a pretty nasty trap setup. They've timed it well, though. They go through together, weaponry removed, but that doesn't matter for Woot. Put a sheriff in his hand, and he will still knock you down.
Well, this is the Woot that we were waiting to see. This is the Woot that was missing on map 1 and 2. The promise for this squad. And it comes in on the ISO, but this has nothing to do with the agent in play. Clean and clinical shots. There were teammates there in case he needed them. Trades that were possible. But Woot doing it with the weaker weapon, that has sent Fnatic into a spiral.
That's got to sting. You take his weapon from him, and if anything, it made things worse. If anything, it made him seem even stronger. And Fnatic, I said it at the beginning, they are not a team known for choking, for letting games slip away. They are renowned for comebacks. They are renowned as the squad that makes you struggle to breathe when you are firmly in the lead. Well, from 9-3 up, they now sit level. Heretics are proving that their attack side should be feared throughout the land, and they are silencing anybody who questioned this roster at this side. Tour de force in for Alpha, yeah.
It's you and me.
He's going to try and make a difference in the meantime. The kill contract has grabbed another. It's a nice shot. Woot will face off, though, against Chronicle, and in the meantime, his teammates are doing the work.
They're going back to grab the spike, but hopefully not to go to this A site. It is to go to this A site. It's to go right past Crashies. He's only got a Sheriff. Inspired perhaps by Woot in the previous round. They don't clear the corner in time. He swings in and only one found. But it might seem weird looking at the sidebar, but it gives Alpha a chance. He's got his ultimate. He's got 3 shots still. He needs to be so quick, and he gets one and out. 32 HP though. The margin for error slim, and he checks the wrong side still. Boo was so quick, I don't think it would have mattered.
It was a gamble that had to be taken, and a gamble that didn't pay off. The tour de force damaging, but at this stage, as we've said so many times for the other side, damage has become irrelevant. The whole squad of Heretics now believing that this comeback can be a reality. And in that belief has been an incredible second half. 8-1 thus far, and this pace is something that's been so difficult to deal with. Kayak is under pressure. They know where he is, and he's had to escape, but he's left Boaster behind. He's done well, at least. In fact, he'll take 2. The IGL leading by example in this round, and he might have just given a chance to Fnatic to level.
Oh, he definitely has! But Benji Fishy, he's made the big play, the double takedown, and the reset as he falls on back. Crashies has seen him. He knows he's got timing, but Benji might be able to slip right past that trip, and that's exactly what he's done. He's safe now from this play. A cam to fire through if they do go to smoke this off. But of course, who's going to be the one smoking it? There's no one left for Fnatic to deny that control, and Miniboo has just mowed down 2. Crashies alone. The rising tide of Team Heretics is sweeping Fnatic away. And it looks like he's got no chance if they play their cards right. He's made that realization, and he will run for the hills, taking the big gun with him. But Team Heretics, 9-3 down. They are just 1 away from taking us to map number 5.
13-4, a 13-1, a poor start in both halves of Icebox,
One enemy remaining.
and a 9-3 deficit. And somehow they are one away from being bang even, level, with everything riding on Ascent. They've got to try not to get ahead of themselves, because we saw that in the last map, where it almost slipped away. But only a singular round so far in this defensive half for Fnatic. They need double that just to go to OT.
It felt like at some stage they would run into Kayak again and he'd pull out one of those plays, but it was the attack side benefit for this composition. Fnatic bringing in an unusual strategy. The Vice for Chronicle, the Chamber for Alphayer. It seemed to have promise for this defensive side, but it's been anything but solid for the defense. Team Heretics, a squad who, again, 5 rounds across the first 2 maps. The amount of shots missed, I think, trumps shots hit at times. And they're on the cusp of victory. Alphayer at least good for the first, but he will be dropped. Woot as consistent as ever. And Fnatic just now leaving. It's up to Benji's timing. Almost pixel perfect, but Chronicle still catches him.
3 players sit with a chance to take us to map 3, but Fnatic are not going to give this up without a fight. Boaster watches his teammate fall. Kayak, the king of the first half, has fallen flat, but Boaster's still standing. That time, however, is ticking, and they still have Woot to deal with. The Cosmic Divide, but now Boo is all that remains of 1 versus 3. The time in his favor. He needs to get this kill, and he will do. And the second they let go, it is done. Heretics have come back all the way, and we will head to Ascent.
Map number 5 seemed beyond unlikely, I'd say impossible after those first 2. But now there's nothing left to do but head to one final battleground. Heretics, the curse, just 1 map away from being broken. We'll be back after the break.
After 2 maps, we thought this thing was over. We thought it was an obituary. We thought this was just simply process to crown Fnatic Kings after 1 more. 2 maps later, we have one of the greatest finals we've had in a very long time in a best-of-5 international event. Team Heretics have gone through the depths and back out and now face eye-to-eye with Fnatic. 2-2, we are going to map number 5 in the championship rounds, the final map possible for the first ever tournament winner here in VALORANT at the Esports World Cup. Digon here alongside Baby Bay, Kukuka, and Big Time. And Dre,
Can I just say
I can't, man.
I am getting scared right now.
I'm literally shaking. Like I just had 5 kilograms of sugar. I'm literally shaking. I'm physically shaking. Like, I cannot believe the second half that we just witnessed from the side of Heretics. We know, we've heard it before, there's a 9-3 curse, but what was this Haven? The way that they were playing with their minds, the fakes, everything coming into fruition. Fnatic looking a bit lost, no, we're like, where to invest the utility, the ults, everything.
Man, they cooked them so hard. I think we all thought it was over, to be honest, in this first half. I can't lie with you. It was 9-3. They get the pistol, and it's probably done for. But no, I can't believe that they managed to pull that back. But this has been the story of Team Heretics all tournament. They've been so close to being eliminated so many times, and when their back is against the ropes, that's when they're at their best.
I don't know if it's nerves, fatigue, or like the high expectations that Fnatic have, but they are choking this series, man. Multiple times on both the last maps the Heretics are coming back on. Multiple leads in the rounds, and I mean, it is very clutch though from Heretics.
I mean, you'll know better than anyone, Kukuka. Fnatic don't do this. Fnatic don't choke like this. This is not who they are, but now I don't know where their heads are going to be at. I can't believe they've just lost that map 4. It's absolutely insane.
Look at this head-to-head. Like, Kayak was giving it on the attack. It was crazy. We thought there was no way the Team Heretics was going to be able to deal with him. This new composition, everything that Fnatic was putting on the board, and Wood had different ideas. The way that he was using every single piece of utility, like, man, that wall, the ultimates, he was just frying up everyone. And let me tell you one more thing. I have seen Los Niños playing around the world, okay? I have never, ever seen Koreans standing up to their opponents and yelling at them. This guy's chill. He's, he takes it easy, round by round. He stood up at the end of that and he was like, stand up now. Stand up now. That was insane from Heretics.
I just love hearing you get so passionate about it because you're not rooting for either team. You're just truly rooting for the best VALORANT, and you're such an expert there.
Yeah, you're not used to like this level of VALORANT. It's like the way we do it in the NBA, sorry.
All right, I mean, we have multiple different rounds to pull for both sides. We were in the back just amongst us arguing, is it going to be Chronicle getting the MVP? Is it going to be Kayak getting the MVP? But then we have hero moments like this. This was crazy by the side of Heretics to pull it back, stop the MVP talk for Fnatic side, start the MVP conversation for Heretics.
Speak about playing with their minds. This is only one of the examples. All the utility from the side of Fnatic being right here. Wood goes with the gun. They know that they have that Vice ult and they play to the best of their abilities.
Yeah, the awareness to buy a Sheriff when you know the opponent has a Vice ultimate, it's something a lot of teams overlook, especially in the high pressure situation we're in right here.
It's so important also because Boaster also had his ult. So not only they knew that they had to be prepared to have their secondary gun out, and that has to be a Sheriff because they obviously had the money after all of those rounds, is the fact that they have to play within the site. Because if they're playing from the outside and Boaster uses that ult, then there's a lot of question marks. You cannot have a question mark with that scoreboard.
All right, time to set up map number 5, Big Time. It's just been a pleasure to watch, but we are not done. We need a winner here.
It's been insane. I mean, I predicted 3-2 Heretics at the start of the day.
He did. Yes.
Because one of us knows what we're talking about here on the desk. But I did not expect it to happen in quite this fashion. I myself have counted out Heretics like 3-4 times this series. It doesn't make any sense. But as I say, when their back is against the ropes, that is when they seem to be at their best. And Fnatic are not known chokers. Fnatic don't crumble. They're the one who make people crumble. I don't know if they know how to recover from such an insane mental boom.
Just, look back. The first two maps of this series, Heretics got a total of 5 rounds. Yeah, 5 fingers. You have 5 rounds is the ones the Heretic got in the first 2 maps. Now we're going into Ascent, where both of these teams have very different approaches. One player that has to turn up that I believe is a little bit missing is Alphayer on that chamber.
Yeah, and that last map of Haven, if he plays anything like that, it's not going to be a good look for Fnatic. That being said, Fnatic are 6-0 on the map. Heretics are 4-0 on the map. The last time they played this map against each other, Bea, Mixwell was still on the team. So this is new territory.
Should we go back?
Bring him back on here and tell him the experience that he had. Fnatic did end up winning that one, but still, this is new grounds for both sides.
Oh, Prophet big time. You had the 3-2 for Team Heretics. Who is the player for Heretics is going to step up here to close it out?
We need to see Woot keep rolling. He was slow when he wasn't on that duelist. He warmed up into Icebox, electric that map, and we know he's going to go crazy map 5.
Yeah, it is going to be a huge one here. Have a slight delay on stage. You can imagine, after all the emotions and how long this one's gone, a little bit more time to make sure everyone's in the proper condition for an epic map 5.
It happens in the EMEA.
That was basically what I said, just in bigger words.
So people saying track, like, guys, we've been here, you know, we had a small tag pause, and now players need to go. So it's the EMEA, guys.
Just to add even more suspense on this match, though, right? I mean, this is just ridiculous what we're seeing. And big time, since you are the Prophet right now, you got to give us a score. Give us a score line of what it's going to be for a Heretics win.
So it's Ascent. Do we know who's starting on attack?
No. Can we ask our producer, Chris? Would you mind telling us who's starting on the attack in our ears, please?
Because I do think that is somewhat important, with it being that chamber and that Vice composition where, you know, we've seen Chronicle look so great, especially on that attack side.
Heretics starting on the attack. Chris said.
I'm going to say 13-8 to Heretics.
Wow.
That's my, you know, I've looked into the crystal ball. I've seen ahead. You can take that to the bank.
It's been 2 for Fnatic, an emotional 2 for Heretics, but it's first to 3 in this best of 5. The first ever tournament winner for VALORANT will be crowned right now. Will it be Fnatic? Will it be Team Heretics? Let's get into it for the call of their lives. It's Mitch and Tom.
Not quite yet, it isn't. We'll be getting to those two in a moment, but right now, we have to discuss the fact that we are going the distance. We're going the full 5, and we are on the brink of finding out officially who will become the inaugural VALORANT at the Esports World Cup winners.
Absolutely. Everyone thought that Fnatic was going to take it on a sweep. They were just a few rounds away from being the first ever Esports World Cup VALORANT winners, but not quite yet. Should we rile them up?
I think we need to do a sound check and find out who's got the most support in here. Do you mind if I go first, Fancy?
Go ahead.
So who's taking this trophy? Is it Fnatic?
Is it Team Heretics?
Is it Fnatic?
Is it Team Heretics? All right, Riyadh, let's finish this.
It's time to get into the final map of this best of 5. It looked like a blowout, Tom. No one likes a 3-0, and Team Heretics woke up just in time. 9-3 down on the previous map. And some heroes stepped up to bring it across the line. Now it's Ascent, where the winner will be decided. Weeks of competition from the qualifier to the group stage to playoffs. And an EMEA final that delivers exactly as we dreamed it would.
This is the kings of old. Fnatic, a team with titles to spare, versus the next in line. The prince that has been promised for many years to come. A team full of youngsters, a team that just a couple of hours ago should have been out of this final. They should have been sat there watching their key get crushed with tears in their eyes once again. But instead, they stand just one map away. One map away from potentially being the greatest team at least the EMEA has ever seen. It will be a painful loss if they lose it here. Another to add to the collection, a 6th defeat in grand finals. But if we're being honest, Fnatic have never faced an opponent quite like this. A team that can come back in this sort of fashion, a team that got blasted 5 rounds in the first 2 maps of play, and somehow live to tell the tale. Somehow still stand upon that stage, ready to make it to Ascent. This is our last map of the series. Riyadh, I hope you are ready for this one.
Well, this rune of death stands unbound, and whoever wields it here will be lifting the trophy. Their key as the centerpiece, and the crusher working away on their opponents. It's Fnatic on the defense, Heretics on the attack.
Time to jump.
And a quick maneuver towards this A side underway. The paranoia comes in just in time, and it's Boaster to follow up. Miniboo down and out, but the space taken towards the site. The pressure on Alphayer, who stands alone, sits behind the boxes and retreats just in time.
They've got the site, and Wu is feeling that confidence. You can see it in the movement, the way that he's playing. He wants to get in the faces of Fnatic and try and put them down early. The pistols have been important in this game. They've been the difference between comfort and having a tough fight back. There's a lot of low players currently in this server, and Fnatic look to swarm back in.
Tagged up on top. Both of those players so desperately low. A few shots needed now to close out this pistol for Team Heretics. But it's Boo who has to deliver all of these final shots. The time against Fnatic, and so is Boo! It's 2 to close out the pistol for Heretics.
He's been a force to be reckoned with. We look back to first map, and we were about to start those threads again, weren't we? People were sitting there going, is this guy really the right man for the job? And then we went to map 3.
1 enemy remaining.
Where everybody else believed this team was done, but Boo believed it was just the beginning. That was where he started the comeback, and now he started their road to redemption on map number 5. A pistol victory, but normally we talk about the danger. The only real danger is this man. A chance to do some damage, but it's a fadeaway. And Kayak already gone.
Look how they slowed the round, waiting for that further aggression. We've seen the pistol go their way. We've seen a few rounds strung together, and a solid early half that Fnatic would steal back. The Heretics, they do not want that to happen again. This has to be clean. With Alphayer lurking, there's always danger. The numbers now even. And another found by Alphayer. One left in the headhunter, and every bullet finds its mark. A classic kill for Crashies, and it crumbles to ruin for Heretics.
He might have been the one player in this series so far that you could argue we haven't seen the best of. You go back to Toronto, and there were calls for this man to maybe even be MVP in defeat.
Enemy remaining.
But at least in the final today, we haven't seen it just yet. But if he saved it for the final map, I don't think anybody in the Fnatic camp is going to care. Another time where Heretics take the pistol, but they don't get that advantage. And this time it's purely based off the brilliance of Alphayer.
Enemy tag still in sight.
Already, you look at the damage, and while Alphayer, it really seems like he's found his footing. Another opener in this round.
It's the best possible start for Fnatic. Alphayer, Boaster, both finding one. Combining towards the tree. As the early half is blooming for FNC, a 5 versus 2. Boo and Benji. We saw a low buy win for Fnatic. You can't count out the team on the other side, but those tags They leave Boo so low, and now it's the ace that's needed with Benji falling.
This round is locked in. The only thing Boo can really hope for is damage or holding onto the gun. Anything else is all but a dream. Don't get me wrong, he's had moments that, if this is the time they do it, will be remembered by the Heretics fans for many years to come, but
30 seconds left.
this one is not possible. They still go looking. You can see that the Fnatic players would definitely be happy to take this gun away. And well, Crashies will get the job done. It's the lead taken from Fnatic, somewhat expected after that second round victory. But now is where Heretics will get their chance to fight.
They found my trap.
A little far ahead of the play, but over here on short, that's where the difference was made. The paranoia fired through. It's been used very effectively as far as stopping power goes by Boaster so far. For Heretics, this half screeching to a halt, and it may continue in the same fashion. An operator brought out by Alfier. He's about to be challenged up close. The TP's out. They're ready for Crashies. Woot. That's the opener we needed. And the shot doesn't land for Alfier. He's forced to retreat. The paranoia sends Kayak back. Space already taken by Team Heretics. And they're going to put so much pressure on towards this B setup. There's still the wall from Chronicle. Still the Thorns as well. Those two players that were creeping towards the market have decided to fall on back to mid. Heretics happy with the man advantage. They'll play this one slow.
Yeah, realizing where the setup lies. It's something that has definitely caused some issues, but the pause almost serves as bait. Now, having that from the shadows means a likely TP to the back of site will be claimed. As the ref go in, that was so quick. Even the teleport didn't allow it. It does get rid of the wall, but Alfier now in an open position, but he whiffs. The last one, the harder of the two, and now Chronicle all that remains.
They wanted to play for that retake with the man advantage. The 4v4, not something they felt confident in. But now they've lost so much more value. The op on the floor. Alfier, who has been carrying them through those 2 rounds that they won. Out of play. Boaster, while he can try to TP past that wire, it's going to be heard. There's still a player in main. Boo. Blinded, but still lands the kill. A save surely called with Kayak not wanting to risk that operator. You can already see him retreating.
Yeah, once again, their faith put into Woot. And he's there once more. Miniboo even selling his soul just to get rid of a wall. It seems silly when you watch it, but they wouldn't have got through as a group if it wasn't for that sacrifice. And then Boo himself, 2 high-impact frags. If he goes down, maybe there's a world where Fnatic fight for this. But he is so comfortable into these later rounds. We've mentioned it throughout the series, the fact that although the other 4 seem to have those issues with pressure, Boo doesn't give a damn. There could have been any level of scoreline. This man doesn't seem to crumble. And as the leader of the squad, that is immeasurable in terms of value.
The shock dart we saw fired through, good to break the vines. But the trap still remains on that A site. So long as Alfier draws breath, they have got a lot of control. Some denied by this smoke. He's not afraid to play inside it. Shorty in hand. Player just on the opposite side, one dropping down already, and now he knows there's someone close. But what's the play? Stepping through that smoke would almost certainly mean death. And that shot so close to taking Benji Fishy out of the round, but their flank protection stays online.
Yeah, already you can see that Gate crash going through at the top of the map. The same will be done on the other side. The paranoia could make things very awkward for Alpha here, but he's still alive, at least for now. The counter paranoia does allow for a trade, but Alpha was lost. Still, the players up top trying to get ahead of things. Woot was playing anti-flash. He's getting ready to swing, but they have seen him. Still, Riyadh has taken one, and Boo's combined for another. It was well played from Fnatic, but the response is just as good as the initial fight.
Two duos remain, and Heretics, they tried to take it towards the tree, but Boaster catches Boo on the push. Riyadh's now stuck in the corner. He's being pressured from both sides, and he knows it. Time not ticking fast enough to put the pressure on Fnatic, and not a step taken incorrectly by Crashies. Boaster's three-piece, the operator saved, puts Fnatic into the lead.
Yeah, if anything, it sounds insane, but knowing when not to peak can be just as important as finding the kills, and it was the doubt that was put into the mind of Riens that meant he was consistently looking the wrong way when Boaster comes to swing the angle. A solid round from Fnatic that claims back the lead. This back and forth continues in tow. And for the side of Heretics, there are still going to be pieces missing here. Maybe those pieces can be padded by the ults.
Who's next? After a dominant start to this series, it's a perfect storm of parity. At least beginning Ascent. Mini Boo, he wants the kill. The flash used, he TP's outside of the smoke, but Chronicle is still going to claim that kill. Heretics now flooding through. Two have made it past the wall, three in fact with Boo. Their rifle in tow. Boot is gone. Benji, good for the trade at least. But numbers all around these attackers. They have to find a way to break through this defense. If he TPs, he leaves the rest of these players in a very isolated spot, but the flash that gives the kill as Benji and Rien's fall. Boo is not far behind. They were caught, stuck between a rock and a hard place. And it is Fnatic that close in on all sides to crush Heretics early on.
Yeah, it was a pick your poison at that stage. You teleport, maybe you can try and catch players as they rotate, but the chances are Fnatic will eliminate the players there and leave Boo in a horrible clutch situation. The main thing from Fnatic, though, is their awareness. They knew where the danger was. They knew where these players could be and were diligent in their reaction. 4-2 up now, and that was a hefty investment. It may have been a player on a pistol, but the others spent everything into that round. They even used a Hunter's Fury in tandem with the Dimensional Drift. That round is costly for Heretics. But Fnatic, their ults are only just coming online.
Oh, Mini Boo with a little bit of mechanical failure. I think he went to put down another gate crash, but a little unaware. The player stood just meters away. The A side is being pressured, and it's the op all alone. Without much help, he has to get out of there. Has to bail. Woot on 5 HP. Where does he go? Down below, he'll be spammed out, almost certainly. He wants to be a part of that aggressive play, but there's no one left to join. As Crashies fights his way back in cleanly. It's 5 on the board for Fnatic and a big moneymaker round.
This has been the story of Fnatic's game. They have had these hot starts on, I think, every single map bar, maybe Icebox, and even then I think they were 5-2 in the lead at one stage. But they are looking in complete control. Of course, for Heretics, part of me believes that the pressure kind of faded when they were so far down. The belief of winning this game was gone. Like, you've won 5 rounds and 2 maps. And then they climb back into it. But now is where the pressure peaks. They have been in multiple grand finals that they have tasted defeat 3-2. Champs, grand final 2024 to EDG, a 3-2 defeat. Shanghai, grand final versus Gen G, a 3-2 defeat. EMEA stage 1 of the very same year, a 3-2 defeat. And that is why their coaches are getting in once again. In the first 2 maps, these pauses were a formality. They changed nothing. In the last 2 maps, it felt like they changed everything. For the sake of Heretics, you have to hope that it's the same again, because right now, even after letting a hefty lead slip away, Fnatic are still in the driver's seat.
With so much on the line. $500,000, a trophy to hoist, an international title, and to be the first to do it in the EWC for Valorant.
Here.
For Heretics, it's not just about winning. It's about not losing again.
Oh dear.
Not in this fashion. Hunter's Fury, good mark. And the follow-up not quite there. Deep TP though. Kayak comes out of another dimension and he's in his opponent's spawn. With a gate crash to fall back towards that A site. But they're coming, hunting him down. 1-for-1 trade, but that keeps numbers in favor of Heretics.
Yeah, that's not bad. With Althea and Kayak gone from the round, aggression comes with a
time to jump.
Hefty risk for the side of Fnatic. They don't have the 2 players that can teleport out of there. Miniboo is still trying to sell the idea that this is a B site hit, but they are walking into, really, the 50-50 that they didn't want. The wall, the thorns, a pot flash, crashes, and Chronicle.
Yeah, that change-up of Ice utility, they're only now going to realize that it's here, but 30 seconds left. There is no time to go back. The TP from the shadows committed from Boaster.
Wall trip.
The wall trip sends 2 through. Boo caught on the other side. He can't help out his teammates, and they start to fall. 15 seconds, and Crashies is at it again. He's found 2, and then it crumbles for Fnatic. When Boo makes it to the site, the winds of change come in at full speed.
Yeah, it really came down to just sheer resilience in the end. Fnatic, in terms of their read, in terms of their utility, they did everything right. It was just that they couldn't quite find the shots without being traded. That early deficit proving to be too much, and considering a Hunter's Fury combined with a Dimensional Drift, they will be very happy to come out of that round with a victory.
Get out of my way.
2 rounds to play for here for Heretics to equalize. But they will be hard-fought rounds. Not only the off-in play for Alphayer, but the backup of a tour de force to work around. Lots of credits. So it will be full buy after full buy with plenty of dangers presented. Fnatic have a big economic advantage. For Heretics, you can't think about those coming rounds. It's one at a time, 1 foot in front of the other. The rotation to the A site already. Thanks to that gate crash, Kayak can get back pretty quickly. I don't think he's going to need to. Heretics have set their sight on A again, and bypassing the utility from Vice, at least bypassing the wall, as we can see, the thorns are still there. And more importantly, the thorn in their side from that previous map, Kayak, is waiting for this push.
Paranoia once again. They have loved this, and they're looking to try and wrap around. I like the idea. Paranoia from Boaster as well is connected. But this is all a bait. It's a ruse to try and set up Miniboo. He's at least traded out 1. But they now need to get into that side. Chronicle underneath, looking to try and hold the line. He has got no support from this position, but sometimes that's where he does his best work. Boo, though, once again, clinging to life. Weaponry removed. And more importantly, look at where the last man is. He's nowhere near. Benji Fishy flees for the hills, and Fnatic have got their 6th.
A disappointing round for sure if you're a Team Heretics fan. Benji the whole time waiting for that rotation to come through, but it had already happened. They'd already made their way across. Look at the mini-map here as we see Chronicle's perspective. All the numbers were up in heaven. Beautiful spray as we can see, but unfortunately it wasn't enough to see Boo step up once again. 3 rounds in it.
Launching thorns.
And while Fnatic had the economy to buy a couple times to bring in the backup op of the Tour de Force, Unfortunately, it doesn't quite transfer to Heretics in the same regard. They now have weak weapons across the board with the saved rifle on Benji Fishy, the only beacon of hope for this attacking side.
Yeah, he has not been the man to deliver in this series so far, but they still believe that he can be the one to change the tide in this one. There are a lot of players just moving as a death ball, leaving Boo to catch aggression, destroying utility as they go, trying to remove any information that Fnatic has, because in this round they don't want to be too aggressive. They don't want to risk guns. It's a very passive position from Kayak, and even after what was a main peak, Alpha has given up that angle as well. It's giving them space. That space could be their undoing.
Chronicle's been such a menace with the utility. This time he's only good for one, and Kayak's been spotted on this A side. Boaster dealt with up in heaven. Now Kayak's surrounded. He's even being spammed to death, 45 HP. Escapes with the smoke, but he's dropped straight through it. With the weaker weapons, Heretics didn't seem to stand much of a chance, but they still have the advantage after that pick back. Fighting back in with an operator, not ideal, and the shot won't land either. This is looking more and more like Heretics have found the round. Like they can close in the gap. The shot from Alphayer may change the course of this round entirely. One man left. Rien's on 78 HP. He's in the open, but so is Crashies. A round for Heretics that seemed so unlikely.
There have been so many heroes for either side. So many moments where the game feels like it's on a knife's edge. Miniboo and Wu were the ones to kick it off, but also the Boo brothers going down to that operator seemed like an error, but not when you have someone like Rien's on your side. The smallest amount of information and the smallest margin for error is all he needed to get a fourth onto the board. Still though, they need more.
Carefully. Nowhere to run! Here we go. Hunter's Fury put through. Chronicle under pressure, surrounded now. The dimensional drift. Getting that boathouse control for Team Heretics. They're able to get a stranglehold over this site, but Kayak is quick to challenge them for this control. Oh, what a shot! Benji Fishy's gone! Deleted from this round! And it's Miniboo. A 4K needed. And the problem, the spike is down in the open, but he's got plenty of time to play with, and he'll try the reposition. But how far will he go? The marketplace surely expected. As time continues to tick, and the door will be closed for that exact reason.
Door closed. But is the round closed? Already, Boaster. They closed the door expecting that to be the end of it, but instead he's walked backwards into his opponent. Miniboo looking to breathe life back into Heretics. Kayak on the angle, but it's a missed shot. Uncharacteristic. A chance for a 1v3 and a 4K to boot, and he will get it done! A round that Miniboo steals from the hands of Fnatic, on one that they may live to regret.
That should have been theirs. After this shot hit, oh my.
Down B.
3 players alive. Alpha over peaks. They lose track of Miniboo as he wraps all the way through, and a player in main and another holding it, doubling up on the angle. And that is ultimately to their detriment. Heretics feeling like they've been given a lifeline. The weak buy that somehow they managed to pull off. A 1v3 that puts them within striking distance of Fnatic. And an economy now showing the cracks as Boaster's left on a Stinger, Kayak on a Guardian, and a Hunter's Fury at least. Considering it's in the hands of Crashies, that could have a lot of value.
Fnatic, after winning that second round, seemed like they were in the driver's seat in this half, but a couple of wonderful plays from Heretics to put them right back in the map. That has been the case throughout the last two. Fnatic could have closed it on Icebox. They should have closed it on Haven. But here we sit on Ascent with Heretics having a chance to even up the half. Benji millimeters away from spotting Alpha, who's taken an aggressive stance once again. He's been having a brilliant map. But it's the B side that is the target.
There's the Hunter's Fury. It's always finding its mark. Low HP on Miniboo. He can't leave this corner. Chronicle had him held in. Kayak with a nice shot, and from the side, Chronicle swings in to help. 12 seconds left. Time is so desperately low, and the spike has made it to the site. Kayak now spotting that it's not being planted. He will just play the clock. Benji is trapped on the backside. Time ticking and running out as they all close in around him. 7-5 at the halftime. Fnatic leading, but only just. There's still some fight left in Heretics, and they will fight till their very last. The second half, the final half, after the break.
One enemy remaining.
We are now just a few rounds away from the EWC 2025 trophy being lifted. From a key being placed within it and another in the crusher. And everything hangs in the balance. Heretics, they won the pistol and they lost two immediately after. Scattered amongst a sea of Fnatic rounds, a few sparks of hope for Heretics. They trail by 2 coming into this half, and a pistol could be the difference between making or breaking their destiny.
After this half, all will be decided. One will lift the trophy, the other likely to sit within it. I doubt either side is not going to pick the other to lay within their trophy for all eternity as one becomes the first ever victor here at EWC. The fight taken early, but nobody tasting death just yet. A pistol round that could change everything. A chance for a boosted lead from Fnatic, and a chance for Heretics to be level again.
It is a slow and steady start. The drone put through on B, the steps following it up. Fnatic creating the illusion of pressure on that side of the map. With no utility there. until the camera went up. It may well have worked. We could have seen Heretics leave this A site, but they're suspicious. They're standing their ground for now.
30 seconds left.
Back. Yeah, there's 25 seconds up and coming on the clock, and the spike is only just making its way into middle. They are gambling heavily. The rotations are going to come in, but Boo, he's only spotted the one. In the meantime, there's still 2 players sat within this B site, and they need to run. Bosa is still the furthest from making it in. If he doesn't get this kill, it's all but over, and the spike is going to hit the deck. It's an error immediately from Fnatic, and all that Benji has to do is sit within the site. This is not the time for a fumble.
Fnatic, a team that loves to run that clock down. They thought the push and pull would work. They thought that pump faking towards B and pressuring the A site would get a push into main. It didn't. And then they thought that, well, if they haven't pushed B main, they must have left the site. We can get in for free. But that was not the case. Fnatic 1 round ahead now. But it was in just the previous half where this headhunter, now loaded with 5 shots, found 3 and changed the course of that first half.
It's unfair to ask that Alpha delivers such a high impact round, not once but twice, but who else can you really rely upon in this round? The rest are left with all but classics, and he is the only one with a truly dangerous weapon. He's had to use 2 shots just for the drone and executed by Miniboo, making sure that if there is success in this round, it's the Fnatic Classic that gets it done.
That's all they have left to rely on. This pistol seemed essential for Heretics. The most they found in the previous half was 2 rounds in a row. And it looks like they're about to do that yet again.
30 seconds left.
Cage trigger.
Already putting it down to a 5v3. Damage done to Boaster. An idea of where Chronicle is. There are no surprises anymore. Except for the fact that Riyadh is almost dead to a spam through a smoke. Classic is doing damage. But 12 seconds left. It's time to go. It's time to take those fights. You need to do it on the side as well. Cleaned up here. There's Crashies, no time left on the clock, and no more damage to be found.
Yeah, any weaponry that was there is going to be retrieved, and as it has been throughout the last 3 maps, our scoreline will find itself level again.
Deploying drone.
For Fnatic, they've definitely proven that this attack side can work out for them, but with the shakiness of the pistol, I'm starting to feel nervous for them. A squad that if we'd found ourselves in normal circumstances in a 5th map, you'd bet on them winning, but from 2-0 up, it doesn't feel like the same story of old. For Heretics, you'd have gambled the other way every single time. History stated that only one team was winning this final. A team with a plethora of trophies and a team that is known for second places. And yet here we sit in the second half, completely level. A bonus round, Woot onto the sniper. Know that the 2 light shield players have got to be nervous. He's playing a very aggressive game.
Question of if Alpha's going to be looking the right way. Contact comes in, he's been seen. This is the moment, flash pop, but the TP out right away. Benefit of this agent for Alpha, but he steps back into the waiting crosshair of Woot. He didn't have the read of the player deep in wine. Paranoia lands, but there's no one there to follow it up from main. It gives Woot time and resetting. He'll eliminate Kayak and ignore any further fights.
15 seconds.
The advantage valuable enough. And again, The clock putting so much pressure on Fnatic. They are just taking too long in every round so far.
I think when you look at this double duelist composition, you are of that expectation that it's going to be constantly aggressive, that there'll be players facing. That's a nice couple of shots at least, but considering it's a bonus round, Heretics won't care. But my point being that once they've taken those advantages, it is Heretics that sit back. It is Heretics that lounge in their chairs and wait for their opponents to make their move. And while the coaching staff of Fnatic, I'm going to assume, are likely giving this one last go. They have turned this team from a kickoff failure to a Masters finalist, to an EWC finalist. But do they have what it takes to turn the tide one last time and to stop this trophy, this grand final, from slipping out of their hands?
After what they just experienced in Toronto, no doubt that trophy was in their sights coming here. So much talent, the best teams in the world, but coming down to a regional rivalry to make the difference. It would have a different kind of sting to it here on the international stage. Especially after the start. In these maps, it's felt like Fnatic are teetering between victory and total collapse.
It's challenging them. They know there's players on the other side. They were trying to activate the wall and succeeded in it. You could tell they wanted to try and get in their faces after the pause. Heretics are not shying away from a fight. In fact, their confidence has been growing map by map, round by round. And Fnatic's has been floundering. Althea in this map has saved them time and time again. This round is one of the few rifles that they have with Boaster and Kayak. And I think Kayak's goal in this one is to be a distraction. Give Althea the chance to thrive.
They're hesitant to take this fight, but plenty more time on the clock than what we've seen before.
Here.
This round could make all the difference. Credits on the line. A reveal broken from further back as Kayak closes the distance, Stinger in hand.
Out of
Great for this kind of a fight. He's looking the wrong way, but Alpha's got his back. Boo in the corner, now trapped, surrounded, and dealt with immediately. Just the one found by him, leaving Woot and Miniboo a dangerous duo. And what if you underestimate that will dish out defeat? Miniboo is finding the first. That's tree control for Heretics as the time ticks away. They even used the flash just to confirm it, but that is them now out of utility for the actual retake.
Yeah, they were nervous that there was a second player. Didn't think that Chronicle would be left behind on his own. That time, though, has already been ticking for quite a while. Kayak is the first spot, but Woot takes his head clean off. But now it's left all onto Miniboo. The trade was effective. Alpha's been seen, but there's one more to deal with. TP's into the open. Boaster now is all that remains, and he has a decent idea, but Boaster holds on. They've needed him in impact rounds, and he has delivered once again.
Neck and neck, it's the story of Ascent. These teams just can't pick up any kind of lead, any kind of runway. Always hot on each other's heels. The faster approach for Fnatic, working wonders. But it really is just that lack of utility. The TP here for Alpha causing issues. We look to those IGLs. Boo has had so many huge rounds. Boaster delivering one of his own. Will be no surprise here, the same strategy. To get that wall out of play early on, but it actually doesn't make, oh, it does make it the full distance. Just a slight delay.
I think Fnatic are trying to stop them from doing that because it is a wasted piece of utility if it can be taken out by the Yoru clone on the other side. But after sort of failing the aggression they wanted on B, it's not like Heretics are just sitting still. They're now doing the same over on A, the drone taking control, while Fnatic are setting up for a short push. There is still the paranoia available. Rien's looking like the point of contact.
Falls back after grabbing that info. Boo sitting inside wine. Paranoia won't even come close to hitting him. Mini Boo under pressure though. Knocked down to 29. Rien steps forward, but has to be worried about main. Boo's not full clearing it. TP next to him! Smokes in hand, but Boo corrects in time. Pulls out the weapon and the pick. Fnatic have gone deep though. They're already wrapping around behind the spawn, moving up through heaven, but it's being watched. Mini Boo turned to check it. He's TP'd out just in time as the pressure came through. The spike needs to be retrieved. 20 seconds sub, it's 15 on the clock. They need to move now as Boo is still inside main and they haven't cleared the site. Rienz is tucked in a corner knowing that he just needs to play that time, run that clock down, and that should be the round done right here and now. Team Heretics back in the lead.
It feels like that we're seeing players go from heroes to villains, rounds apart. Boaster, an uncharacteristic mistake. It was almost worked out for him even still, but teleporting into an uncleared angle, it left so much control available, and with the spike dropped, it made it so difficult for the remaining players to fight back into that round. The back and forth not helping out Fnatic. They've been the one on the lower economy since that start. And now, while you can see the operator coming into play, Woot is looking to try and have an impact on this game. He's 6-14 right now. But instead, it's Alpha. That hero rifle in his hands once more. Now the tour de force available. This just got interesting.
Bolstering the rest of the squad. What look to be double digits for Team Heretics under threat.
They got ults too.
B side still defended though by this side for utility. Benji's point of contact is his camera. Mini Boo with 2 flashes still locked and loaded.
They're gonna have no guns.
They've seen him. They know that Benji's in that corner. Getting out won't be easy. He has to sprint, he has to run for it, and just about makes it. The Thorns slowing the market play. Slowing that market push as TP goes in towards Boathouse. Now 3 players there to defend this. 37 seconds. Not a lot of time if they want to take it back, and the spikes now drop out in the open. They'll try to wrap around while the players are distracted, but they don't know how many numbers are here. At least they didn't. They've just found out the hard way that Heretics read this play. And Fnatic investing the ultimates. They get nothing for their trouble. Chronicle sent fleeing, and Heretics one step closer to breaking the curse that has haunted them since Shanghai.
Oh, this is a round that's got to be brutal for Fnatic. You walk in, you take the guns away. There wasn't even that much to slow them down, other than maybe even the utility from their own players. The Thorns that were thrown in ends up slowing them down, and Rien's frustrated at himself, but with how slow the push was in the end, those weapons were all back in hand by the time they made it into the site, as was the support. And that was enough for Heretics to now hit double digits. They have been on the back foot the entirety of this series. They have been falling further and further behind in those first 2 maps. But now, they find themselves in the lead. They find themselves 2 rounds to the good. And this is it. Milan and Scott, the new coaches as of this year. Milan promoted and Scott stolen from BBL. If the game turns from here, they'll be heroes. And if not, they'll be the one that broke the Heretics curse.
Two rounds to the good as the pause subsides, and it has to feel good for Heretics. Building up rounds, 5 out of 6 now going their way. Their defense seemingly uncrackable. And Fnatic calling that final pause is a signal that they are on the right path. Just a few steps away from a goal that has evaded them so many times in the past. The echoes of those forgotten battles lingering in these lands, lingering in their minds. And they can finally put those horrors to bed with just 3 more rounds. And their opponent's economy already on the rocks.
Yeah, a chance to not just be a trophy winner, but a world first for Valorant. Putting Heretics on the map in EWC. But you would be foolish to ever believe that Fnatic are out of the series. They look to blast their way through into the A site, but the defense is one of numbers. 3 players ready for this fight.
That's a huge pick by Woot. He goes in for more. He's hungry. Wants to make this his round, but he gets out just about. The Hunter's Fury chasing them down. Fnatic already a man down. Riyadh with a Hunter's Fury of his own, but it's a fight from up top. He's here to help. They'll go through the smoke looking for the battle, but it's Riyadh taking the double. Alfier stands alone. And it's Team Heretics with 4 players. The spike and only 12 seconds to get that plant in. This one's done, and it's Miniboo to land the final shot. Fnatic down, but not out yet. Just 2 more for Heretics, a squad that was 2-0 down, that had 5 rounds in the first 2 maps. Where has this team come from?
5 might end up being their lucky number. 5 rounds in the first 2 maps, 5 previous defeats. But maybe the 6th will be the charm. This could become a story of resilience, a story of getting back up when you're down. But that is a story that has been tailored in Fnatic's past. A story that means that even if your opponent is 11-3 in the lead, you still question if this team is dead. You still question if they'll be getting up to fight again. Woot has started to disrespect, and maybe that could be a problem. Miniboo, however, is going to take 1 and then just escape. But that will leave an operator for this squad to retrieve, and in fact, they are playing this very safe. Hunter's Fury utilized, and more importantly, that's the spike found. Miniboo sticks around a little longer, but Chronicle does at least deal with him.
Boaster's wrapping. He's already found himself an operator or a vandal. The choice is his, and he wants the rifle to work with. From the shadows in case things spiral out of control, and moving to this A site. It seems to be the right play, but Chronicle's left behind on B. It makes me think it's going to be a fake that might not work.
30 seconds left.
As he looks to get into this A site, maybe even tap the spike if he doesn't see contact, and from the shadows across.
Cover going out.
But I see Chronicle now joining him. Fortunately, the read is there for Heretics as well.
Cover going out.
The smoke didn't quite cover. So he's had to use another.
10 seconds left.
That's all the utility gone for him, but Chronicle still has a belt to play with. Could even wall off part of the map, but he doesn't want to give his position away. He spotted a gap, and that gap could be exploited. 2 players facing the wrong way. Chronicle, at the darkest of times, is the shining light for Fnatic. He is a man you can rely on, even if everything goes wrong. There is a reason that he has the most trophies of anyone in history, and there is a reason that you don't stop believing in Fnatic.
That's got to be a gutting round for Heretics. That was theirs. The chance to put it 12-8.
Back to it.
The chance to have 4 rounds, 4 opportunities to close this out and right the wrongs of the past. But they have crumbled. Now they need to get right back up after that knockout punch. Or Fnatic spiral.
It's a lot of early damage to Benji.
My ultimate's ready.
The Steel Garden once again But I'll be honest, that ult has felt like a burden rather than a benefit. They used it on Haven.
I got to spike.
Got shot 3 times by a Woot Sheriff. They used it a few rounds ago. It just took too long. For the side of Heretics, the operator has swapped hands. Woot was putting up some numbers with it, but it's gone to Miniboo instead. Now that dimensional drift will be the start of this take into B.
Adapt or die!
There's not a lot to work with, knowing they've sent one player out of the site, but revealed up, he can't do much, has to just TP back. Rian's with a classic, managing to find one, but his rifle's now back online. Benji still desperately low from that initial fight. Flash pop from Vice, Crashy's good for one. That's a risky TP. Moster might have made a mistake as Miniboo chimes in for one. He's looking the right way, but he can't land the shot. 2 health on Kayak, 72 on Chronicle. Boo's been in much worse positions, but the stakes have rarely been this high. A 12th round for Team Heretics in this 1v2.
Shadows traveling.
Or a 10th for Fnatic, and it's Kayak with 2 health to land the shot. A needed one, as now they are 1 behind, everything hanging in the balance.
This has to be one of the closest finals we've ever seen. And if you're left after map 2, well, I'll tell you for free, you've missed out.
Spike down.
But you're joining at the dying embers of a game that means everything. Crushed is a fitting word for the loser of this match, as their key will be destroyed by their opponent, as will their will, because this will be the toughest defeat. Be it Fnatic from 2-0 up, or be it Heretics from 2-0 down, bringing it back, being in the lead and letting it slip. Now this will be the last chance for the coaches and still overtime. As mentioned, for Weber and Neil Zenio, in the first 2 maps, I can't say I noticed the pauses. In these last 2 maps, it's impossible not to. They have turned the tide, they have brought their team back, but the same can be said for Milan and Scott. I mentioned that if their pause changed the game, they'd be heroes. Well, since their pause, they've been right back.
Let's get set up. They become as important for settling the emotions as they do solving the puzzles, playing out on that mini-map. 11-10. 1 round in it, 2 away for Heretics from closing this out, and a victory in regulation possible for either squad. It will be Fnatic. The pressure to continue this win streak. And Woot making a gamble, buying the judge, but this has had so much value in previous games.
I was a little bit worried that somebody had already made it past. Rians has been punished from fighting this position before. Opts this time to back off, play with his team. Ultimates will not play a part of this unless the Boo TP from the shadows makes a difference. They're pressuring B, but this is all but a ruse. And I'll be honest, the one thing that's really impressed me with Heretics so far is they have really not fallen for these plays in the past.
30 seconds left.
And they're about to run into a judge. Wu is still waiting on the other side. This shot could be everything. 25 seconds left, and the same sort of issues for Fnatic arise again. That time is ticking away. They have got to run.
It's now or never. 12 seconds on the clock. 3 players on the B side. Heretics are ready and waiting with the From the Shadows, giving back up, and they don't need it. Heretics, 12 rounds locked in, and a razor's edge separating triumph from tragedy.
The calls in this game have made a difference. And this is another time where we look at Heretics and go, I respect the fact you stood your ground. Oh, even a little bit of spice. You might live to regret that one, Nielsen, I'll be honest with you. Never celebrate too early. But the buy is definitely damaged. Chronicle left with little to spare for the best chance we've ever seen for Los Niños to take themselves a victory. They're going to try and fight them for B main control. But Fnatic flee the scene.
We've seen this grand final twice before. From regional to international. Third time lucky, I said earlier on, and I didn't believe a word I was saying. It was 2-0 down. A reverse sweep, just one round away from completion. And Fnatic, they bounced back from worse. They've strung together more rounds, but now they've lost Chronicle. Woot, the man that they run into, has been reliable. And a paranoia slows them down. Miniboo in with another. The advantages keep stacking in favor of Team Heretics. 1 versus 5. Crashies has to do the impossible. And for Heretics, it's a simple solution. 30 seconds, 20 HP, and one last shot. Team Heretics, they have defeated their demons. They have crushed the curse, and they have won EWC 2025.
This is a story of resilience, a story of triumph, a story of a team facing their demons, looking them in the eyes. They say, if at first you don't succeed, well, the fact is you have to try and try and try and try and try and try again. 6th time is the charm for Team Heretics. A squad that have been there. When they were formed, they were a group of youngsters, a squad that, hey, we are hoping for the future. A squad that even didn't start with Woot in the roster, he was too young. And a squad that overachieved. Then coming into this year, the question was, well, you've made it to finals again and again and again, but you never quite managed to take a trophy. Well, guess what? This time, they have done it. They have taken everything and more. They have taken Fnatic from 2-0 down, and they have won it in the best way possible. A final that will go down in history as they will be the first ever EWC winner for Valorant. No one can ever take that away from them.
Los Niños. Well, now they're fully grown. Down on that stage. We spoke of this young squad as the princess before. Well, now their strength befits the crown. Team Heretics presented with the key. The key that solves all their troubles. A best of 5, 2-0 down. And now they shall be engraved alongside the greats. Your EWC 2025 victors for Valorant.
a grand final. What a magnificent way to showcase this game and its incredible players. You couldn't write it. Boo, just come and join me up here. Let's have a conversation. How long ago does map 2 feel right now?
It feels like it was a different team. Like we played 5 months ago or something. That was not us. That was not us in the last 3 maps. And yeah, I'm so proud that we actually started playing the game. And yeah, we won.
I know you're so proud for so many reasons. One of them has to be you guys have gone through some tough times. You've tried again. You've stuck with this roster as of late, and this is proof of why you made that decision. It was the right decision, and now you are winners of an international title. What does it mean?
Yeah, we stuck with the same rosters. I don't think many organizations would do the same, where they want fast results, they want fast changes and stuff. The organization trusted us, the coaching staff trusted us that we can bounce back. We work hard for it, and yeah, I mean, when you work hard, it actually, finally, one time you win.
But you deserve it. Where's Mini Boo? Mini Boo, come up here. Let's get Mini Boo over here. Come on over here. Boo, stay as well. Because I know how tight this roster is. You're all very close. These two, in case you didn't know, are brothers. Hence the Boo and the Mini Boo. What does it mean to win your first international trophy alongside your brother?
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I feel more happy for him than for myself. Because like, this guy deserves it. This guy lives for Valorant. He's the genius. He's trying so fucking hard. Like, when I joined this team, like, I wanted to bring him a trophy, and I'm really proud of him. Honestly, like, he's just genius. Like, I'm so happy for him. I'm not gonna lie.
Very kind words. You're very good yourself as well. If you take a look over here, you can actually see Fnatic's key about to be crushed. The final key that will be crushed here at EWC 2025. And it's the brutal part of the process, but surely part of you enjoys this right now.
Yes, yes. For all those finals, for each and every one of them. Let's go! Crush, 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 crush! Yeah! Finally!
And there it is. Oof! A little bit of extra sauce at the end there. I'll tell you what, Woot. Where's Woot? Get Woot over here. Woot, come up here. Hi.
Hello. How are you guys?
You got a lot of fans out here. A big part of the reason for that is because you had a phenomenal performance, so many key moments where you stepped up when it matters. How was that grand final for you?
Finally we won. Finally. I hope like haters gonna just keep hating, but I hope we're gonna keep winning. We're not gonna go back to like old days that like we are just losing in finals, dropping down as a mental, but we will win.
I can barely hear a word you're saying because the crowd are chanting 3 letters. What are you saying? MVP is what they're saying. Well, I can confirm that you are our Sony MVP of this tournament. Fancy, come on up here and give this man his well-earned medal, please. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for our MVP, Woot! What a player. And one more time as well, I want you to make some noise for these history makers standing behind me. Guys, come on up here. Your very first ever VALORANT at the Esports World Cup winners, Team Heretics! There is one more piece to the puzzle, guys. Are you ready to loot some keys? Come with me.
And as they make the walk through the halls of the stadium, one of the greatest reverse sweeps in international Valorant play, a 3-2 after being down 2-0 to not just anyone, but Fnatic, the holders, the demons over the curse against Team Heretics. They get the job done and are your first ever tournament winners of Valorant, as we now have the traditional process of selecting the keys in the looting phase. And it's just easy to go ahead and take Fanatics. Who else jumps out in mind for you?
If it was me, I would choose EDG and Gen G. All of those finals going to that 5th map, never being able to overcome their demons. Everything is over in that sense for Heretics now. A new era of Valorant is born with them.
This is one of the greatest finals I think we have ever witnessed. I've never seen a team with so much grit and resilience, not only in this grand final, but throughout the entire tournament. Remember the interviews, we almost lost to Titan.
I mean, it's so rare to see comebacks like that at this level against a team of the caliber of Fnatic, who are known as being closers, as shutting the door on any possibility of a comeback. But Heretics kicked that door wide open and robbed whatever was inside.
And just for a second here, remember everyone, there was only one man, one being that foreshadowed this possible outcome on the stage. It was Big Time here, calling the 3-2. We laughed at him, we mocked him, but it was Team Heretics coming back with the 3-2 victory. Big Time, the moment is yours, along with Team Heretics.
Look, I predicted in optimism. When they were 2-0 down, I was drowning in pessimism. I can't lie to you, but Heretics showed just how strong they are. And when you look at the story all the way throughout this tournament, they have been on a razor's edge of elimination. They've danced that blade the whole way through to this grand final. So how could I not give them such a storied ending? And they went and grabbed it with both hands.
Seeing their faces now, lifting that title, knowing what it means for them, thinking back to that 3rd map that could have perfectly gone Fnatic's way. Let me tell you, I don't think Fnatic is going to forget that in a while. But for them, mentally also to overcome every single thing that Fnatic put on the table after that. The new composition on Haven, then going on to that Ascent that no team was able to figure out. And now look at them, so happy, collecting their keys and on their way to put their keyframe down in history.
Baby Bay, you and I had the opportunity to head on over in that Game 5 to the stadium. It was rocking inside the STC arena.
It was so loud for Heretics. Every single kill that was happening from Woot there at the end, it was just electrifying. But it was the look on the faces after they had won. Benji Fishy showing so much emotion. It gets me so teary-eyed, just like we were in the beginning watching Fatal Fury, right?
Yeah, exactly. But I think that for Benji means a lot. Starting this tournament, losing to NRG with the past, with the history that he has there. And literally, when we got into that 3rd map, into the 5th map, knowing how strong Fnatic was and how different the approaches from both of the teams were, how good the performances have been throughout the tournament, especially these past 2 days. I know that Wood got the MVP. Massive shout out to Boo, Mini Boo, Riyadh. I think that all of them had their moments to pop off. I do not think that it would have been possible with any of the 5 players.
With that victory, the lion's share of the $1.25 million prize pool for the first ever Valorant tournament here at the Esports World Cup goes the way of Team Heretics. Something that no one could have predicted at the beginning of the tournament. $500,000 heading to the way, as well as tournament winners. Fnatic, a 2nd place, $230,000. But it just stings a little bit yet again in a string of 2nd place finishes over several tournaments now.
I mean, the story for Heretics is just unbelievable. The Cinderella run that they had, we ranked them so low in our power rankings. And then we redid the power rankings for playoffs, and we ranked them low again, because how could you have seen such a run coming from Team Heretics? It's ripped straight out of a book, and I'm so happy for this group of young players. I think they're so deserving, finally, of an international title.
Even Boo saying the same thing 5 months ago. He couldn't believe what had happened to their team. The team that we saw here today, if this is the future for Heretics, this is what we always knew they could do. EMEA is going to get a shaking.
Yeah, back in EMEA, we know that the teams were hoping the Heretics was going to keep on with the performance that they showed at Masters Toronto, because of course, Champs is at the end of the competitive year and everybody wants to shoot their shot at going there. But now, with the performance that we saw from Fnatic in the tournament, also crowning this new winner, going back to EMEA is going to be a pleasure.
Soak it on up. We got to see the trophy finalized with the key, and the other part of the ceremonies here at the Esports World Cup, the frame, the thing that holds everything together, the hopes and dreams of every single team, as Benji Fishy now rises to the top for the first time ever to live in immortality. It is Team Heretics placing it on in, the first ever winners for VALORANT. Surrounded by all the fans who have been following along in this journey. Many super fans from around. Their teams get knocked out. They continue to show up and cheer. And Team Heretics, as the underdog, as the surprise, continue to gain momentum. And the fans support them as well. It is the first ever winner, now locked on into the totem for 2025 at the Esports World Cup. And now take a look at that one. Yeah, that is the Club Championship trophy as well. And they are met by His Royal Highness Prince Faisal, shaking hands for all of the players and congratulating them on their victory. On behalf of everyone here at the Esports World Cup, all the casters, all the production, all the operations, we thank you so much for watching. It is the first ever tournament winners of VALORANT at the Esports World Cup, Team Heretics.